I see the raving lights, stay on a faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. Yeah, it's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on a faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. Yeah, it's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on a faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on a faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. It's about to get live.
The road to the Brawl Cup has been nothing short of epic. Teams from all corners of the world have been battling it out, each one vying for that elusive spot in the grand finals. With every match, the stakes continue to rise and the intensity has only grown. In East Asia, Reject stunned everyone by taking down the team that many considered the favorite to make it to the finals, Zeta Division.
And it's not long before they do, here they come. Shu coming in, Laz bang on the safe and gets it done for Reject.
Their strategy was relentless, and with every clutch moment, they proved that they were more than just underdogs.
Tara stuck as well, the support for the Joe's back to the hands of Shu.
Nice recovery from Reject keeps them in the game.
The crowd was left in awe as they secured their place in the ultimate showdown. Meanwhile, Crazy Raccoon has been a force to be reckoned with. Their revamped roster has taken them to new heights, and they've dominated throughout the season. When it came time for the finals, they didn't just compete, they completely showcased their raw power and flawless teamwork.
Now or never, and Shu is low, Shu goes down. It's gonna tip the balance, and Crazy Raccoon are your champions for East Asia.
It was clear they had earned their spot as the team to beat. Humble, always a strong contender, was focused on defending their title. In their matchup against Team Heretics, the battle was fierce, with every set pushing both teams to the limit. But as the dust settled, Humble proved that they were still the team to watch, showing their resilience and ability to come out on top in high-pressure moments.
Take this round, the hypercharge from Semantic to secure things if needed. It's not even going to be there. Reigning world champions continue to dominate this region.
Then there was SK Gaming, who delivered one of the most unforgettable comebacks of the season. After pulling off a reverse sweep against Foot Esports, they carried that momentum straight into the monthly finals, where they faced Humble in a 3-0 blowout. Their performance was nothing short of dominant, cementing their place as one of the top contenders in the race for the Brawl Cup.
But it got to 92, and SK Gaming are going to do it, the monthly final champions for February.
At the same time, Loud and Casa Brawl made it clear that they were the two teams to beat. Both squads made their way into the grand finals with ease, but not without a fight. Their semi-final matchups were incredibly close, with each set packed with high-stakes drama and tension. Every game felt like it could swing in any direction, but these two teams fought tooth and nail to secure their spots in the final showdown.
This series from start to finish with a very nice draft, beautiful execution, and opponents who frankly don't know how to counter them.
The finals between Loud and Casa Brawl was a thrilling battle of strategy and skill. Every set seemed to come down to the last game, with the outcome hanging by a thread. In the end, Casa Brawl emerged victorious, but it could have easily gone either way. The rivalry between these two teams has only intensified, and with the stakes as high as they are, they'll both be hard to beat when it comes to claiming that final Brawl Cup spot.
How can a team realistically go against the 1 versus 3? He can't. And Casa Brawl are your champions in South America.
And who could forget Havoc? Their road to the finals was nothing short of spectacular. Their stunning reverse sweep against Elevate will go down as one of the most exciting comebacks in Brawl history. Their teamwork and determination were on full display as they clawed their way to the top, proving that they were a force to be reckoned with.
And Havoc are going to steamroll through. They are in the grand finals.
But despite their incredible run, they couldn't overcome the might of Tribe Gaming. Tribe showed their dominance throughout the finals, securing their spot as the team to beat in the region.
I don't think that's going to happen.
And Tribe Gaming pull away. 8 stars separating them. Havoc had a good run, but it ends here. Miracles stopped, and Tribe Gaming.
Heading into March, the competition is fiercer than ever. The road to the Brawl Cup is still wide open, and any of these top teams could claim that final coveted spot. The race is on, and the next chapter promises to be as thrilling as the last. Stay tuned, because the ultimate showdown is just around the corner.
We're back, better than ever for another year of the Brawl Stars Championship. Teams from around the world will fight for a chance of becoming the Brawl Stars World Champions and their share of the $2 million prize pool. With a new and improved format, there's no telling what might happen this year.
His gadget won't be enough to get the kill, but SK Gaming.
Follow the journey along this spring split. Stars will be born, legends will rise, and the next champion will be crowned. Who will take home the glory of it all? Their story starts right here. Let's get ready to brawl!
The weekend is here and so is more Brawl Stars mayhem. The March monthly finals continue, and today we're in a region with no shortage of upsets. We're in South America. My name is Sunny and I'm thrilled to be alongside this phenomenal group of casters today. Hello Mitch, Kenny, and ready on standby. Kenny, have you recovered yet from last week's upsets, and are you ready for new ones?
I'm ready for new ones. My predictions have certainly not recovered. That was the most decimated I've ever felt in terms of that category, but I'm welcome to it. I mean, honestly, I think this region's going to hold true to that.
Mitch, you weren't on the mic last week, and how have you been?
Good. I mean, I had a chance to watch and enjoy, and also recover from last year's South American gameplay. The region is kind of wild, and I'm already hearing in the grapevine, and you've already seen in the qualifiers that nothing really makes sense. I have a pen. I'm not going to take any notes because there's going to be 0 point in doing so. This is just going to be a wild ride from start to finish, I feel.
We'll see how we'll do later on in the predictions. First up, though, let's have a look at how the race to the Brawl Cup is shaping up in South America so far, Kenny.
One spot available in this region. Casa Brawl, of course, in the lead as they won last month. It was quite the thriller. 3-2 victory over Loud. And all of these teams, other than maybe a couple name swaps here and there, a couple new players are identical to the bracket we have today. Uber, the one thing that's a little different, though, is all these upper bracket teams were losing this month. We have had a complete shape-up in this bracket.
Yes, I mean, it doesn't really say from the leaderboard here. Obviously, you do earn some points in qualifiers, and this bracket looks kind of normal, right? It's like, okay, we have Loud, Casa Brawl on the other side of the bracket. The thing is that Olympus Squad, Loud, Zeridigan, and Casa Brawl, all these teams had to qualify in the lower bracket through those matches. They were beaten. It was Alguem Segura, SK Kalalas, Legion Otaku, and BC Gaming qualified, handing losses as well to Loud, and of course, and Casa Brawl in doing so. 3-0 for, I mean, we'll get to it, right? This is, Alguem Segura was last month's Ningwem Segura team minus Tufa, and of course we have BC Gaming, who are Kaya Perry, that got picked up, but virtually, Sonny, these are the same group of players as we had last month, with like 1 or 2 exceptions.
It is just so interesting to see upsets have also shaken up the monthly qualifiers this month, and every point really counts as a team fight for those coveted spots at the top. This year, we are getting started with our big Brawl events early. Check this out.
All regions from across the globe are sending their best champions to prove to us, once and for all,
50%, Crazy Raccoon have fallen short.
which region is the best in the world right now. They'll compete for LCQ and World Final slots for their home region, altering the competitive landscape for the rest of this year. So prepare your flags, your patriotism, and cheer on your home region champions. 23rd to 25th of May, live from DreamHack Dallas. Get your tickets now and join the fun in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com for amazing Pro Pass rewards.
Eight teams from all regions battle it out at the Brawl Cup at DreamHack Dallas, May 23rd through May 25th. And they're not just fighting for prize money, Mitch.
No, not at all. I mean, there are qualification slots, to the Brawl Cup, as you can see here, but also performance at this Brawl Cup can guarantee extra Worlds and LCQ qualification spots for these regions, which is huge, especially if you're an NA fan, for example. There are quite a few teams that didn't even make it to LCQ because it's so competitive. To do well at Brawl Cup in Dallas or your region, that means that more teams from that region can sort of make it into the bigger events, even if they don't quite, get in the top two of that specific region. It's the first time we're doing this. I'm super excited to see how it plays out. It's also awesome to have like a mid-season LAN event here for Brawl Stars once more. Obviously, last time we had that was a couple of years ago. It was really successful, so I'm super excited. I was at Dallas last year for DreamHack. Even I think Ready Set came and hung out with me. It was a great time. Great to see Brawl leaving their mark on that event.
The stakes couldn't be higher, Kenny. And for everybody watching from home, watch on the event side to earn points towards the Pro Pass as well. Very important also today, of course. And Kenny, are you looking forward to Dallas?
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a great event. And one thing that I definitely think I'm going to be following in terms of a storyline is just how closely we get to see how much these regions fight for each other. I mean, you're not only fighting for prize pool, but like Mitch alluded to, we're now competing for additional spots possibly for your region. I think there's going to be a lot of pride coming out. The EMEA, NA kinds of rivalries are going to be even more heated now that this is on the line, in addition to the already huge cash prize pool. So I'm more than excited to see what happens here, and always open to a LAN event for Brawl, especially in North America. Let's go.
The race to the Brawl Cup has just started. We have been through 2 regions already. The third day is today, and it's so intriguing to see to me how each region is developing its very own idea of the latest meta every single time. Let's have a look at the top 5 picks and bans in 2025 so far.
Nothing too surprising here, at least on my end. The most banned, of course, gotta be Hank. I'm sure y'all are experiencing it at home, but the Hank hypercharge can take over a ball game. And then the second thing that I'm most looking out for are these gadget reworks. That's why Poco on that right-hand side is going to be at number 2. The amount of spammable gadgets there are right now makes him super threatening. Ollie is the man of the town right now, 61+% win rate last weekend. I'm kind of expecting that to track this weekend too.
Yeah, I mean, again, Mr. P, definitely powerful. His hypercharge, the porters that, are deployed from that are pretty oppressive. Just generally really hard to deal with. He's a brawler that gives you a lot of map control in general. Lose hypercharge, still very powerful. Being able to basically stop you in your tracks, stun you up entirely has been really powerful. We know what Stu can do, just really flexible, great skill expression from that brawler, and also the hypercharge that allows him to continue dashing until it runs out here. So I think, and we were sort of talking about this a little bit earlier, Sonny, there are a couple of brawlers that we haven't quite seen come up, but have definitely benefited also from the changes to gadgets now that they have potentially unlimited uses of those just on a timer. So I think we're going to get another closer look here at which are the really powerful brawlers with that change, and see what's been cooking in South America, what these teams have got in store for us.
The gadgets are now on a timer. We have 6 new hypercharges in game. There's going to be 6 more coming on Monday, so stay tuned for that as well. And I'm just really also looking forward to see some great fresh ideas. We had Shade coming up in East Asia, for example, Kenny. That was exciting.
I love seeing Shade implemented. I mean, it's these creative picks that make it different, especially in a meta that feels like the Wild West. We've got so many different concepts going on. The ban stage is a real tough one right now. I feel like there are a lot of legitimate brawlers across all these maps, and Shade was kind of Zeta Division's way of exploiting that. I think it's a very legitimate brawler. I think people have to look out for it, and now it's just one more thing, seeing in the second weekend how these players have to adjust after just 2 tournaments.
You mentioned it before, we had huge upsets last weekend. Let's have a look at our predictions here, and let's see if we're gonna do better today. Uber, for you it's the first day today that you're gonna come in and predict again. Do you have high hopes?
Yeah, look, I know the qualifiers were a little bit rocky, especially for teams like Loud and Casa Brawl, but we know they've got the quality, the caliber, they're very experienced teams. For me, SA is a region about the young upstarts, and I think we've seen that through the qualifiers. I think this first game here with this ex-Cayo Pero, now Berlin City Club roster against Olimpo squad is probably going to be the hardest game of these quarterfinals to call. Both these teams have looked really good in their qualification runs respectively, and you can find it out there. The scrim data also suggests that Olimpo squad are in really good shape for a match like this. So I don't know really where Kenny's at on this one. I felt like it was a 50-50 and I just went with my gut.
I do believe
Does feel
that
like a coin toss.
it is a coin toss, exactly. The qualifiers have already been an absolute mayhem in this region, and I'm really looking forward how this monthly final is going to shape up now. Heading into our first matchup of the day, the newly signed BC Gaming trio have made it to another monthly finals appearance, and they don't have an easy opponent, Kenny.
Both of these teams semi-finalists last month, and like Mitch said, the Limpo squad had phenomenal scrims, but on the other end, BC Gaming get a nice pickup here. It's a really solid team. They've had playoff aspirations in the past, and this is somebody coming into the season that I had expectations to be competing for those LCQ spots. If you've been with us for a little bit, South America has been dominated by two teams in particular. They're currently Loud and Casa Brawl. In the past, they've gone by other names, but those are kind of the two that I expect to be competing for Worlds, and these two teams are kind of in that next tier up.
Yeah.
Anything to add to that, Mitch?
Yeah, I do think that like guys like this are next up in that sense. They're really knocking on the door of that top two. Like Doritos, for example, has been a player that's been on those Renegados rosters going all the way back to 2021, back when we really saw a very frothy SA region. Also had a stint on SK Kalalis. Is, I would say, like the more experienced of that next generation coming up here, and they've already shown that they can put up results against our sort of top two teams, right, in Loud and Casa Brawl here. So I feel like this is the time where you start to stamp your dominance on this region, and this is the kind of game you need to get past in order to have a crack again at Loud or Casa Brawl. And Sonny, I don't think this BC Gaming team are going to make it easy for you. This is a clash of young blood.
It is truly a match that I was looking forward to today. The caster predictions are also split in half, so it's one of the most unpredictable matches as we head into our first quarterfinal of today. I do feel Olympus are a little bit of our dark horse. Let's have a look at their performance last month. They didn't make it out of the semifinals. Can they do that today, Kenny?
I mean, mirror here. BC Gaming 3-2 victory, Olimpo squad 3-2 victory over opponents that are here once again this month. I mean, that's one thing that's stayed consistent in South America is all 8 of our teams are pretty darn close to the same, other than a couple of rebrands, maybe a couple new players in the mist, but for the vast majority, it's the same thing. They lost to Loud and Casa Brawl respectively. In a 3-1 showing, I thought both of these teams looked pretty good. I think the Olimpo squad have been phenomenal in scrims leading up to this. I think that's a big reason why the folks at home may end up siding with them for our Brawl insiders, if you will, that kind of dig deep, watch the pros practice like a lot of us have here. I'm still going to ride with BC Gaming ultimately, though. I think it's a little bit safer, and on game day in qualifiers, Olimpo squad didn't get the job done. They did lose in that upper bracket. It was not a great match, and I do feel like I'm going to go with the safety net of BC Gaming, who haven't been as good of Olimpo squads in practice leading up to this, but I just think it's a little bit safer given what they've done on game days in the past.
We're going to see if this is going to be another upset, if Kenny or Uber are going to be right in the end. Looking at the maps now for the upcoming match, we're going to head into Hard Rock Miners first. Good old map that has been in the competitive map pool for such a long time, Mitch.
It's a classic. I love starting a series off with Hard Rock Mine because for me it really embodies the draft strategy in Brawl Stars right now. It's a gem grab map, of course. It's easy to understand. You want to secure yourself a safe mid and then have winning side lanes. And with so many brawlers available, with so many options now, with the game changing at a sort of fever pace, it's really hard to actually, get positive matchups in those side lanes. Sometimes you might sacrifice one side lane to have, strength and, the ability to collapse into the map here. So I cannot wait. I want to see, Sonny, what has been cooking? What has this SA region been noticing from already, APAC and EMEA, and what are they implementing themselves?
We're heading into the draft now. Looking at the bans here, no surprises. Ollie's going to be out of the way. Poker would be open in case somebody wants to try that new timer on his gadget. Last week, we saw a lot of Stu here, Frank, Rico. Same old story, really, that we have seen before as well. Max and Gus are usually the mids that you want to pick here. Juju is going to be our first pick. Do we like that, Kenny?
I don't hate it, but I like the Brawler. I think it's a first overall pick. It is a little bit bold. Just picking a thrower early on with so many tanks prevalent in the meta right now, it does make it difficult sometimes to make that matchup work. I do think Juju is still a great brawler in the game. I think it can certainly have a little bit of legs to work with, but not necessarily where I would go first because, yeah, Mr. Shrimpman is available. His hypercharge is insane, and we take a strength that used to be, if this map was, say, closed off, that's where Hank would thrive. Now, if it's wide open, because of that hypercharge, he can take over an entire game over.
That is terrifying. It's interesting. Juju was also the most picked brawler last month in this region. 12 times she was actually played with, like an 83% win rate. So very, very impressive, very powerful. I do think, though, the landscape has changed a little bit now, and giving over this sort of setup now, you've given the safe mid in Max plus the really terrifying Hank here over to Olimpo squad. BC Gaming needs something to sort of manage this, and I don't mind the Ash pick to sort of run the Hank down. You have that damage output that you can stack down before Hank is able to charge up sort of consecutive bubbles, but this doesn't really answer the threat of that hypercharge. A horde of little helpers is going to be very handy though when it comes to nuking those individuals.
Melody going to be the final pick for BC Gaming on the left-hand side. Olympus Squad have loved using 8-bit and Buzz in the past. I think that's where we're going to see that Buzz ban on the top left. I don't necessarily anticipate they're going to go in 8-bit here. I do think they kind of have their established mid here, which is going to be Max. The interesting thing about this BC Gaming comp is they don't necessarily have that traditional mid, right? I mean, we have Melody who has some decent range, but usually Melody wants to be an aggressor. Ash wants to be a side lane. Juju is not your best bet in the mid, low amount of health points, and now they're going to pick up a Carl here too. It's going to be able to pierce through that Juju. The tailspin's going to be a real problem. I don't know. Olympus Squad's comp feels so much safer to me.
I feel like you have that all-in that you want against a team that actually doesn't really want to be pushed in such a way. I mean, you have the Melody, but with Melody, you want to get to decide when you engage, right? You need 3 music notes up. It needs to be the right time. Your Ash needs to be in position. Olympus Squad can actually take the initiative here from BC Gaming with a comp that basically says, no, we will fight you when and if we are ready to do so, and only then. So, again, I do think we're going to be watching these side lanes very, very closely here, and it will be Doritos in the mid. You don't always want to go so aggressive, though, if you're the gem carrier here, Kenny, so I'm curious to see how BC Gaming balance that.
Carl's certainly been prevalent as of late. The gadget change entirely in the game has allowed for his pickaxe swap with the fiery flames to do a little bit more work. It's a quick repop, and now Ice Crow is going to have super available. Doritos diving in. Derp takes over left-hand lane, and the giant tank already out of the way. Having Hank, having Max, having Carl. This feels like the safer composition, a very much unproven and untraditional one on BC Gaming side. So far, doing well.
Yeah, I mean, again, they have the thrower pressure into the Hank at least, and that's given him an edge here, but Derp eventually gets run down by Kawa. 2 gems to his name, but Ice Crow is in a really dangerous position. A position where you can get a lot of free damage down, and of course that hypercharge really takes you up to 11. Here's Loco trying to push down on Wesley, and even with the shield, Hank is able to tank through much of that damage. Doritos in mid now, of course, pops that hypercharge and has a bit of shield left over. Wesley can't quite catch a bubble onto the enemy gem carrier, but we are 5 apiece in gems.
Doritos and Kawe are really the 2 brawlers that we're looking at here. Doritos just aggresses, and then when a max speed, it's there to respond as well. Left-hand lane, huge duel going down. Wesley falls, and Loco will prevail. It's going to be Derp right-hand in, working into Carl. Traditionally, not a matchup that you're going to want if you're the blue side, but Ice Crow has to back away. Has received a lot of heat, and Loco's still lurking.
I think this position for the Ash is very powerful. I don't know how easy it's going to be for Hank to get back into the map now with Loco right in his face. Hypercharge does get popped there with the super, and there's some damage, but it's nothing you really write home about. Eventually, the Loco is going to be burst down now, and this is where things get a bit dicey for BC Gaming. Doritos has to give a little bit of ground here. It does not have the music notes at the time to go forward. Calvin now gets up to 8 gems, and Ice Crow is still in a threatening position, still holding that hypercharge for that final gambit.
Wesley was looking down now for the count, but a max hypercharge allowed him to get that super much quicker. 15 on the shot clock. Ice Crow getting a kill, and now they're diving in. That's the kill that they needed. It's going to be neck and neck here. Does dash away, though. Doritos with the flashy play. Falls in the end of his spawn, but still dumps those 13 gems to his teammates.
Wesley's got nowhere to go, though. He's one shot to Derp here, so even after getting rid of the Ash, there's still the issue that the Juju was carrying 13 of those gems. Here comes Wesley trying to push up and doubles back and deals with Doritos. Now Loco might get run down by this pirouette. Here comes Ice Crow. It's Derp with 1 second left, able to hold on to the lion's share of the gems, and out of nowhere, BC Gaming get that first round.
They won. I don't feel like it was a confident win, though. I mean, it did feel like the Hank was the problem. The Max didn't really leave until that in-game. I really do think this involves Melody just getting the pop-off plays, dashing in and out to these gyms. It's something we haven't seen a ton, so I wasn't sure how it was going to do. I mean, again, 3 great brawlers for BC Gaming side, but when I see Hank on the other end, I see a consistent mid and Max, and then Carl, who's definitely shot up the tier list, if you will, in our recent meta. I just naturally am going to have a little more confidence in the Olympus squad.
Yeah, I see the spacing, I think, between the Ashe and the Hank is very important. It looks like Wesley actually does not want to match up against the Ashe. They've swapped the Carl over that left-hand side lane. Loco eventually going to get brought down, but Kawa has to phase shift her away lest they get blown up there by that pressure from the Melody in mid. Iceco's already been able to build up a super, and the hypercharge giving extra speed is what really makes this Carl so scary. But once again, Loco switches back into the matchup against Wesley. That's the dive coming in from Doritos, but it ends up being a 1-for-1. Icecrow with a super, though, has the option to run it down on dirt, but respects the shield and walks away with 3 gems.
Now we've got Max back in mid. Loco, right-hand side, getting tag team. Stays alive, though, and now has a hypercharge as a result. They're going to save that one for the end. It's all blue brawlers occupying the mid. Flank on the right-hand end, left-hand end. Hank waiting patiently. And now that he has some speed, they're going to be looking to charge forward.
Yeah, Wesley makes in no time getting over towards Loco. Here it comes, a hypercharge. Little helpers coming out. Many of them getting removed, though, by Wesley's super. On the right side of the lane, though, once again, it's Melody matching up against Carl. And Melody comes out on top once more, but will burn down, of course, to that ticking damage of the Carl. Still, BC Gaming have the gems, and Loco's a big problem now, as all he needs to do is run it down and keep Olimpo squad tied up. Derb's looking pretty safe here, Kenny.
Yeah, back lines. 5 seconds ago, a little bit of a flank coming in, and here comes a big bubble. Wesley hypercharge. A lot of shots raining in, but it's not enough to get a takedown here. BC Gaming survive and open up with a victory in the first set.
Look, I think it's pretty safe to say that the Melody is a massive difference maker. Both times that we saw a change of lead, it was as a result of that aggression straight up mid from the Melody, often involving the hypercharge. Being able to get to the critical mass of nodes and having a shield, by the way, that you don't have a limited number of charges of anymore, really means the Melody can almost outperform Carl at the job of going in and wresting those gems away.
I really do feel like that was just a Melody popping off. Doritos doing a phenomenal job on her. I'm eager to see if that's also going to be reflected in the stats. I had a look at the draft. I thought Carl last pick, that was the best possible brawler they could pick up there. No stun against him. He can just use his ult, his gadget whenever he likes to, and yet still it wasn't enough for Olympus squad.
Yes, the durability I think you get for Doritos. Like, if you are matching up in a 1 versus 1, which was often the case, Icecrow versus Doritos just seem to have the damage output when it counted. Carl's hypercharge is pretty terrifying. And for me, it's less about the fact that he leaves behind that flaming trail that did burn Doritos down every time he went in. But Doritos dies in his own side of the map. He drops the gems in friendly territory. And here, look, the shield is unbelievable. This is nothing that can kill Melody. And yeah, she drops the gems, but hey, they're scooped up, and even in safer hands as the Juju's able to assume the position of gem carry late in the round.
Really unorthodox comp, and it ended up working out, to be honest with you. I could be wrong, but I think that's actually the first time in our monthly finals that Hank's actually lost a set. I think he was 4 for 4 last weekend. This is the first time, obviously, today. So still 80% win rate, pretty good. Top of the band category. I still believe in the big guy, but honestly, I'm really impressed with how they handled it, because that's something that was a little uncharted territory. Wasn't sure how the Melody mid was going to do, but I think the Juju first overall pick more than proved its worth.
I think we were all kind of surprised that he was left open, slipped through the balance phase, and it really just seems like they knew exactly what they were doing. They can leave him open because they know exactly how to play against him. So BC Gaming kind of proved us all wrong here. I feel like the most people at home also voted that they are going to lose today, but they're coming out of the game swinging, Mitch.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think that they drafted really well. We haven't really talked about it, but we saw Hank trying to switch out of the matchup against the Ashe. So I do feel like BC Gaming are prepared here for, you know, some of the most terrifying and oppressive brawlers in the game. And if this persists, then I worry that Olympus squad start to run out of ideas. We're already pretty deep into the draft here. My goodness. We have a meeple on the side of Olympus squad here as we're heading into triple dribble, and a Buzz Kenny going to be locked in.
Got Ollie on the other end as well. One of the particular tanks, I guess, that I really like right now. Hank, once again, that's what I was double checking. I mean, obviously just jumping into this draft, my brain was trying to track this guy. It's 2 times now that he hasn't been banned, which is really surprising considering what we saw last weekend. I mean, genuinely, by far and a mile away, the most banned brawler. So I'm really surprised they're able to get not just Ollie, but also Hank on this turn.
Okay. Pretty terrifying, I think, to have both of those brawlers in hand. Now, if you've Was watching earlier this month in EMEA and APAC, you would have seen just how powerful Ollie has been, of course, with a bit of a rework that's made him, be able to actually take action whilst he's charging up that super. The El Primo, though, a little bit more out of left field, Sonny. This one, bit of a wild card.
I definitely think so. We have two tanks on the side of Olympus Squad. Let's see if they can turn things around in this set now, can take it and maybe equalize the score overall. Meeple is a brawler that we have seen very often on this map before. It's so helpful to have the super to just ignore the walls in the end. Double tank also on the other side. This truly is a tank meta, Kenny.
It really is. I mean, both sides really rocking the health points, and I think the El Primo pick, a sneaky one here at the end. Always a flashy brawler, a good one for Brawl Ball. Now they've got their designated goal scorer, Ice Crow, diving in, immediately eliminated Doritos, ready to hypnotize him and eliminate him quickly. Coway right hand in, dribbling this ball forward. Just gonna have to kick it away for now, though. BC have complete control in terms of numbers.
Now, Olympus would clearly want a bit of, wall break there with his Primo, the ability to strip the ball with that suplex, but I got in a straight fight against some of these brawlers. He just feels so underpowered. Okay, love that little bit of tech, though. Suplex away the Rolly before you get hypnotized by him. Unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough. It's BC Gaming here in an aggressive position with the ball corner for the time being. Kawa getting really pummeled here by a lot of this damage coming in from the Juju, and here comes Green now just to compound the issue. Ice Crow's able to get a super on the woods. Loco does find that elimination. Doritos, though, hits the hypnotize, and Buzz goes the way of the Dodo.
Love the patience coming out of BC Gaming right now. Here's a hypercharge for Wesley. El Primo, fist flying. Doritos backing up, a dive in, and Hank trying to keep the distance. A quick little stun in Doritos with nasty work. This brawler is just so good right now, Uber.
Having access to hypnotism on your gadget and your super means that you have crowd control for days. You can stop someone like a Buzz, like a Primo in their tracks. And there's constant pressure being put down here by Derp as Kawa is hoping to put some damage down on this enemy thrower with that super. Loco got stunned up briefly, but there is not enough damage, not remotely enough here from Olympus Squad to put a scratch on BC Gaming. This would be a comfortable shot on goal as BC Gaming break up much of the defensive architecture.
I think El Primo's actually doing a decent job with all of this, too. I love the creativity using the suplex to kind of throw him over his shoulders mid-air while he's trying to get a hypnotize off. Ice Crow diving up the map. Big stun goes through. Loco survives, though. The hypercharge super. Too much to handle. Loco dumps this ball away, though. The hypnosis goes through, and the red roster halted in their tracks. It's off to the races for BC Gaming, and an immediate and perfect response coming in on defense.
Again, Kenny, Wesley tried to get the suplex on the Ollie, but this time it was a little bit too late. While in mid-air, Ollie's able to stun Wesley up and stop Primo's reign of terror. Loco now just beset on all sides by these Olympus Squad players with 20 seconds left of the round. Doritos doesn't quite hit as many as he would have liked to with that hypnotize, but the damage is good. It's going to force Ice Crow and Wesley away from this for now. Grigori to add some extra map control. The Loco's back with a fully charged bubble leveraged in the direction of Wesley. Here's a hypercharge from Ice Crow, who's going to get around the map and get a stun on Derp. Not once, but twice. He can't actually get, though, to the Juju. Caught on the wrong side of the boxes, and the wrong side of the scoreboard. Our Olympus Squad, it's BC Gaming taking our first game 1-0.
Ollie, Hank, and Juju is quite the powerful team. It's really interesting to me, too, seeing the priority that this team is placing on Juju, because like we say sometimes, especially when you draft throwers really early, you're leaving the door open for an enemy team to counter you out, to bring in a lot of health points, to get aggressive, to get in your face, and that's exactly what Olympus Squad do. They have El Primo, they have Buzz, they are going to want to fist fight you, and still, Derp is surviving. Doritos is getting good value in Loco. Well, we know what Hank can do.
Yeah, there it is. Derp going to be stunned up by that super, and Ice Crow is able to cycle them here. Look, oh my goodness. With that super at point blank range is so terrifying, and able to heal up pretty easily in a pinch. Now it's Doritos and Loco, who've drawn the line of scrimmage very far into Olympus Squad's territory.
Just seeing Hank do so well will never get old to me. It will always make my heart a little bit happy. There he is again, healing himself up, a dive forward, and there's nothing that Meeple can do. Too many health points, a hypnosis, and it's an easy bucket forward. Loco responds with another one.
It's just the fact that fish torpedoes will heal you for some of your missing health, I think, just makes this guy comically powerful. And it's not the first time that Hank has been terrifying in the game of Brawl Stars at this level, but yes, he's so powerful I forget just how scary he was. Now Olympus Squad, though, well, they're gonna have to face that reality head first now, as it's another lead here for BC Gaming, and Kawa limps away from the fight as Derp hits some slows.
Hank's essentially a 2-in-1 brawler, but having Grieger on the ground quite literally adds you some extra oomph. Doritos right hand in, battling against Ice Crow as Wesley dives forward, looking for the takedown. Loco survives, though. It's another hypercharged super. Wesley now looking to get in the face of the enemy. A jump forward, a good stun coming out of that gadget, but not quite enough. Should be enough space for Wesley to go through. No! The stun goes through! Ice Crow pushes it in. Wow, that was a close call, though.
Very close. There was a Hypnotize about to go down there for Doritos, but he was eliminated. So that's an encounter that Limpo Squad are able to squeeze out, and it's all about getting Wesley to put the pressure down. This Primo actually looked really good there. And a great super from Ice Crow. Hypercharge available. Derp stunned up in the goals, and here come a Limpo Squad, folks, charging back into the set with a 2-1 out of nowhere. They've evened it up.
Olympus Squad have to handle the Ollie. Have to. I feel like all of these gadgets and supers have just led to extra goals, positioning. I mean, there's been several times where I feel like Olympo are going to punch a ball in, and instead it's a phenomenal defense. Hank, obviously an issue as well. Being able to restore so much health and do damage to the enemies, the less health you have, the more he gets back. And the closer you get to Hank, the more that super's going to do. It's just a really difficult one to deal with.
Up to 50% of his missing of his health. It's just so absurd. Here comes Loco Cows in a terrible spot here. Extreme map control now here for BC Gaming, and a beautiful pass away from Ice Crow, who'd hoped to tie Loco up. A quick response here for BC Gaming as they want to get back to business.
Gregory already on the ground as well. Ice Crow super available. Wesley working the right hand in as Meeple has to play mid. It's a dive forward. Derp in the face of the enemies goes for 2. They narrowly pull it off against Doritos. A pass forward really quickly.
Dangerous.
Now Wesley might have an opportunity. Could go for a flashy play instead. Decides to walk it forward. Goes for the gamble and gets it in the net. Well played by Olympos Squad.
And that's Wesley getting through 150% of Loco's hit points before working his way through the rest of the team. The Primo is very, very good against the Hank here. We can see exactly why they wanted to go that way through the draft. This is what I'm talking about when I ask what they've been cooking here in South America. Olympos Squad, they get it done and even up the series with a beautiful draft that answers the oppressive threat of Hank. They take away Brawl Ball.
I was nervous for Olympos Squad, especially after that first game. It didn't look like they were going to have any way to respond. 3 of the most powerful brawlers on the blue side in that draft, and they go for a much more untraditional route. We get the El Primo, we get the Buzz, and those seem to be effective. I mean, that was another really close set. It does feel like this is delivering that 50-50 that we were hoping for.
I was nervous for them myself, Kenny. Exactly like you. Even like the Meeple with the critical success, his ult makes the team projectiles in the super area pierce through the environment, yet he plays with 2 tanks. So that doesn't really make any sense. On the other side, as you mentioned, Uber, if played right, Ollie with the double hypnotize with both his gadget and the super is just so strong. He has one of the highest win rates for a reason.
Yeah, he's very, very powerful, but all you have here from Olympos Squad is gap close, right? It's actually the same idea as we saw from the Ashe in the previous set. Run it down on towards the Hank and basically blow him up with damage that he really can't answer. If you have any way of like forcing out the bubbles from the Hank somewhere else, then you're in very good shape. Because while Hank does damage in large chunks, his DPS is not particularly high because obviously his rate of fire is really low, charging up those shots. And every time there's a gap close on towards the Hank or even the Juju as we saw there, Derp has nowhere to go. He tries to throw a Grigri down in one of those fights and the El Primo still steamrolls him. So anything that could run roughshod over that Hank composition is going to be a potentially reasonable answer to that brawler.
I think steamrolling describes Olympus Squad's answer pretty well, and they managed to turn things around now, equalizing the score overall. We're now heading into set 3 with an even scoreboard. Olympus Squad, they showed us that they can learn from the first game, learn how to play against the comp that their opponents are showing up against them, and beat them in the end anyway. We're heading into Shooting Star now. We are on Bounty, Kenny.
This is one that I have my eyes on too. Triple Dribble was a particularly well-played map by Olympus Squad. It was one of their stronger maps in general. Shooting Star set 3, and if we get there, Bell's Rock set 5. Both of these teams not fantastic in terms of win rates when competing against some of the other top teams. So I think both of these sides have a very important set ahead of them. Set 3 always important, especially in a tie ball game like this. But nonetheless, I think having an advantage here would be pivotal so they have a little bit of a safety net as we walk forward.
So ready for more Meeple double tank sunning. That's exactly what I'm expecting out of this draft from these guys. I like it though. These guys have been cooking. They're showing us something new. I think they've been adapting and kind of innovating a little bit, Sunny, on what we've seen in the regions earlier this month. I tell you what, the meta in Brawl is moving at a blistering speed.
It looks like they have a different meta from the other regions, yet the same exact meta as last month. As you mentioned, PC Gaming so far picking Juju every single time. That was actually the point I wanted to make. PC Gaming really valuing Juju, which is something South America does more than any other region. This time she's switching sides though. She's going over to Olympus Squad.
I mean, top of the draft list, 3 for 3 now. It was by far the most banned and picked brawler last month, but not something I had on my bingo card to necessarily be this high, especially considering the meta we've been working with in other regions. But it goes to show, Uber, every region's got a little different flair going on. I mean, Hank's 0 for 2. We might not know anything. I mean, this is the unknown.
But I admitted that coming into this show. Like, you know, South America never makes any sense to me. Just put this into perspective. In EMEA, Juju was picked twice, banned once over the whole tournament. That's it. Really was, and I had like a 50% win rate, right? Won 1 out of 2 of those games. So nothing particularly special there. And I don't know, like the eye test for me has shown that Juju doesn't really seem to be the be all and end all, but I do think having that really long range brawler that can make use of the bushes is really valuable on this map. But we've seen teams actually take wall break and, you know, try and eliminate the bushes to sort of reduce the effectiveness, because without bushes, Juju just feels like it. Kind of any other thrower, nothing too special. The bell here for me is a little bit of a classic pick, right? And you can, you know, set up defensive zone with those nest eggs, which by the way, you have an unlimited number of now, which is terrifying. So very strong control brawler, and RT of course adds a bit more sharpshooter presence too. I wonder if you see, yeah, Max is banned here. I think BC Gaming would have wanted to go Gene Max here, maybe with the Nani in the mix, but they're gonna have to find something else to pair with this.
It's been interesting to see how teams adjusted to Juju last month. We saw, this is where I was going, Brock's incendiary and the fact that he has now unlimited gadgets, not necessarily for blowing up all the walls, but more for the grass.
The bushes,
because if Juju doesn't have that long range shot over that indestructible wall, at least you're keeping it to closer quarters. That's where she started to struggle last month. So I think it's the 6th pick. This is really good. I was kind of keeping my eye out if Olympus Squad wanted to grab it just so BC Gaming couldn't harness it. The issue for the Brock, Bell, RT certainly have some range, and you still have to shoot the Juju around the walking water, all of that jazz. So I still think there's room for Juju to work with. I think it just made her life a little more difficult now.
Yeah, I mean, again, we are going to see more of those rocket fuels here to break open the map. Perhaps not, yeah, I mean, Loco just has one off the rip, and there it is. Not quite getting all of the bushes, but enough to limit Ice Crow's effectiveness pretty considerably, and you'll notice that the Juju is playing the diagonal against the Nani. So Derp is in a position to not only fend off this Bell, but also make it a little bit hard for Ice Crow to stand as far forward as he would like.
Bell's hugging these walls closely. Gonna have to work those angles real tight. It's really difficult to go into Nani. The sharpshooter counter to all sharpshooters. Now, Kawaii gonna be taking an unnecessary death right there, I think. Really was pressing forward, trying to get aggressive, but just never really had the angle. I mean, the enemy side had enough health points to survive that for sure.
Oh, well, the deforestation initiative has been very successful from BC Gaming. There is a problem for Olympus Squad now, and they're trying to move Ice Crow to a part of the map that has bushes on it. There ain't none. That is brutal stuff. There's a couple of nest eggs set up here for Olympus Squad to try and play from behind, but now Ice Crow is just pretty mid as far as throwers are concerned. Still has access to that slow and can still push up and make use of this indestructible wall, but doesn't have that really ridiculous long range with access to those bushes anymore.
This is what we expected out of Brock, not even necessarily focused on the walls, just trying to take down that grass so Ice Crow can't use the long-range shots. And nasty work coming out of BC Gaming. Several kills going through. We just saw a peep, a pull, everybody landing supers, and now even more grass being destroyed. He didn't even care if that super connected. He's just making sure Juju can't do a thing.
I'm sorry, Olympus Squad are getting pretty ranched on this map. I think the draft from BC Gaming is very, very good, but they've given up a lot of map control. BC Gaming do need to push forward here, maybe hope to build another magic hand. Derp's under pressure, but Hypercharge was popped, and here comes the peep. Ice Crow is in trouble, just standing in the way of the robotic assailant. And it will be a 3-star lead so far for BC Gaming. Now, Derp does have 4 stars on them, so we need to keep this Nani alive if you're a BC Gaming fan. Loco can afford to go down here, but no more than that. Ice Crow's going to be traded out now. It's a 3-star lead with 3 seconds left in the round, but Doritos falls with now a 1-star differential. And BC Gaming will hold on with a pick off on the RT.
Whew, I was holding my breath. That was a close call. Honestly, a little closer than I think BC Gaming would have liked. We saw them definitely win the kill category there, but sometimes that star swing can be a little bit too much. We're going to see the same thing, I think, in game number 2, though, in terms of strategy. Immediately, Brock is going to try and remove the grass. We saw Juju not be much of a factor there, and I think it was really effective at basically making that a 3v2.
There it is once more. Blue Star will be picked up by Ice Crow, as they of course have the shielding to allow for some poke to be taken. You've got to be careful. Derp is a big problem. This Nani is virtually winning every one-to-one matchup, such that Kawa now has been switched to the right-hand side of the map to try and free this Bell up to being more effective on this left side of the map. And here comes Wesley already. Some shots go into Doritos, but I mean, with the magic puffs, Loco, Doritos going to be able to be kept pretty healthy for the time being. Wesley might hope to get a mark on Doritos, and they do, but 68 health, Doritos survives for now.
More grass being deleted from the map. RT forced away as Derp slowly backs it up. Unlimited Evil Spirits is also a really pesky one to deal with, one that I haven't necessarily mentioned, but certainly a little extra utility for getting those finishes, the extra kill. Just one more reason why Gene is a value.
Yeah, Adventure Spirit's so good, and there's no point having a gadget like Lamp Blowout on the map when no one's going to dive on you, so it's just the perfect choice. Just good damage, and also can help you try and regain some map control. Even if you don't get an elimination with the Vengeful Spirits, just the damage sometimes can force the enemy brawlers back and let you back into the map like this.
Peep rearing its ugly head on that right-hand side. Does connect. A nice follow-through. Good assist coming out there, and BC Gaming just seemed to be coordinated. They had a good strategy. That 6-pick Brock really showing its worth, and now they just got to hold on for another 30 seconds. They could be walking out of here with a 2-1 lead.
Doritos has been marked this entire time, but they don't really seem to mind. Kawa still gets picked off, and there's a magic hand available here for the Gene. Wesley looking for an opening, an opportunity, anything that they can find. Hypercharge Super going to come down, but Doritos was already marked, so there's just no real point. Now he's going to hide behind the Brazil, force Kawa to come forward, now expose himself to Loco's damage. He's going to put down in the middle part of the map. It's a Rocket Rain that is deployed. Still 4 stars, the difference now, and Loco does fall. It's traded out for Wesley, though. A 2-for-2 trade in stars. Ice Crow falling. Derp gives over 4, but it's still a 2-star lead. Dorito should stay alive, and even dropping the legs can't get Kawa over the line. Pretty decisive stuff here on Bounty for BC Gaming.
I thought that pull may have been a really tough look there. That could have gotten real unfortunate if RT was able to pop off any more than he had. Gene goes down, made it again a little closer of a call than we would have liked, but nonetheless, it is still BC Gaming getting away with one there. And I think that does come down to the draft. That Brock 6th pick is something that I identified. I think we all kind of saw coming when we saw that Juju first overall in the team not draft it. You're just exposing yourself to make Juju's life difficult. So I know this brawler is good. I know this region's really valuing it right now, but you got to keep in mind the win conditions, and Brock was the perfect one there.
I just want to say one thing. Mr. P was open. The one best, probably, counter to a Gene that you could have. I can only reiterate, I'm so intrigued to see how each region is developing its very own idea of the latest meta. And Mr. P was the 2nd most banned brawler in EMEA, the 3rd most picked brawler in EA. Yet, he's not even banned, he's not picked, he's just, I guess, not that good, right, Uber?
He got 14 bans in EMEA. 14! That is, the only one with more was Hank. We talked about it at the start of the show, right? We even showed that sort of graphic. And yes, there's definitely a preference here to first pick the Juju and try and make her work. But God, she's a little telegraphed, a little readable, I think, on a map like this. And honestly, it could be Brock. It could have been kind of any other brawler with some decent wall break at long range. Brock is just one of the most reliable ways to go. And the problem here is, like, you have a Bell, but at no point are BC Gaming really trying to aggressively take that much map control, because they do respect what the nest egg does. So in the end, you're the one that has to come forward and be aggressive, and you don't have an option to force a fight. You walk your RT up, you walk your Bell up, you get shot in the face by the Nani. Like, it's very, very difficult when they don't have any gap close here. When the map control is given to them, they don't have much to do with it.
Juju was with BC Gaming for map 1 and map 2. The map 3, Olympus Squad tried to do the same, and of course, a team that values that brawler quite highly knows exactly how to counter it. So that Brock definitely was the right idea by them, and they walk out of this now with a 2-1 lead. Now, can the blue team turn things around here? Still Kenny, or is it going to be a 3-1?
I think both of these teams did at least scrim well on this map. I think this map is going to be an interesting one, and I'm really glad you threw out the name Mr. P, because honestly, there was just so much going down in that draft, and we've just seen such a change of scenery and brawler names coming out of this region. Safe Zone, I mean, Juju can definitely work. We've seen her go top of the leaderboard several times now, but there's also a lot of brawlers that this region really loves. They love 8-bit in particular. They love Eve in particular. I've seen BC Gaming whip out the Bell, the Meatball. I mean, we've seen some interesting ones here, so the strategies are limitless for this region.
And just as you mentioned, that Bell is coming in, exactly, Uber. We're gonna head into our draft now. It potentially is already our very last set in this match, so stay tuned.
I mean, gosh, I just looked down at the score and realized that we are in that position where Lipo Squad can't afford to be giving over any more sense. That last showing, I think, for them is going to be pretty deflating. Brock here, pretty reasonable pick, of course. You've got to be able to open up the map a little bit if that's what you choose to do and still give yourself a decent position to play from. Daryl also, a great choice, can obviously really get up towards that safe, and Recoiling Rotator is going to blow up that safe if you can use it correctly. So a solid call here for Olimpo Squad. These are brawlers that I feel like are dictated often by the fact that we're headed over to safe zone. Nothing too spicy, but they might need a little bit extra to get themselves towards that decider set.
Here comes the Juju. Showing up every single set. Every single one of them. And now a Colt too. I mean, that's a lot of damage dealing on that left-hand end.
I mean, looking through the bans, right, some of the expected ones, Judy, no surprise here because she can traverse that water really effectively. Just feels like it gives you some flexibility in a world where, you know, Eve is banned out and as so is Angelo, right? Quite often those brawlers are taken away. Colette also, we've seen be pretty impressive here. So seeing her taken off the map, also not a shock. But this is something that a lot of pro players have claimed, that they feel like it's impossible to ban out all the very powerful brawlers here. We're going to see Carl once more picked up, and that was part of Olimpo Squad's strategy on gem grab. If you remember, he ran a lot into that Melody, couldn't really win out in those 1v1s here, but there's no denying this Olimpo Squad team has some great all-in potential, whereas BC Gaming, great consistent long-range damage, map control, poke, and the ability to keep Olimpo Squad at arm's length.
Colt's got to be a pop-off brawler. Like you mentioned, Bell's not necessarily going to be the instigator for getting your high safe damage. Juju does great at eliminating opponents, not necessarily a high save. So got to look out for Loco here on that left-hand end. But on the right, like you mentioned, Carl, Brock, Daryl, all of them can pummel a high save. Here comes the wall break strategy once again. Incendiary in the mid, and it's going to be Brock versus Doritos on that side. Loco trying to encroach on the enemy lane. And Ice Crow just taking his time with Derp. Derp has plenty of space to work with, especially now that he can walk over water.
Absolutely. And of course, you know, being on water confers the slow to your damage here. So if Ice Crow catches one of those, they are never getting over towards Derp's direction. And Derp's pretty safe here, of course, being able to play from behind there. But on the left side of the map, it's Cower finally able to overwhelm Loco, close the gap, deal with these slightly squishy sharpshooters, and start to mount the pressure here. Wesley, though, not able to do too much to help Daryl, because once you're committed to the middle of the map, there's no going back. And there are 3 nest eggs already set up. Belle has the potential to get out of control if you let her set these up.
And at least the shield's going to be able to embrace all of those. He's chasing her down, and now they're only down to 1 trap. I had the same thought as you. I mean, that's got to be so full with for an enemy side. Successful defense. The blue roster now able to march forward, respond with a little bit of damage on their own, and this truly is a neck and neck.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a close one. Rocket Rain was used there by Olimpo Squad to get a big amount of safe damage, but this team composition for BC Gaming, in theory, is great for that map control. Cower can't afford to be going down there, but really had nowhere to hide. Once again, you commit to the middle of the map, you really can't turn back. You tuck yourself in the corner and hope to God that no one picks you off. Here comes that hypercharge from Cower, looking pretty scary here. Number of those dashes used to close the gap, and Ice Crow now is on the save. This is getting a little bit scary. Notice the incendiary field's also starting to burn down. BC Gaming down to 26% on their safe. Loco's got to do more than this, but the Bullet Storm whiffs past the entirety of Olimpo Squad, and Cower, Wesley able to step forward and deal with the offending Colt.
If you're going to play a control comp, you have to play perfectly, and the defense, while good at the beginning of the game, certainly has not held through. Now it's a dive forward. Daryl marching in. 2 nest eggs with perfect precision trip them up. Doritos grabs the kill. Still a lot of work to be done, though, for the blue side.
Yeah, where's the damage output here for BC Gaming? They want to lay it thick on this safe, but they may not have the time. It's going to come down to this Colt getting in position. Cower, though, has to be dealt with first. He's blown up by a Bullet Storm. Gregory here controls the map, forces Ice Crow back, and now we're down to 12 seconds left of the round. It's a hypercharge pop for Doritos, and here comes Cower with the invulnerability off spawn, able to take the first hit of damage, and Loco has to ignore them, but we're in a straight up base race, and Ice Crow is going to sit tight on this safe and bring it down to 0.
Well played here from Olimpo Squad. Felt like they were in control pretty much the whole time there. I know we had a little bit of a base race there at the end, but the lead was already substantial enough. And this is the issue I think that we get into sometimes. I feel like Heist is a really tricky game mode to draft into, because sometimes in Pro Brawl Stars, you get fixated on the matchups. Am I going to win my 1v1 lanes? And you forget the big picture. You gotta play the game mode. Bell a good brawler, Juju a good brawler. Colt's really their only pop-off potential, so if they even have a small leakage on the defensive end, Ice Crow, Daryl, Brock, all of these are very legitimate sources of damage, so if they're not playing perfectly, it's probably not gonna work out.
Crow posturing aggressively. Here comes Coward. There is a nest egg, but he's able to avoid it for the time being. Derp finds good damage up close. The slow on those shots really making a difference. Ice Crow caught in the corner. Grigri unfortunately deployed onto a double incendiary field, so loses most of its health basically instantly, but it gives a foothold for BC Gaming to get back into the map. But Tower is deep on them here. Doritos has to respect the threat of the Daryl, especially without a super to mark him and get that damage air. But here comes Cower straight over the body of water. Doritos and Derp have to double back and deal with it, but a recoiling rotator leaves its mark on the safe.
Fancy footwork coming out of Loco. Able to stay up for a pretty long time here. Now he's taking advantage of the indestructible wall. Look at the jukes coming out of the young man. Ice Crow going down on the right-hand side. Nest Egg trips up another one. Doritos and Loco popping off. And all of this work has still only equated to about 48%. They're going to have to hold this for the remainder of the game if they even want a chance.
If they can keep Loco in this position, though, I think it's going to be curtains for Limpo squad in this round. The damage output has been extreme. Cower here can't afford to face down the Bullet Storm. And now there's Nest Egg starting to again stack up in mid. Cower eats yet another one. He's also marked up. There's so much that is shutting down this tank presence of Daryl. With a minute left in the round, BC Gaming have a healthy lead for now.
Now they're going to have to work on defense once again. This is the first time the BC Gaming squad have lost their footing. It's a gadget going out. A super not quite connecting as much as Loco would have wanted. Derp has to fall back for now, and Ice Crow has a hypercharged super ready. Fights going down, left hand in, back and forth. Red roster survive. Carl diving in. And all of the damage that Olimpo squad have done have essentially been equated. Just a small lead now for BC Gaming.
Some desperation here coming out from Wesley, and hypercharged Rocket Rain to cover up the mid, but Doritos ignores it. He does not care. He's able to pepper this safe down bit by bit as Ice Crow eats a slow. That could be risky. One false step here from Olimpo squad and it's over. Here comes Grigri. Derp gets aggressive coming forward now as Wesley's got no room to breathe. This is going to be a tied upset now as BC Gaming get value out of that high damage sharpshooter presence in the mid.
Match point now for BC Gaming. And now we've seen both sides. We've seen how for each end. In the game number one, we saw it come down to a base race, just constantly applying pressure. They were able to get to the other end, and they find ways between Daryl rolls, Brock supers, whatever it takes just to cycle in that damage. In game two, the mechanics out of BC Gaming were unbelievable. The slows coming out of Derp, out of the nest egg from the Doritos, and Loco is popping off on that high safe. Really is anybody's game.
It's so oppressive. Once the architecture can get put together for BC Gaming, it's so hard for Cower to get through them. The question is, can Olimpo squad make use of the window now before those nest eggs are actually set up? They need some damage to actually get into the map here, and Derp is being a real nuisance. Cower here coming forward, able to make use of that super to close the gap and now get onto the safe, and Doritos has to turn around and deal with the threat. Does connect at least a mark, which does cut Cower's life short, whereas Derp has not been able to put any safe damage down here. Can't quite get close enough and doesn't have the bush to increase that range, so for now just wants to poke at the defenders.
BC with a weak early game. I feel like a major disadvantage. Look at Ice Crow cycle through. Because they were able to establish control last time all these nest eggs get placed, they have complete control, and Loco's able to continue his high safe damage down. Right now, though, it's Wesley and his teammates popping off. A rare miss coming out of a hypercharged super from Doritos. And once again, a Daryl dash forward. A lot of damage equating because of it. Here comes the hypercharge from Loco, dual wielding right now, pummeling that high safe and doing anything he can to help his team surge in a comeback.
Seriously good damage, but Doritos wasn't able to set up a nest egg, so Cower just comes forward, and Loco going down to Leslie. Lost so cheaply. Here comes Olimpo squad now with two brawlers with gap close abilities and Brock who can open up the map. Now with a hypercharged super ready to rain down on this safe. Doritos caught between two incendiary fields. A Venn diagram of murder as Cower coming forward now, and the pressure on the safe is going to be too much. It's Olimpo squad taking us to a decider.
Set 5. Honestly, what I expected to see here, I know the people at home weren't necessarily a 50-50 vote, but this is a really good couple of teams here. This is a big opportunity as well. Both of these teams made a semifinal last month, and now they can take advantage, give themselves those extra points to push forward. This is exactly what we expect to see, what we love to see, and now that it comes down to a set 5, I think both of these teams are going to put up a real fight. This is going to be a close call.
You know, I'm not mad about that at all. I always want to see a bit more Brawl Stars, so if we get to see a set 5, you know, I'm happy. We had this matchup once before. Juju is now back with BC Gaming, Carl on the side of Olympus Squad, and this time around, Olympus Squad actually turned things around. In round 2, Kenny, BC took what you said to heart. You gotta play the game on to focus on the objective. They did put everything they had on that save, yet in round 3, they got stopped again.
It really came down to that early game for me. And sometimes it's just something that resonates with me, at least, is we don't focus on the big picture. Bell and Juju, super frustrating to deal with. You saw it in game 2. BC Gaming established control, get the nest egg down. They got Derp who can float over that water. And once you're floating over that water, you drop slowing down shots. So it was kind of a chokehold on a Limpo squad. But in game number 3, it was the same thing we saw in game 1. They escape. They use their utility, the Carl dashes. We've got Daryl who can roll forward. They found ways to escape and crack through the enemy line. And it was just too much to handle at that point. I think Olympus Squad's comp much more built for aggression compared to the BC Gaming side.
Aggression is sometimes what you need for Heist now heading into set 5, though aggression maybe not is the answer. For Knockout, you just want to stay alive for as long as possible. There's no respawn after all, so let's see what they're going to show us here. If I had to guess here, and what I have on my bingo card is Juju.
No, oh God.
Whoa.
Sorry.
Whoa.
She really did it. I'm sorry.
Juju did 10 times less safe damage than anybody else in the game in that last game, by the way. Like, only 5,600 for the whole set. That is crazy to me. There was no bushes for her to abuse. I guess here it's a little bit of a different story, but I mean, there are so many options. I do like the cheeky sprout that comes out on this map to shut down one of those lanes, of course. I've seen Surge to try and dive down on this map, and of course, plenty of those sharpshooters in the mix here. Ban-wise, we see both teams don't want to deal with the Gene. It can just really be a great equalizer when it comes to these knockout game modes, and Hank will be dealt with via a ban of BC Gaming.
Want some thing like the Grey to get your aggressive brawlers in. Ollie is going to come out as first pick. He's one of the best brawlers in the game right now, but he needs something to close the gap between himself and his opponents, or they just played really slowly. In Knockout, you can also just wait for the smoke to come in from the sides, Kenny.
Hypnosis is such a huge factor here. I don't really mind the Ollie first overall pick. Anytime you have to draft a tank first overall, you have to be a little careful. But if they want to go something like a Lou who has some medium range, they can just go sharpshooter on the other end. I definitely think there's potential and a lot of flexibility that comes with this Ollie pick. Kit going to be on the other end. Kit combos are still fierce, man. Another month and Kit is still feared by these pros. Curious to see what they pair this with. Traditionally, it could be something like a Daryl, and having a shotgun brawler into the Derp Ollie could be powerful. It's a nasty comp. I don't know. I'm not ruling it out by any means.
Yeah, we've seen before. We've seen Kit Daryl sometimes with brawlers that can change the map and shut down sharpshooter lines, so it's kind of hard to just punish. And then the Kit can also just throw those yarn balls over walls if you have a Sprout in the comp. And we saw that from Luminosity a lot last year on these kind of maps in that North American region. How did BC Gaming pair with this? Because Ollie says to me, at some point, maybe not straight away, we do want to straight up just go all in. It's like the old Buster comps we used to see with like the Max and Buster would just charge super for when the gas closed in there, like a deterministic, inevitable late game strategy. We'll see what BC Gaming look to pair here with this Ollie. The Lou does come down, so you have an unbelievable amount of crowd control. The stun pressure is immense, but is there enough damage to back it up?
Lou is something definitely on my mind. Anytime you see Ollie or just any general tank right now, Lou has been a direct answer, one of the better tank counters in the game. So I think they're just trying to make sure they avoid that matchup and maybe a little preventative as well. Olympus Squad clearly eyeing towards something aggressive. We do see teams get a little tricky with this sometimes, though. They'll go Kit early. They pair it with a support brawler. So when you got the double support on the map, that's exactly what you're expecting. But on the right-hand end, they could shock us a little bit. I've seen some wild tanks come out of this region. There's some aggro brawlers that could certainly shake things up a little bit. Barry is somebody that has not gotten as much love this month, but I still think is an incredible brawler. Just the utility he brings, a little bit of crowd control as well, the healing, the ability to easily get that super, I think all makes him a very threatening choice.
God, we've seen so many different map types in Brawl Stars that have benefited Barry combining with any sort of tank. Not to mention a tank here in the Ollie that, while maybe lacking in damage, really has the ability to go all in. The hypercharge for Barry is pretty absurd as well. You can cover a huge amount of ground, with, of course, that ice cream. It's a comp that really has like a lot of good damage over time. But burst damage, I wouldn't quite say it's necessarily there for BC Gaming, but they just have to outlast this Olympus Squad team who have gone for something a little more risky, a little more aggressive. They've rounded out their comp with a Rico.
Yeah, I'm trying to put this all together. We see Kit, Byron, and so obviously, what else would you expect? It's a Rico, obviously, guys. No, there's no Juju. We've deviated from the entire strategy that we've had for 4 straight sets, and now we're putting it up to fate with some really interesting compositions. Lou, Ollie, very known factors. Rico, a long time brawler on this map, and we're going Kit blind. Very interesting stuff, and it is going to determine who makes our semifinals here today.
Again, at least Kit has an unlimited number of those cardboard box charges, so Kawa always has the threat of creeping up on you from the shadows. Doritos definitely respects it here. Obviously, Ollie doesn't really do a lot of damage, but can poke reasonably well. In fact, better than most tanks in that position can. It does appear the BC Gaming are more than happy to let the game come to them.
Everybody just taking their time right now. Want a piece of a super, some extra utility, and Doritos giving it to him a little bit here. Nice dodge, but Derp's going to be able to charge up as well. Every damage that a teammate takes, he's just going to be able to charge up that super passively. So he's got one in the tank. Doritos looking for one as well. That's a couple big-time tags. Wesley going to have to fall back here for a moment. They do have Kit to back themselves up, but once this fog starts to close in, I think that's where we're really going to see all the action go down.
I can see it happening. Doritos diving in with a super, Derp as well, super covering the map. It's just going to be healing available for BC Gaming. Ooh, they try and dive in on the Ollie. You're absolutely kidding me. Kawa doesn't have any backup for the rest of their team, though. Wesley doesn't have a sideline whatsoever, and instead just decides to succumb to the gas.
I don't know about that one, Chief. I mean, we've got a healer and Ollie with 12,000 health points. You got to make sure that you can secure that kill quickly. That was something they didn't have in their back pocket. Kit forced away. Byron giving him a little extra heals. The good news is Olimpo squad, full house. They have 3 supers, a hypercharge as well. He's going to pop it right now. Tries to catch Doritos off guard. All he can muster is about half an HP. The good news is they do have complete control of this map, and now BC are going to have to respond.
Plenty of healing there, though, for BC, and they have the hard engage option with this Ollie. Derp's also built a hypercharge now, so BC Gaming are ready to throw down. Derp goes forward, really trying to force a fight there, but it's all too easy for Kawa to just step away, disengage. The map control has been regained by BC Gaming.
BC group up together. Couple supers available. They got Hypnosis. They can drop some heals on the ground with the berry, but the other end, now we have a super thrower on the map. Changes things up a little. Them away. Rico with the super available. Flashing it. Eyeing down the enemy side. Just waiting for this opportunity. A Byron heal kicks in. Honestly, a really good one considering that they've got the berry already down, so they're not going to be able to take advantage for now. Doritos low HP. Trying to hold on. A stun going through and some musical notes to his grave. Still crowd control available for the red side. Doritos 1v1. And he will clutch up. The stun goes through and BC Gaming are on match point.
Doritos really gave us quite a shock there. He actually realizes that the Kit is coming at the bottom left off the screen, so he hits that gadget, goes over the top. It looks like Kit was hoping to dive in again and shut that Ollie down. It ends up being a trade elsewhere on the map, but Doritos built super from dealing with the pesky feline and is able to go in to finish the round. It was drawn out, Kenny, I won't lie, but it was an explosive finish to make up for it.
All those stuns just are so valuable. Everybody's only got 1 life in this game mode, so the fact that they have abilities through Lou, through Ollie, to completely send enemies into a hole similar to a Kit super, and now they're going to be dueling here. That's the kill that they needed. Love that Wesley was there to coordinate with Kawe. They get the Kit stun, then Rico fires with the heavy DPS, and now BC Gaming are on the back heel.
Yeah, I mean, Derp trying to go for a gadget heal there, but it wasn't enough to keep the Ollie in the game, and now BC Gaming probably realize their strategy is a little anemic. They don't really have a game plan now. And that's probably what Olimpo Squad are targeting Ollie for. As long as someone is able to follow up on that Kit dive, they should be able to turn it into a free pick.
That's something they were eyeing in that round number 1 of game 1, I believe, but just couldn't quite pull off this time. Much more successful. Barry having the heals down as well was a good eye on the Kit, a good attempt, but 2v3 situation, the numbers just weren't with them, so they need to watch out for these early picks. That's what Olimpo Squad did really well in this first round.
2 supers up here for Olimpo Squad, Kenny. It's scary for BC Gaming. The combo of Kit diving and also a Byron super thrown in over the top basically guarantees elimination as well. There's lots of 1-2 punch combos available for the red side now as they hope to take a game around back in this set. But BC Gaming are in no hurry. As per usual, they want to give Olimpo Squad enough rope here to put themselves in a dangerous position. But Doe comes forward. Hypercharge thrown out here. Okay, well, blown to smithereens ultimately. They're by that Rico, and now player advantage for Olimpo Squad. Oh, well, that's a head scratcher, that one.
I think we both had the same reaction. It was just kind of, I don't know about that one. And now Doritos gonna have to clutch up in the 1v3. Does get the first few tags, but ultimately going to have to really pop off here, and not quite enough. Olimpo Squad take advantage of it. A couple mistakes, we'll call them, coming out of BC Gaming, and this is all tied up.
This is South American Brawl Stars, folks. I warned you guys, I told you guys off the rip, this was a really close game, a hard game to call, a 50-50, and now these two teams have pushed themselves all the way to a double match point here. Will it be Olimpo squad, who seem to have the better with this comp with a very high burst damage from the Rico and the lockdown potential of the kit, or will this Ollie with high sustain look prevail?
Heavy pressure for both of these teams. Really need to find some success here. Only one Brawl Cup spot available for this region. Both of these in the middle last month, and now dueling a jump away from Kit with some interesting angles going down. It's looking more left to right than usual.
Yeah, I mean, dangerous stuff there for Cowell, but able to use a super to get to a teammate. Doritos did use a gadget to try and engage, so Olimpo squad need to expose themselves a little bit there. Once again, BC Gaming hoping to taunt them into an overextension. Usually the kid is the one that's looking to start these fights off. Wesley barely gets away with his life there. Loco able to, contribute some, relatively meaningful damage, and Ice Crow's going to be stunned up here. Come BC Gaming now. It's Calvert trying to dive in, make it a 1-for-1. But on top of the ice cream fields, it's not enough for Calvert to dive in, and Wesley was not quite ready to follow up.
Woo, there's some close interactions there. I mean, just a couple moments changed everything. The Lou freeze onto Byron was just enough to grab a kill. And they nearly had enough from that Kit Rico combo to do something special. Now we'll reset. Round number 2, BC Gaming taking advantage for now. Using Derp, the only thrower right now on the map, unless we get a pseudo one out of Kit. We take advantage of just hiding behind these walls.
Ice Crow, in his own right, becomes a thrower with that super, but it's that window that needs to be exploited here. Surely a combination between this kid and Byron would yield results. But Olimpo squad just want to control the map here. They don't want to allow Doritos to get within striking distance. They can't allow the Ollie to set up for an easy multi-connection. Off that hypnotism, excuse me. It's going to Cower backing up a little bit, flashing the super now. Of course, there is threat here for Olimpo squad. They can basically go in at their own volition, but there's 2 supers up on BC Gaming side too.
Calm before the storm, and now it's unleashed. Doritos diving in. The same can be said for Big Super going down. The insta-freeze eradicates every member of Olimpo squad, and it's down to Ice Crow here. He's going to have to pull up a 3v1, but it's no good. BC Gaming survive, advance, and will be in our semifinals.
I am not interested in anybody gloating about their prediction if you predicted BC Gaming, because that is about as close as it gets. You can put a tissue over these 2 teams. They are that competitive with one another. And it's heartbreaking to have to see Olimpo squad depart from our competition so early on. But BC Gaming, man, they look to be the real deal. They've only built on the success they started with last month, and we're also seeing why they were so dominant in the monthly qualifier too.
Yeah, I really feel like this is the perfect introduction into today's region, though. The first quarterfinal goes down to the very last set, and this describes this South America better than anything else, Mitch.
I mean, it's so frustrating. If you care about predictions, it's rough. If you care about great Brawl Stars, though, you are in the right place. Olimpo squad came with what I thought was the riskier comp, right? It didn't have inbuilt healing. It didn't really have this inevitability around the Lou stun, but you saw it was built to counter what Olimpo squad are trying to do, right? They see the kit dive in, a Loco instantly hypercharged supers to lock down 2 of those Olimpo squad brawlers, and from there's no way they're going to get themselves out of being put on ice.
Yeah, you two talked about this quite often, this lockdown, abilities to put the brawlers out of commission for a short time, like with the Kid and the Ollie. Why is this so important, Kenny?
Well, in Knockout especially, you only get 1 life. I mean, normally you can recycle, come back from spawn, but in this, if you get frozen, these pro players know what they're doing. You saw it there as well, the communication through the roof. So the second that you get a stun with Kit, with the Lou super, the ice rink sealed the deal. That's one of the reasons that Lou's been so valuable in general. If you can just freeze an enemy, not let them do a thing, professional players are going to hit their shots. That's a freebie every time.
I said upset is going to be our word of the day. I wouldn't call this an upset yet, but Mitch, let's have a look at what matchups still are yet to come and which ones could be less close ones.
I mean, I'm upset because it wasn't the best of 7, personally. Also because I got the prediction wrong.
Fair.
But look, going further down the list, so, I mean, you might not recognize like all of these names. If you watched this last month, you will know most of these. Do not be fooled. Loud and Casa Brawl are by no means favorites in this bracket. They had to qualify through the lower bracket, as we talked about. Teams like Algum Segura, BC Gaming, they handed these massive L's to your previous top SA teams coming through. So there is, I mean, do we have to call it an upset if Algum Segura were to beat Loud here? I feel like the level of this region is just so high, and we're seeing untold depth from South America that is also anyone's game, but I kind of had to put my chips with the known quantity in Loud.
it is still going to be a very interesting day overall. We only are through the first quarterfinal. Now, Kenny, always very important. Who do you feel like got the MVP vote from the people at home?
I think it's a tough call. I don't think there was necessarily one. Okay, well, I guess it's Doritos. I don't know who. I guess Uber cheated on his homework.
I didn't ask
No
Uber.
way he was that smart. No way he would do
Toby
that.
was mewing the whole series. Bro, that's how
you're
you
right.
get
That's
the
what
votes, by
takes
the
me
way.
an MVP. That's a good point. It's the camera presence. It's the camera presence. I should have known. I should have known.
I mean, also he was kind of farming, so that might have helped his case a little bit there as well. But Doritos is sick. He's often playing what I feel like is the centerpiece brawler in a lot of their comps, the sort of the failure point, right? The guy that basically needs to pop off in order for his team to win. So he's showing some great leadership out there and a well-deserved MVP.
So we got into this first quarterfinal with a 3-2 overall. Now we're going to head into the second one. Let's see if it's going to be just as close or maybe a bit more dominant. Agum Segura versus Loud. We're going to see you in a second.
Meu brawler preferido de agora tá sendo a Piper, porque os delegados dela tá muito legais de ser usados e você acaba matando bastante personagens que tem pouca vida.
Oli, 100%, me parece el mejor brawler del juego y me encanta, porque es un brawler muy fuerte para todo. Es un tanque que le puede dar a antitanques, por el tema de que cuando usa su ulti para hipnotizar puede saltar y es counter de todo.
Un brawler que siempre me ha gustado mucho jugar ha sido la Melody. Me gusta mucho por su movilidad, también me gusta el diseño del brawler y es muy divertido jugarlo y también porque puede remontar muchas partidas fácilmente.
And we're back with the March Monthly Finals now in South America. Day 3 already. Kenny, we'll catch up with you soon. For now, we get ready on the mic. And I assume you watched the first match ready. What were you most amazed by?
I gotta say the comeback and also some of the like mechanics, especially with things being concealed. Just one moment that really stuck out to me was on Heist, Carl hiding his gadget for so long to spring out with a flying hook at the perfect moment. Just one things about that match that really stood out to me.
I would have expected a heat ejector there as well. Usually that's what you want to pick on Heist, but this region has surprised us with not just this one thing, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, I love that idea. Like you are bringing a Carl to try and dive on that Juju, but there were so many sick things we saw in that previous game. Look, we were a little confused by some of the drafting, right? If we going by what we saw over in EMEA, I think our expectations definitely got turned on their head, and there's such a priority in this region still on Juju, who we've seen be very good and also really not very impactful whatsoever. And I'm curious, Sonny, whether these two teams have a similar take. Loud, I hope they have done their homework on this Algum Segura team because they are dangerous.
think so too. I mean, they're bringing a couple new people to the Brawl as well. We got Golden, who formerly played on a different team. He played on iWorlds last month. Then Rate of Foot, who also stepped in last month. So been more of an unknown quantity, especially with Tufa departing this.
I want to have a look at this next matchup. We want to highlight that a bit more. Algam Segura's surprising sweep against the reigning champs Brawl in the March qualifiers is another upset, a word that I like to use a lot today.
And I wonder if, look, again, when we see a shift in meta, there's like a real opportunity for those up-and-coming teams to take sets and matches away from the old blood that may be a little bit too slow to adapt and to adopt some of the new strategies that are, are finding success. But if you're Loud, you're looking at this, David, who already took down one of the Goliaths in this region, and now these wannabe giant killers are looking at their next top team going, God, we would love to send you guys packing out of the tournament at this point. A 3-0, it is a qualifier, right? But these are important games. It wasn't like a close 3-2. No, it was 3-0 over Brawl for Algam Segura. So this Loud team, they've been around the block. They've been around for so long. They're probably one of the most experienced teams in this region and honestly in this part of the world in general. So you got to expect them to have something ready for these up-and-comers.
I would argue that, honestly, these should be some of the names that you are familiar with. If you've even only exclusively consumed the World Finals, it has been quite a challenge for them to compete on the world stage, but there is no doubt that within this region, they are among the best. What they didn't manage to do last month, though, was bring it all the way home. They're signed with a partnered org now. There are a lot of expectations before them, and they came second in a really, really close match that came all the way down to the last set. And then in those qualifiers also fell into some weird circumstances where they, along with the other top 4 seeds, went down in the lower bracket.
The expectations are very high, so they need some experience to deal with that nervousness, maybe. K-Dog, Firecrone, Adinho, a very strong roster. 2 of them have been playing together for a very long time, Mitch.
I mean, look at these names. I mean, did INTZ run at Worlds? Although, there's an asterisk on this because they were actually playing remotely, but they came out of nowhere to make top 4 at that tournament. That is 4 years ago. We've seen Adinho on Chasmat Gaming BR. Kyodog, really, well-known player. Aphelion and AC Milan Clash, of course, Clash Esports in 2023. And then last year, we, of course, saw, SSG, who, moved to the South American region, make it to Worlds, but I think it's safe to say expectations were low for South America at Worlds last year, and that was mostly justified. They didn't really make a deep run. We got to see some up-and-comers, right? That Queso team, for example. We got to see what Foot were working on, but there's another big step that needs to be taken by this region before they're taken truly seriously on the world stage, and it all starts in games like this.
Algam Segura had a great run already last month. They could have maybe gotten further. In the end, it was a 3-2 versus Loud, so it's actually a rematch here, but they have a new player amongst their rows. We talked about it before. Tufa is not playing with them today, except instead it's Golden. Ready? Do you feel like today that's why they're going to beat Loud?
I can't say so with confidence, right? Because previously Golden was playing for iWorlds. That roster, the furthest they made it was, like 1 round away from the finals in the lower bracket, and that's where they got 3-0'd by their opponent. So I don't know if it's going to be like the supreme difference maker, but he's certainly going to be an X factor. That doesn't mean that it's going to be the thing that makes them win. It just means it's an unknown as of yet.
With Golden, they managed to win 3-0 against Brawl in the monthly qualifiers. Can they do the same now in the finals against Loud? And of course, we wouldn't be in South America if our draft wouldn't start with Juju, Mitch.
We're doing it again. That's fine. I mean, Algam Segura have really surprised me because I don't know what team is supposed to get better after losing a player like Tufa. That is one of those ex-INTZ alumni, Chasmat Gaming BR player. He's been around for so long. So this really is the year of the young blood in this region. Algam Segura see this, pretty standard Juju pick. We're going to Dueling Beetles here. So obviously, Juju can be pretty strong here. The safe zone, is covered in bushes unless they are going to be cleared. Algam Segura might need to come up with a strategy to clear that. I don't think Brock is out of the question as a brawler that can work here. We often see Brock taken into a side lane on Dueling Beetles, and then he can try and break some of those bushes down. Griff also allows you to bring some wall break into the game, and Cashback is a super that covers basically the point itself. So really high damage with the piggy bank gadget can start to break the map open and make it harder for Juju to be a nuisance.
It's also an effective way for dealing with tanks, which are very much in the meta right now, especially as we have observed in our first match of the day. And it's got to be knocking around in Loud's head right now. Are they going to go for something like a Frank, potentially? They also do have some real potential to go for some kind of turret brawler as well. Here comes the Bell. Should be pretty good for marking up any high health individuals. I don't know how effective it will be for holding the point beyond just having those nest eggs, which, look, that you have infinite number of them theoretically now, but it's still going to take a while to actually get those on the point. Meeple is going to be the raw damage here, and that is going to be the way that they stave off some of these aggro brawlers, since you have a quite spammable gadget that is able to negate all kinds of different abilities.
Yeah, and getting to interact with, a team that is in control of the point without putting yourself in harm's way and sort of having to step out in the open can be quite effective. But by and large, this is not a durable composition for Loud here. They are, pretty squishy and don't really want the fight to be taken to them. So Algum Segura now, it's all face up to them. Loud's strategy. How do they sort of want to tie this together? They've got great presence here, and yet Mortis just wants to get into this backline and punish them. Algum Segura decide we don't really have the ability to, to wall break or get rid of, the grass to try and shut down the Juju. So we're going to take the fight to her instead. And just like we talked about, this Loud comp isn't necessarily mobile. They aren't necessarily going to want to have someone get up in their face like this Mortis. So, and of course the Stu can do that to some degree as well. So very aggressive comp from this young team.
I'm concerned for how this Mortis is going to execute, because you are going to be facing a Meeple that has a really large stun. Now, you are facing against a Bell that is able to do practically nothing in close range, and then of course there is the Juju, which is not as helpless as she might seem. Yes, she is a thrower, but she can auto-aim that shot down to the ground pretty quickly. Firecrow and Dino combine to completely eliminate Right of Foot. Down goes Golden, and the last pin to fall is Brabao, who's now retreated on the right side to hopefully start another push with the squad. There's one on the left, and down goes Kyodog, and Algame Segura are back on the point.
Yeah, so much of the map has opened up here, and Algum Segura have the ability just to keep throwing themselves at this, right? Just have a player on the point at all times if you can. Break the map open so you don't get the oppressive impact of Meeple, for example, but also just that Juju abusing the walls against you. Raiderfoot has no backup, though, when he dives on in there, and justifiably he's blown to smithereens in a matter of seconds. Golden, got to be removed. Meeple's, pretty scary once they're able to line them up, of course. And the gadget is pretty devastating. So Raiderfoot here might want to wait a second longer before trying to go for this initiation, and has no way to build super.
It's just trying to bait out some of these abilities. It's working. Distracted on the right side allows Golden to come in with the super. Get some pretty serious damage, but not any presence on the point at all. Kyodog shutting things down. It doesn't seem like there's really much of any potential for Algame Segura to get in here. They want to hide behind this indestructible wall. Firecrow's got the super ready. Golden is outranged against both Firecrow and Kyodog, especially with the wall broken down. And why not throw a super over there? It's not going to do anything, but they've already won this game.
Yeah, I mean, there is no way you're coming back into this one for Algame Segura. Tough stuff there for these up-and-comers. Is Loud just ease into a very solid controlling strategy. Like you mentioned, trying to close the gap on Meeple is dangerous because Rage Quit stuns you for longer based on how low the Meeple actually is. So your Mortis, you know that you're going to need a little bit more help, I think, sometimes if you want to run roughshod through the backline, and you called it. Coming into this, Reddy, you raised the concern of whether the Mortis would be enough here to get deep into the backline, and so far, it's not.
Well, getting deep positionally for sure, but not going to be making any impact. Did provide enough of a distraction to allow Algame Segura to at least get on this point. Got 2 kills now, with Golden snapping up at Dino there on the left side, and now Loud have to go back to the basics. This is an opportunity also to blow up some walls. Looks like they opted to break open some of those bushes in mid as well. Rate of Foot coming in, trying to cause a distraction, but yet again, Firecrow has the Rage Quit ready. It's not going to be very possible for Mortis to get much value until he gets that Hypercharge, which is a really, really long while from now.
Firecrow here, once again, able to stun up Raiderfoot, who has to sheepishly back away to their side of the map. However, Algame Segura have been cycling a brawler on the point at all times for this entire round so far, and so have themselves a nice little lead. The pressure being generated there by Raiderfoot, though, does get shut down as Kyodog just wins that roar. And now we'll be able to step forward and set up potentially a nest egg in that, pretty aggressive position now. And now Mortis probably has to try go for the right side of the map. But Firecrow, of course, throws a super down, now can shoot through those indestructible boxes, and it's the same game plan as we saw in the previous round ready. Loud now have the range, they have the map opened up, they have the nest egg set up here, and it's a double slow here as Raiderfoot has to go deep here with that lifeblood, and again, pulls up short.
Real potential for him to make an impact now because he does have that hypercharge. Just going to have to earn his super. And he's going to have to do it in one push. Here it comes onto Adinho. There's a hypercharge. The bats are out, but he couldn't cycle it. There's the second one. Needs to get in range of Firecrow, but Firecrow has that gadget ready. And he knew. He tried to keep the distance from Dog, but it didn't do him any good. Just a few more percent to go for Loud, and only 2 brawlers to make a difference from Algame Segura. That'll do it for Loud. With that wall broken open on the left side, it was GG from there on out.
Yeah, and you could see that Algame Segura wanted to break open the map a little bit themselves. They wanted to, find a way to clear things out. But their composition was one outside of the Griff that wanted to engage, that wanted to get the Mortis in a position. That was the pivotal brawler here. And unfortunately, there was one situation, Sonny, where there's a good hypercharge from the Mortis, and there is an elimination as a result of that. But you only go 1 for 1 in the end, and it's a strategy that falls flat.
And as you mentioned before, the Mortis couldn't really engage in the end because of the high DPS. Meeple always just waiting for him to come up. Griff opening up the map there at the left helped Dog and the Bell to constantly keep the opponents at a distance in the first round. Then a better started to the second round, yet still Algame Segura just couldn't really do anything with the comp. That was a draft if, in my opinion.
Look at the DPS. Yeah. That is... it's brutal. I get it. You have, you've got Stu and you've got Mortis. You have a very obvious game plan. There's a real strategy. But I'm sorry, but the Meeple gadget is disgusting at shutting you down, just stopping you in your tracks, and then just, nest eggs being thrown out. I do really think that Belle is back in a big way now with this change to gadget. She is so effective at controlling the map and blowing up those tanks or high health brawlers like the Mortis tends to be here. Look at Dog. Dodging that super there, always maintaining safe position. That's years and years of Brawl experience right there.
Raiderfoot had some shining moments, but in the end, the Mortis just didn't really work out. I usually like to see those new and fresh ideas coming in. We saw Shade, for example, on East Asia. I don't think it's the Mortis, though.
I think in this current meta, there isn't really a lot of room for the new stuff to sort of rear its head, especially here. When we talk about composition, I think Loud, this is going to be a little harsh, but I think Loud had a composition. I think Algame Segura had a handful. They had a smattering of ideas that didn't really form anything to have an anti-tank.
Concept of a plan.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Your president, yes.
Yeah, but no execution there. An assassin, we have an anti-tank, we have Stu, that'll be able to do something against Lou, who wasn't banned. Oh, wait, he wasn't picked. Okay, that it isn't really going to do much anymore. But they're going to lead with the Stu once again. We're on Gym Fort, so the game has changed. It'll actually be a viable gym carrier.
We are at least having bans targeted at the Hank and Ollie here. Of course, 2 brawlers who, on Gem Fort are pretty incredible. The Hank can interact basically with the entire Gem Well area without stepping into that zone himself. You'll notice all these brawlers with basically area of effects that roughly approximate the middle part of the map have been taken away. B gets picked up here. I think she gets a really nice quality of life increase behind that hypercharge that now allows her Iron Hive super to fork. And we know, of course, a Rattled Hive gadget can be quite effective now that you can spam it. Nobody is safe, not behind those walls, not ever. So pretty powerful. Also, a team that wants to try and run at you. Honey Molasses is such a great option for a mid who wants to sneak away from a Stu that tries to get her in his sights.
I think the biggest strength of B right here in this meta is that Rattled Hive is super, super spammable. And this was actually her strength before. When you did see B played, it was like, okay, well, we're going to use all 3, or, if you go for the gear, we're going to use all 4 of the Rattled Hives right off the beginning so we can get mid control and then never let it go. Now, okay, you can't spam them as much, but it's going to be over the course of the entire game. So it's the big thing that makes her viable here. And yes, you can go on to Honey Molasses if you need to block a crucial shot or something like that. Now here comes Ashe. Ashe is going to be effective against any type of tank that tries to sneak in there. I think it should be noted also Juju will struggle if some of these walls are broken down, so there is a potential for Loud to maybe secure themselves a little bit with some wall break, and also to pair that up with the B, a Griff wouldn't be like a horrible option here.
Yeah, again, something that you know, Loud can sort of sit on here and wait till they see the entire draft from Algum Segura. Remember, this is the team that beat Casa Brawl 3-0 in order to qualify for these monthly finals. These guys are no slouches. The Buzz is going to come in here, of course. Again, a tank that maybe doesn't have the raw output that could, you know, compare to Ash, but the stopping power of that super is going to be very, very important, especially if those walls stay up. You do need a component of this composition that can take the fight to the enemy gem carrier. Once again, Algum Segura draft a team with 2 gap-closing brawlers. They had better hope that they can get close enough without being blown up, because that Mortis and Stu strategy in the previous map fell flat.
Some method of escaping, I think, is the way to go into this Buzz. Barry, okay, and see, look, Barry is able to escape with his super. He's able to knock you back with his gadget. I don't anticipate this will happen, but it is very possible that he manages to get that gadget right as Buzz is grappling up next to him and avoids the stun entirely. If that happens, then that will, like, blow my socks off. But but that is also the caliber of mechanics that you come to expect from Loud, being at minimum a top 2 team within this region.
Yep, 100%. I like the draft a lot from them. I mean, outside of what Berry can do, it's Ash Berry. It's a combination that we saw, you know, used pretty extensively, you know, at the World Finals last year, something that SK Gaming were really trying to play as much as they possibly could. Here's a rattle hide off the bat here. Not a great start from Algum Segura, who are already down to 2 brawlers, and Brawl can't really generate any threat as Raiderfoot pulls up short, trying to pressure that side lane. Everything coming up Millhouse for Loud in these early moments.
Loud, they're going to have to get pressured out of mid, and then someone's going to have to close in from the side. Raiderfoot now coming in, but the heals from Barry are too much to get through for this assassin. Brawl also taken down, but those 2 gems are in no man's land, or if they belong to anyone, it's got to be Algum Segura. They'll be picked up once again by Brawl, who is opting for the gem carrier role this time. Trying to prepare for Raiderfoot, making that push in. There it is, the perfectly timed gadget. We saw him go down anyway, but that is exactly what Algum Segura are up against.
But you mentioned the use of the berry gadget as the stun comes in. There was no stun because it was a gadget used from Raiderfoot, but the answer was there for Adinho. Kayadog still sitting pretty on 6 gems and has immense map control with these shots of Brabao. It's a 2nd consecutive one. Kayadog now has an Iron Hive at the ready, but won't need to use it until Algum Segura can actually step up and challenge for some mid control. So this puts Kayadog up to 8 gems and counting, and Algum Segura getting 1v3 by Firecrow, who was just inting down mid, looking for Raiderfoot. Here comes Adinho to the rescue with a big hypercharged super, and the healing is just ridiculous. Brabao tries to challenge Kayadog, but he'll take a 9th gem here, and the little helpers will put the fear of God in Golden, as at least they have this mid control, but Loud are 1 gem away from Countdown City.
Golden is in mid, and he snuck in there with the invisibility, and I don't know if it somehow triggered Kayadog's like spidey sense over here, but he supered exactly where Golden was while he was invisible. That's the kind of game sense that these guys are bringing to the Brawl. There's a double stun from Raiderfoot. He's got it! All 9 gems, and Brawl carrying 4, Golden 4 apiece as well. Now, just holding on to mid, they got to prepare for this final push. 10 seconds to go. That's 5 gems back to the possession of Loud. Now turning over the possession to Kayadog, but they know that this one's over. They're not tracking down Raiderfoot. 1 second to go, and Algum Segura, what a theft from Raiderfoot.
1 wrong step there for Loud, and it is punished to the nth degree. All of those gems being held onto by the B. The oppressive play from Loud. The entire round was completely undone with 1 positioning error. And that's the potential that this Algum Segura composition, boasts. 2 gap closers, and, you know, I guess this Juju, who over the course of a round is just going to be a constant nuisance. Loud have got to tighten up the gameplay here already. I think there's no other way to put it. That is a dirty rattled hive, though. Raiderfoot tries to go deep and should get picked off here. The little helpers, ultimately unnecessary, as they'll look to chase Brabao away.
Algum Segura now forced out of mid. They do not have any control. They're just going to have to leverage these lanes to mount a sort of surrounding strategy. See Raiderfoot now in long range, denied once again by the gadget of Adinho. Firecrow eliminates things on the enemy side. Ideally, these gems go to either Kayadog or Adinho, but they can't be bothered to go and pick them up. They're just going to hold the position, make sure that Golden doesn't become too much of a nuisance. Now with him down, it's a 2v2, an even matchup for them at mid. But they got to know that Firecrow is sneaking up on the right side, getting the healing now. Brawl has to dash away. Here's the hypercharge from Adinho to keep them alive. Another double stun from Foot. Couldn't get that one finished. Brawl also in a tricky situation with the hypercharge now coming down. Has to pop one of his own, but ultimately falls. Loud with 10 gems.
They should be able to walk away with this here in just a moment. 1 more gem required. Raiderfoot able to take that away from Firecrow. but they could have been much worse. Raiderfoot, they were cycling into another super, and it just takes one to close a round out here for Algem Segura. Loud have to respect what this Buzz can do. They want to push up, but Firecrow takes a face load of damage here. There is plenty of healing being thrown down by Adinho, but again, they've got to keep tabs on where this Buzz is playing from. Firecrow is hoping to draw out the super, and they do. A stun goes down onto the Ashe, and Raiderfoot does not connect. Nobody dropping any gems now as Adinho sets the game plan and the game field. With the hypercharge healing getting thrown down as Firecrow is able to pop that super, get a gem away from Raiderfoot. This will start the countdown. Brawl has to chase this down himself. Kyodog will get healed up by the super from Adinho, and Loud should be smooth sailing here, especially with that gadget from Raiderfoot missing.
Missed utility from Raiderfoot is going to cost them everything, it looks like. Just 3 seconds to go. Brawl now closing in, but everyone has too much health. Loud close it out, evening up the set.
And there's a super there used by Raiderfoot, and it's on the Ashe. You know, the one thing that is really going to be able to allow Algem Segura to steal the round away, it's used on the enemy tank, and there's no follow-up. In fact, there's not even an elimination of that brawler. I think Raiderfoot has to realize the responsibility that he carries in being the hard initiator with that hard CC in the form of the stun.
We are seeing like some double stuns in here from Raiderfoot. Here comes, nope, not another. Adinho rejects once again. That's a takedown onto Brawl that secures mid for Loud. But Golden once again is determined to be in these rear positions, completely going into the enemy ramparts, trying to get some control from there. Soften up the enemies so Brawl and Raiderfoot can close in and get those assassinations. But with Raiderfoot falling on the left side, this is going to be a tough battle. Brawl also now having to fight through some of these spawnables as well. Is challenging, but not too much. In fact, it's provided enough time for Raiderfoot now to come back to mid. Ideally, they would get Juju in a position quickly. They're going to weaken up Firecrow, and here's a rejection. Hypercharge and supers in from Adinho to secure mid back once again.
And Reddy, I think the Rattled Hive here is actually pretty good at countering Golden's attempts to try and get behind Loud, because there's a bunch of free damage. Kyodog doesn't have to fully commit their attention to dealing with this Juju. Just throw the gadget out, get some good damage, send Firecrow over there to just run them down, and Bob's your uncle. Loud here, now up to 7 gems, and Adinho once more denies Raiderfoot the engage.
Every single time. This is the lifeblood of the enemy team. Literally, it is all the healing for the enemy squad. We cannot seem to reach it thanks to the gadget that Barry always has. We got 5 seconds to go. Golden, Brawl trying to close in. Some movement out here, but that Barry hypercharge means that nothing is gonna punch through that kind of defense. It's number 2 for Loud.
Look, and at moments it looked a little rocky for Loud, but I think by and large, they knew what their strategy was supposed to be. They knew that they had to respect the Buzz. And frankly, in that second round, Algem Segura kind of served them up a bit of an easy opportunity to take a pivotal round away by not being able to find an opportunity with the Buzz to engage, to strip those gems.
The first round to me was honestly just funny. Loud seemed to have everything under control. Sometimes it goes that way, and the next moment, one wrong step later, things can go so wrong so quickly. The first round was a theft by Algem Segura, and at first it seemed to unsettle Loud in their stride, but they recovered very quickly, ready, and still secured the 2-0 win.
Nicely done. I mean, Loud, they were winning for the entirety of that game one. Algem Segura, they steal at the end, but what I don't think they really stole was the momentum. They also didn't steal the composition that Loud had here. There were, like, once again, better ideas, I might add, from Algem Segura here. I think what Loud had was simply more cohesive. You're looking at straight up the best brawlers in the game right now. And Algem Segura, I think in many points, look at this, by the way. The outright, like, rug pull right out from under him, but did not stop the momentum that Loud had. I think that they just had a better composition that worked together. And Algem Segura, they led with something that tried to do a lot of different things at once, particularly with Golden, who was the top scorer for the team, getting the most damage and the most kills, was estranged from the battle like 90% of the time.
We need to briefly recall as well that Algem Segura, they might be the underdogs in this matchup, but they beat Casa Brawl 3-0 in the monthly qualifier. So they're definitely an opponent to look out for. Loud makes it look easy though. A 2-0 so far. This could very well be the last set we're going to watch over.
I can't tell if Pekka just overdosed on cough syrup in those qualifiers, and that's why we had this bizarre result. I don't know, because again, this Algem Segura team looks exploitable, right? There are holes in their compositions. I thought the stew was really good, but against that amount of healing, it's like he's not really able to have too much impact. And I think you put it so well, Reddy. they were estranged. Key players were estranged from the fight for far too long, far too often. This Loud team really seemed to have the download on Algum Segura, and this is their last chance to show us what they're capable of here. Otherwise, after taking down one of the giants of South America, they'd be exiting this monthly finals in the quarters. I feel like that's not a result that they could accept.
We've seen a lot of tanks so far on Brawl today. It certainly seems like that's what South America likes to play, and I would hope to see some more Oli and Hank on this map. It's just so good on Pinhole Pond. You just need mid-control to score in the end. We're still waiting for the bands to come in ready. What do you feel like is going to be the play here?
I don't know. Would it be crazy to say Juju makes an appearance here? No. a little callback to earlier. I was actually quite surprised that Juju wasn't the first selection right when you mentioned it. But it is very possible here. I don't know if it's really first pick worthy. I'm also looking at things like Meeple to be quite viable here. Yep. Also, anything that has good control of the bushes. I wouldn't be shocked if something unusual like a Sandy now for some reason makes an appearance here. Just anything that gets vision in these bushes. I guess another thing worth adding, something that you don't really get to see in the draft process, is that 100% these people are running vision gear.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. You can just kind of tell sometimes. I wondered if we would see the Jano talk about like having vision, but also someone who can cross the map pretty comfortably here and apply pressure. Now the extra maneuverability that you have with that hypercharge super makes Janet really strong. Also, the fact that now she can spam her gadget. That boombox revealing entire areas of the map for the duration is very, very powerful. It's going to give you the vision advantage for much of the game. And then when push comes to shove and there needs to be some actual fighting done, Janet is no slouch. She can work pretty effectively up close, also could poke down at long range. A very good middle of the road sort of brawler here. And here comes the Carl. Loud definitely will have the option to kick it up a gear and take a straight up fight here. And of course, you can't deny that having that extra mobility from that flying hook, if that's where you want to go, can be huge in a pinch.
The king of the nerds.
Here's the Meeple as well. So we're looking at something more control-based so far in these brawler selections. Save your big guns for last so that they don't get countered out too hard. I know that Loud are keeping that sort of on the back burner. I don't anticipate they'll, if they decide to pick something tanky, which they probably should, into the Janet shouldn't have too much trouble. You risk feeding the hypercharge and everything, yeah, blah, blah, blah. She doesn't really have that much damage when you're made of like 14,000 health and your name's Frank. But when it comes down to a Carl, for example, you're going to be pumping out so much damage at, I don't know if it's identical, but it is basically identical to Janet's health. And dude, this gadget is so strong right now. He's got to be running the heat ejector, the second, or excuse me, I believe it's the first gadget from now. Oh my goodness, it's the Shade.
Okay. This is something that we got teased out a lot. Sunny at the top of the show was saying that we saw it a heck of a lot through APAC. A brawler, though, that, I think up until that point was relatively overlooked, and we saw it come out and have a huge impact. Again, being able to traverse through those walls, be a nuisance, and basically be an ever-present threat on the battlefield with some serious area of effect potential really allows you to sort of break through and start to put pressure on some of those squishier brawlers and just come from some very unexpected angles here.
Colette selection now out from Loud. This is an interesting one. It's just going to be good into that Primo, pretty much. Into the Shade, I don't know how much of a difference maker it's going to be. You have a hypercharge. That used to mean quite a lot. Doesn't really anymore because basically every brawler has a hypercharge now. But it's going to be their method of shutting down this El Primo, which feels like a bit of a response to the Carl in particular. Yeah. He has the second most health in the game. He should be scoring the goals for the team. From Loud, they're taking more of a counter approach, trying to wipe the enemy team before they can score a goal, because besides wiping the enemy team, I don't know exactly how they plan on getting this one across the goal line.
See how scary the long arms gadget is from Shade? Just very unexpected distance that you can be at. Guys, there's a Shade. Never mind. Okay, well, let's run it back. Brawl, devastating, crossing the map instantly, and you cannot even hide behind those indestructible boxes. Loud, shell-shocked, seeing that brawler come out and did not have an answer in that first passage of play.
Kyodog now in with another super. Gadget gonna expire in a moment here. Got the combo, and the goal is wide open. This is exactly what they needed. This is their condition. Alwame Segura, they're going to get the Primo, and as we just observed, Shade also very viable striker to put that one across the line. But Loud, they have to wipe the enemy team. That was a Gadget of all time from Firecrow, just sort of, I suppose, blocking the left side for a moment and trying to establish mid-control.
Okay, well, see that Meeple Super thrown down, so Raiderfoot now no longer safe behind those boxes and starting to get peppered a little bit here. Firecrow with the hypercharge available, and Raiderfoot had nowhere to go. It's something similar, I guess, to what the Shade offers you, the ability to interact from behind that indestructible wall. Brawl, though, does have super at the ready here. But Loud have looked pretty strong. Here's that damage reduction. I'd love the push at star power taken by the Collect here to have the displacement potential, knocking Alwame Segura aside, and they're able to bring Raiderfoot down before he could steal a cheeky goal.
Just a minute to go. Even on the score. All about control at the moment. Brawl shut down. Yeah, you can shoot through walls, but I can do it better, says Meeple. We'll see Kyodog position this ball right behind the Indestructible in a good position to pick it up once they get a team wipe, because that is what they need. Here comes Brawl. In visibility and the ability to walk between the walls on the right side, just forcing the envelope forward, but not really getting any control, just sort of controlling where the game is for now. Raiderfoot now sneaking up, taking quite a bit of damage, navigating so much of it. Adinho with a pass forward to get that away from Raiderfoot. Would have been a goal otherwise.
Yeah, fantastic stun there from Adinho, right where it was needed. Golden has to be careful, looking to try and get some damage down with that super, but Adinho just blows up the Janet straight away. Looks like we're going to be heading into overtime now, which obviously makes the people a little bit less impactful. You could say the same for the Shade. It's going to be a very different game now once these barriers disappear, and Firecrow fancies a bit of a fight with Brawl. Able to bring the Shade down, and here comes Raiderfoot, big dive in, but Kyodog with a super is going to take them out. Gotcha Gadget popped here. Kyodog able to withstand much of the damage from Golden and force them up into the sky. It's going to be a Janet super now for Alwame Segura, but it leaves him with 2 less boots on the ground, and Golden will arrive. What goes up must come down, though. It's a pick off on the Janet yet again, and will pass the ball daisy chain through the map. Loud will take the game.
Match point incoming. Loud steamrolling their way through with only 1 game conceded along the way, and even then it was sort of a steal, a theft from the enemy side, a lapse in judgment, a brief one, I might add, for Loud. They had this momentum going all the way to what could be the final game. Love to see if Alwame Segura are capable of leading with another rapid goal like they did in the last game, with Shades slipping through the defenses all the way to the end. But see,
the heat ejector is ridiculous. Combine that with the Meeple super, and the things that Firecrow can do probably contravene the Geneva Convention. That is disgusting. There's nothing that Alwame Segura can do to move to the left-hand side of the map, and that Gadget has a pretty low cooldown here. Oppressive stuff from Firecrow. Raiderfoot trying to throw some hands, but Adino's able to take him down, and there it is. Another push-it super from Kyodog, and this goal is a quick one, folks. Loud slot it in early in this round.
Only 40 seconds in, and Loud are 1 goal away from taking this match and going to the semifinals. Raiderfoot's trying to push this forward, almost to the goal line, and makes it. Brawl, what a threading the needle moment from Alwame Segura. They are still in it, but this is the only way they've been able to score goals. Raiderfoot with a bit of an auto-aim super that didn't make any progress. We'll see Alwame Segura try and position this ball in a defensive manner while they look to find their footing once again. Brawl on the left side also causing some trouble for Adinho, but only holding his ground. It's going to take a big moment from Raiderfoot for there to be even a chance of Alwame Segura getting a goal.
Kyodog there, easy super to make sure the ball is denied away from Raiderfoot, and Firecrow found the damage actually to take them out of the game. Brawl has to respect this and back away, as Loud briefly had a 3 versus 1, which they have converted into extreme map control. But here comes Golden now. Full control for the Janet up in the sky, but somewhat negligible damage. It's still enough to secure the elimination on Kyodog, but Firecrow, no! I can't believe they're going to let him get away with this. This is no way to go out. Alwame Segura, please! Firecrow playing with his food before finally putting the challenges to the sword. It's Loud advancing to the semis comfortably.
A wide open goal, a relentless push forward, but they forgot about the objective. Got left totally on the back burner for a teammate with about 300 health to defend. And it was simply not possible for anything to be done in that situation. It permitted a bit of celebration, a pin to be up in the air. They knew it was over, man. that was a bit of a sad ending to that entire saga, because we saw moments for Algame Segura with them really standing up to this team.
Yeah, they definitely had some cheeky moments. Algame Segura, the boss steal on gem grab, coming out of the spawn goal from Brawl, just in Pro Bowl now. It was really nice to see that they can indeed play this game very, very well. But against Loud, it still wasn't enough. They only lost a single game and otherwise just steamed through this quarterfinal. I really like the Meeple idea here. We saw Meeple and Brawl before today, but paired with two tanks that couldn't really make use of the terrain piercing qualities of Meeple's ult. Now it made a lot more sense with Colette and Carl Uber.
I mean, absolutely. I think the heat ejector, like I mentioned from Carl, just being able to have access to that every, 15 or so seconds, is very, very powerful, because Raiderfoot doesn't really have an answer to that. There's no option. You've got to walk across that field. And so Raiderfoot took like the one goal that Algame Segura scored. Raiderfoot takes like 5,000 damage to the heat ejector before managing to pass the ball off and scoring a goal. But that gives Carl a lot more game against these tanks, people that also want to try and hard engage, because Carl does not normally want to fight. Right? He normally wants to try and jump on some of these lower health pool brawlers if possible. But now there's an option to deal with tanks, true tanks like El Primo. That combination, I think, with the Meeple is really powerful on maps that have these linear walls that you have to find a way around.
Loud is definitely looking a lot stronger today than they did in the qualifiers. They only lost a single game today. They did almost lose to, they actually did in the upper bracket of the monthly qualifiers, lose to Legion Otoko. We're going to see them later today already.
Yeah, we're going to get to see what these guys have to say against Casa Brawl, another one of the front runners in this competition. Also a team that we saw Algame Segura face. This is a Loud-centric story now because they have advanced on the semifinals, but I want to quickly interject that Algame Segura, last month, they had to face Casa Brawl. They took it all the way to double match point. Then in the qualifier, they go on to beat as well the Casa Brawl, and now they got to face Loud in the first round. This is a rough time for this team.
I also want to know who stood out to you most from the team of Loud, Uber.
Look, I was really impressed with, I think, what Adinho is able to offer us on this Loud side. These guys are all so sick, so experienced, and a very deserving MVP for this guy. Really, for me, the engine room of this team, while maybe someone like Firecrow or Kydog is being a little bit more flashy, thought Adinho had a fantastic series. We got him on camera a lot of the time there. Seemed cool, calm, and collected against a team that had already sort of taken down Loud's rivals. Like, you've got to respect this Algame Segura team, and I think that's what Loud did. It is nice to see these veteran teams not underestimate up-and-comers like this, and I think that's only going to make this region stronger. It's good for Loud, it's good for Algame Segura, it's good for the rest of the teams watching as well, looking to try and glean what knowledge they can from both these rosters. So great showing from Loud, and of course Adinho specifically.
I think that's a very important lesson in general in life. Never underestimate your opponent, especially not if they're the underdogs. They can cause a huge upset, like we've seen last weekend, for example. We're going to head into SK Kalalis versus Sarita Gang next. Make sure to stay tuned.
La B. D. La B. B. Por lo general sé mucho del juego, pero esas eran preguntas muy específicas, creo. Entonces está un poco complicado. Pero está bueno.
We're back in the March Monthly Finals in the South American region, and we also brought back Kenny. I hope you watched that match. It wasn't as tight as the first one that you casted.
I mean, to be honest with you, that one was not one I was anticipating being a super close call. I know Loud kind of struggled a little bit leading up to this monthly qualifiers. They are an established team. It has been a long time since that roster has not made a grand final, so I just inevitably thought they would get the job done here in their opening round.
We were just talking about it in the break already. I kind of feel sorry for Algam Segura here.
Aw. Yeah, because, see, they've been, like, ping-ponged between the top two teams in the region. Loud and Casa Brawl have been, like, sending these guys back and forth. It's their second month in a row where they face Loud in the very first round of the monthly final. And then the monthly qualifier, maybe they thought for a second, like, okay, finally, we're in the clear. We've beaten Casa Brawl. We couldn't possibly face... Wait, why are they in the lower bracket? What's Loud doing here? We gotta face them again? Unlucky for these guys, but the hard work will pay off eventually.
Yeah, you can't help but feel sorry for them. Maybe we see them next month again. We have our fingers crossed for them. First, we're gonna head now into quarterfinal number 3. Kenny, give us the lowdown of this match.
I think SKC should be the favorites here. Christian, RHC, Brian, all of these guys have postseason pasts, and I think they're one of these rosters similarly to our quarterfinal one, where they're not necessarily the Louds and Casa Brawls of the world. They're the next people up.
Wanna have a little look at what RHZ thinks about his teammates. Last month, they had to play without Christian, one of his long teammates that he has played for such a long time with.
Sí afectó demasiado porque a pesar de que no pudiéramos jugar con él, fue un cambio que se hizo 2 días antes, entonces afectó demasiado. Y las veces que nos hemos enfrentado contra Olimpo, por ejemplo en el clasificatorio de el domingo, le ganamos 3-0.
He just mentioned they won 3-0 against no one other than Olimpo Squad Ready.
Yeah, this was challenging as well because it was a rematch after the monthly finals. As you can see, this one went back and forth and ultimately resulted in an Olympus squad victory. Now, they're out of the competition today, so if that was their kryptonite heading into this, then not only have they beaten that, but there's not even a single chance that they face it later on. They still got to get to the later stages. They're facing a Zarita gang as well that has had a bit of trouble in the past. If we're to focus just here around SK Kalalas, though, against Olympus squad, they've gotten their revenge for now. They are in the clear and can proceed with monthly final activities normally.
Zarita Gang definitely a solid roster as well. I do that their quals obviously not going to be as strong. I mean, there's a reason they were in this lower bracket in scrims leading up to this. Wasn't necessarily a team that stood out to me, but they definitely have the talent there. And for a lot of those reasons, SKC getting the revenge, looking really good in quals. I think that's why they're mainly the favorites for me.
They both didn't make it out of the quarterfinals last month. Let's see if they can do it this month. One of them is gonna make it anyway. The semifinals is waiting for one of those teams. Zarita Gang last month lost to Kaopero 3-2. And as we just have seen, SK Kalalas against Olympus Squad 3-2 as well. So overall, we had some very close matchups in this region. We're gonna want to have a look at the game modes that's a bit closer here, Kenny.
Yeah, I mean, when looking at this, there's a lot of categories that are going both these teams' way. Something to be expected. This is going to be data that's included with monthly qualifiers, not just with the folks at home saw live last month. A lot of similarities, though. I mean, you see something like a Bounty, where SKC haven't played it as much. You see Hot Zone, which is pretty neck and neck. But overall, both of these teams clearly strong and one of the better teams in South America.
I think this has been quite a struggle for Zarita Gang. I don't know if they've really gotten the chance to face any of the top teams just yet and really prove their worth. So far, they face BC, they face Kaopero. The teams that they've actually beaten in the qualifiers that are on the map are... I'm like counting, but I'm not seeing any top competitors in their matchups so far. So they're here once again to face SK Kalalas and put themselves on the map. But just with how the bracket has worked out, they have not really gotten the chance, I think, to show their worth against the teams that we have as a known quantity.
I wouldn't be too surprised though if they could cause an upset today and they would face against either Casa Brawl or Legion Otaku in the semi-finals. That's going to be our quarterfinal number 4. I think they can prove their worth today. If they play their cards right, if they get the draft right, maybe don't pick Juju every single time, Kenny. We see SK Kalalas also got the votes from the people at home. 81% think they win today.
Brawl Nation flooding with support for SKC. And to your point, Sunny, I don't think this is a freebie. I mean, there are no freebies in competitive Brawl Stars, but when looking at the map specifically, Zarita Gang, I think if they can take these first 2 of 3, actually have a really good chance to close out. Set 4 has been an incredible map for them. Super Beach is where we would go if we made it that far. I think the early stages here, establishing a little control in set number 1, could be huge for the squad.
Waiting to see if they can make that happen, Sunny. Yeah, this is going to be a struggle for them. They're facing against an SKC, which they faced teams of this caliber before, but have only wound up with a 2-3 finish.
We're going to head into Gold Arm Gulch as our very first map. Heading into the draft here, I want to see some more, maybe Tick, not only Juju, but honestly, I wouldn't be too mad to see her here. She's also going to be left open. The tanks are banned out, and this time around also Mr. P is not going to be an option, Kenny.
I'm starting to get a feeling that you might not like Juju, Sunny. Just a little observation. Is it just you're sick of seeing her? You want something else? I mean, what is it right here?
I would love to see something else. Juju makes a lot of sense for me on a map like Gold Arm Gulch, but at this point, she has had like a, let's say, 85% pick rate. The win rate is looking not as high.
Fair enough. I think Jean going to be a safe first overall pick, and honestly, with that Mr. P out of the way, that might have been the idea that Zarita Gang wanted all along. A lot of the times, these ban stages will tell us a story. Right now, it is really difficult to draft in Brawl Stars. I mean, we had a gadget rework, a lot of balance changes. These pro players are juggling a lot, but Ollie, Hank, Kit, all out of the way makes sense to me, and I think Jean, a very dependable pick, especially considering that one of the biggest counters is out of the way.
Here comes the Angelo as well. It's going to keep things at range. That'll be able to nicely, elegantly drift over the water if necessary, and also shoot through walls or optionally jump away, whichever you decide is your best bet. Here comes the Bell as well to lock things down at long range. Probably not going to go for the bounce. It's all about the infinite nest egg now, especially when things close in towards the mid. If you win that mid and you get to actually walk all over it, then you get to throw down the nest eggs, and then your enemy is a little cooked once that poison actually forces everyone to face each other. What I'm not noticing though from SK Kalalas is anything that has like a spawnable or some kind of turret that can block that Jean, which is usually the approach that's taken. We'll see Mandy that'll be able to pretty much outdo the other snipers over here. This is the KD Brawler, right? You have it at long range. You have a hypercharge now as well. That'll be able to one-shot a few things. So I think it sort of mandates that Angelo is going to be jumping away. What is Shelly doing here?
I literally laugh. I mean, I couldn't help but laugh. I think, honestly, and this is something I've noticed not just with Zarita Gang, this has been a kind of a sleeper pick in Knockout in particular, and I've noticed it particularly into Daryl. Daryl is such a frequent pick, but the better shotgun brawler in that one-on-one matchup is going to be Shelly, especially if you have squishy brawlers, throwers. I've noticed it not as much on Gold Arm Gulch. I've seen it on Flaring Phoenix, though, and some other maps like that. I think as a 5th overall pick, a little bit of a crazy selection, right? I mean, you're just kind of assuming you're going to be able to counter out the enemy side, but this is putting a lot of faith that your Shelly is going to be able to get value here. Into Tick, squishy brawler, it works. Into Bell up close, sure. Into Angelo up close, sure. But getting there is kind of the tricky part, right? I mean, you do have infinite gadgets now, so that changes things up. Shelly gets the longer range with that gadget, but nonetheless, still a bold pick.
I'm coming up empty-handed. I don't see a single brawler on SK Kalalas that Shelly is good into. I mean, this brawler is exclusively chosen as a tank counter when the tank is guaranteed to be in close range. But no, it's here. It's real. It's sneaking up one of the lanes on the right, and its position is already exposed and trading this bell shot back and forth with Prosy. They're already into the back right corner where Christian is going to be eating them alive. RHZ laying down the pressure, and Brian trying to clip Jexer around the corner, opted not for the S-Tag, instead to go for the ricochet shot, which is coming in extra handy here.
Appreciate your honesty, Reddy. I mean, we're all of us at home. We are surprised to see this Shelly. It's a clean sweep coming out for SKC. We just do our best, folks. Sometimes we see some stuff that we don't understand. We make the most of it, and right now, based on that first round, I don't get it yet either.
Well, here comes Jexer. Oh, he's stealthy. There goes Brian. That's 3 shots. Jexer now in with the wall break. Christian not slowed down. He decided to go for Band-Aid. RHZ now backing away. Jexer is going to be alive for only a moment longer as that poison is trying to take him down. Thankfully, Prosy came in with the healing puffs to keep him alive. Christian and RHG are still occupying mid. Ideally, Christian can get a super here that might be able to win this round back for them. And RHG is trying to get the pinch onto Jexer. Vengeful Spirits come out from Prosy. That is a guaranteed win for them in this round. Now it's just an opportunity for RHZ to try and get his hypercharge and a super for the next one.
Yeah, this is just fighting against the clock, right? The red roster's already got 3 supers available. He's now got hypercharge as well. He's just going to walk off into the fog. Much more interesting one. I think you have to be careful about the Shelly, and they're literally going to run the other way. I think left-hand side going to be a safer bet. Usually that is what the players are going to do anyways. That's the safer side in terms of the open space. Obviously, wall breaks change up a little bit, but there's Shelly looking to try and mix up the lane. A super going through. Mandy from the long range gets a sneaky one. That's what this roster's all about. It's the surprise factor, but the equalizer there for SKC as well.
Well, Exik is going to fall. He doesn't have any magic puffs to keep him alive. It's just Jexer. That's a Shelly with 1 shotgun, 3 ammo, a hypercharge, a super, and a dream, and some slick dodges too. Okay. Wove right between that shot from Brian. Once this poison means that RHZ and Brian can't safely retreat, maybe that's when Jexer makes the assault. Could just be baiting some shots for now, getting a little impatient. I think the poison might be the time to go. Here it comes. Not a single scrap of damage finds its way onto Brian or RHZ with the use of that hypercharge, and the rest goes as you'd expect. What is the Shelly doing?
It's a cheeky play. It's not working so far, but it's a cheeky play. You did see in round number 2, it catches an opponent off guard. It can work out. Again, I've seen Shelly drafted here in practices with pro players, some of the best in the business. This was a situation where even I was shocked to see it. I mean, it's a surprise pick. I do think it has some validity depending on the map and mode, but you really got to capitalize on matchups. You're going to pick Shelly. Shelly is not at the top of the tier list. She's not up in the ranks of somebody like Angelo, Jean, Mandy, who are more consistently picked here. Tick, so good for the game mode. If you're going to pick Shelly, you have to make it count, and I just don't know if this is going to be a spot. This is where the surprise is going to come through, though. Excellent mechanics going down on that right-hand in. Surprise shot, enough to get up close to the enemy brawlers and get a kill. If they can get up close, and that's a big if, it's going to work out. But otherwise, they have such range, they can just keep themselves back.
My goodness, Exik, the executioner, taking down one at long range, now looking to encircle Christian. Prosy also just staying in close range. Ideally gets a bit of value there for Jexer. Going to be walking right under him, finally, just putting him out of his misery and getting a super along the way. So who do they pull? Brian's going to be a tough one. Christian would be the best brawler to pull. He's likely going to be using some of these walls as cover. Bushes have been checked on the left side, and Shelly has been discovered. It's forcing Jexer over to the right side, and the usual diagonal will ensue.
SKC do their scouting report, and that's going to be crucial here. They have to keep all eyes on this Shelly. That's the X factor. If Shelly escapes, gets up close to one of them, they're gone. If they can keep her back, keep that range, and that's going to be where they're going to take advantage. This is on game number 1 and what they have to continue to do here in game number 2, despite being down.
A game of survival now. Trying to work this clock down, or potentially get Brian or RHZ low. That's when Exik can swoop in with his super. Brian is low, but the call out hasn't been made, where Exik has made the decision that it's not worth it. All the way across the field, Christian down, does 57, but he's healing up quickly. Does provide a moment for these guys to get aggro. Big pull on RHZ, and he can't get out of there. But a hypercharge is on its way from Christian. Got to be on the tail end of this hypercharge. Now does come out, and the hypercharged bombs are out. It's a round win for SK Kalalas, keeping things even, but they are just 1 round away from taking the entire set.
Kind of wild that Zarita gang weren't able to pull away there. I mean, they landed a nasty Mandy super, brought Tick down to his knees, and still that health gear kept him up with just enough time to survive the in-game. This time it's going to be RHZ on the right-hand side. They have found Jay. Now he's taking the shots with the extra range. That's what that gadget can do, at least make the fight a little more even. It's going to be all about getting this utility early. A great bounce shot. Brian with the awareness. That is wild to see happen.
Mandy hypercharge available. It's going to come out. Christian, what? Denies it with the gadget. And all of that value is gone. You only get one of those, folks. But Exik is going to be halfway to the next super. So a couple of shots will allow him another one-shot opportunity. But ideally, SKC stall this out as long as possible. Brian has pretty good value here with that hypercharge and super ready to move. He's going to go for it now, but where's the target? Exik now down once again, but Brian avoids it by the skin of his teeth. RHZ and Brian are looking to pinch Jexer, but here comes that hypercharged super from Shelly. There's 1, 2, and 3 pulled by Prozzy. Christian taken down, and SK Kalalis will fall here. This one is going to be a tied game in set 1.
Finally, the Manny supers are enough. The hypercharges go through. They were so close to bringing down so many brawlers. What a great response time coming out of Tick there. I mean, that was inevitable death that suddenly was neutralized. Getting a wasted hypercharge there would have been nice, but they ended up just recycling a little bit longer. Gene lands some nasty tags and a nice pull. This time it's the left-hand side. They have to figure out where Shelly is. They're grouping up together, which is good. Shelly's not going to be able to get a surprise attack. They're lucky here. Jade knows it. Moving down this left-hand side. Gadget being popped. They're corralling the entire enemy side, and now this map's working a little more left to right than the traditional up and down.
Christian trying to apply that pressure onto Shelly. It's working so far. Just going to be a swap in positions. Prozzy moving down to the bottom side. Mid control belongs to SK Kalalis for now. Their enemy is sort of unknown, just hiding in these bushes. Prozzy's quite low. RHZ trying to scout out his position, but is yet unsuccessful. A super from Exit doesn't find its mark, and here comes Jexer to pressure from the top. Christian's ready to defend this with a super of his own, and he's got to be getting closer to that hypercharge as well. Prozzy's in a vulnerable position. This has got to be it. RHZ couldn't line up the shot. Prozzy trying to dodge, could not get it. It's 2v3.
Make it a 3v1, and with a tag going down on Shelly, they'll take the round. SKC with a big lead here. Now 1-0. 1-0 lead in knockout is honestly as big of a lead as you can kind of get at this point. I think this is the good start that they need. They have to keep an eye on this Shelly. Shelly this time going to be on the right-hand lane. It's a little bit of mind games. They've mixed up where they're sending Shelly, and now that she's got a super, that changes things up entirely. It makes her a much stronger option. It's something that Zarita gang want to hide as long as they can. They don't want a single tag going her way.
So far, slow game from SK Kalalis. They only have one piece of utility that they've earned so far. That's Christian's hypercharge. It's going to make it a little less viable to go aggro into them. They want to hold on to this as long as they can. If someone gets low, though, it might be necessary to use. Zarita gang don't seem to be punching through this at all, though. Can't seem to find an angle. Jexer doesn't really want to use his super for anything. RHZ couldn't find the mark on the exit. Here comes the hypercharge out from Christian. They think they have Prozzy cornered. There's an exchange. It's 1 for 1, an eye for an eye, but down goes Prozzy. It's just Shelly to fight for the entire team.
Shelly with no super as well, backed into a corner and now marked up by Bell. Tick mines going down and the chip damage continues to go through. A little flashy fire coming out of Brian, and he will secure that kill, and along with it, an SKC round.
Okay. What was Shelly doing here? Like, okay, she had moments, but I feel like there were better options. I feel like the same strategy could have been executed with a different brawler that had more viability at the range she was trying to contend at. There were moments where Shelly pops a clay pigeons and doesn't manage to find a single shot, not because she was missing, but because she didn't have the range to compete.
Reddy's just so mad about that pick. I mean, if you're the underdog, you might want to surprise your opponents with your draft from time to time. I think that's a great idea, but they surprised the three of us and even themselves, it seemed. Like, it just didn't really work. Jexer, multiple times, he was the last man standing of his team, so good on that, but he couldn't really do much as a Shelly into 3 opponents still left standing. Zarita again looked very strong, honestly. In the second round, they somehow took that one. What did they do, Kenny, to win that one?
Honestly, I think they just kept their heads on a swivel. Where Shelly thrives is going to be in these moments where she catches you off guard in the opening round. And I think the second that they detected that they saw, hey, if we just make sure we know where Shelly is at all times, it's basically a 3v2 in terms of the range battle. Shelly can cycle in some gadgets every once in a while, use the clay pigeons to make her somewhat viable from that distance. But ultimately, I feel like matchups are nice in knockout, not everything. And while Shelly up close is great, at far away, it's the exact opposite. Building up that super was difficult, and I think that's a big reason why she was the lowest kill count on her team.
You know, personally, I think the Tick won because it was a Tick and not a Juju. That was just a great...
That's a great observation.
Maybe it was just that. We're going to head into our set number 2 now. It's going to be Ring of Fire. Such a beautiful map, such a beautiful overview. And as you can read here, another thrower heaven. Now, I really wonder, is it going to be Barry like we see so often in EMEA? Is the Juju going to come out again? Do we see another Tick? Barley? There's many throwers right now that are valid in the current meta.
Top my list for sure. Barry, second place, got to go to Barley, because we talked at the top of the show about those spammable gadgets, and Barley has had a strong gadget for a while. He has that healing ability, the healing herbal tonic, and now it's coming down on a timer of just a few seconds for the entire duration of the game. So if you can't get a Barry, Barley isn't a bad option. He doesn't have the greatest range, but another thing worth noting is that he's able to take down turrets quite effectively. Sometimes an enemy likes to throw a turret in this little corner of obstacles just on their side of the point. And we'll have to observe. It does look like the Barry has been banned, so Barley is fair play.
I would like to see that Barley top of your list together with Barry. Kenny, what about you? Do you feel like we're gonna see some more throwers? Mr. P is also out of the way, so he's no option anymore.
I mean, maybe, but now, especially after seeing this Carl pick, I think they're trying to steer them away from going too squishy here. The brawler that first came to mind after seeing this ban stage was going to be Ollie. Ollie not going to be at the top there. We've got 3 support brawlers eliminated on that left-hand side. On the right, we get a stereotypical Hank, a Mr. P. B can be really frustrating to deal with in general in this meta. The Rattled Hive, like y'all were talking about earlier, but honestly, your status with taking out tanks, being a good ranged option, I mean, I think there's just so much versatility when it comes to that brawler. So seeing this Carl first overall is certainly interesting, but again, I kind of feel like it's a safe one, ready. They haven't boxed themselves into any particular category. They're not making themselves too vulnerable. I feel like it's fine. I'm a little surprised to see it this early, but I don't absolutely hate it.
No, I think it's a good brawler because you have the gadget, basically. That's about all it takes, because you're doing almost as much damage as an entire Amber super with a single pickaxe swing plus hitting the fire on the enemy. And
wow.
Amber's a good brawler, man.
Yeah.
But she has sort of fallen off quite a lot because her ability is cancelable now thanks to Poco. But with Poco banned out, this allows the Lu in there, and that is why Stu is coming in as well. Stu, so effective against Lu. Is going to be able to dash all around and avoid those shots that come in a barrage. So it's really tough to hit them on a moving target such as Stu. But to reiterate, Lu is viable here because Poco does not exist in this situation. He's actually able to get a freeze.
That's a really good call out from you, and why we likely see Poco banned out even more than Lu, or if Poco's in the equation, straying away from Lu, because ultimately you can't get a freeze or a burn off if Poco's just spamming gadget. And now that that's limitless, it does change things up a lot. Bell going to be the selection on this left-hand side, so a brawler of old being paired up with a newer modern age Carl that can cycle in Amber damage. I mean, when you put it with a little math beside it, ready, honestly, that really opened my mind a little bit about what the potential of that gadget can do. That's a great way of phrasing it.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Well, yes, that is simply the math. That's how the numbers work out. Now, we have seen, though, that there are situations where this doesn't work out. We actually saw in the first match of the day where Carl didn't work into Juju, to name one, because she had the range advantage. She's sitting in the grass, she has long range. Carl doesn't have mobility because he sacrificed his ability to go in with a flying hook. Now, check this out. Here's the penny. So what does this mean? That means that you go some kind of thrower, you go an anti-turret like a squeak or something, because allowing that penny turret to exist is not an option. That, or Zarita Gang decide to put all their chips on Stu and let him break the walls. But let's not forget, as we were looking at that map fly-through, that thrower heaven is totally protected by indestructible walls. So I assume that is where Melody might find herself. If she gets deep into enemy territory, then the turret should be no trouble for her. But until she's able to get in position, that's frustrating, especially against Penny, who has the gadget that she does.
Couple comps with a lot of control in the map between nest eggs from Bell, turrets coming out of Penny, Lu ice rinks, and I think Melody's main job here is going to be to look towards Bell and Penny. Up close into a tailspin with Carl, a little trickier, but Bell is a little more vulnerable. Penny, if you don't have a salty barrel, I mean, sure, can get a quick shotgun shot off in that aspect, but a little trickier to work with in terms of matchups. Melody, one of the most picked brawlers of our weekend so far, and it's going to be a kickoff here. SKC up 1-0 entering this second set.
Up in the percentage as well, but only by a small margin. We'll see Christian on the left side getting pressured in by Prosy and Exig, and finally pinched. RHZ also taken down by that combo, and Jexer wins the lane on the right side. This is a rockstar start to the game for Zarita Gang, as they're also locking down the main causeway into mid. RHZ cannot proceed. He doesn't have anywhere good to place down that gadget. We'll see Christian get super aggressive. What does Prosy do? Just super back away and cycle it once again. Jexer also going for the assassination on RHZ, but bit off more than he could chew. And he's also out of position to deal with this turret, which is now going to earn the control back for SK Koalas.
There's no real way for SKC to get back in the mix. Once they're backed into the spawn, no wall break. Bell, Penny, not a lot of health points. I mean, Carl can get aggressive with a tailspin and move forward like we saw there, but guess what? Stu has a perfect lineup. We have Melody who can dash away. It's going to be so difficult for them to make a comeback, and not to mention, we have a giant ice rink in the middle of the map. They can't take a step.
Exic's been doing a good job of surviving, but what he's not able to do is deal with this turret. That's really Melody's job. She went way too aggro inside of those bushes. Now she's had to pay the price with the death on the lane. Christian laying down all that fire on the ground with a hypercharge just to put an exclamation point on that lane diff, but now Jexer's out with a hypercharge of his own. There's one, going for 2, 3, maybe a team wipe, looking for it in, gets it, brings it all home with a Melody dash that was heard around the world to finish off this game in just a couple of percent. Nice stuff. That is the power of a Melody hypercharge.
Zarita game have comeback mechanics. They have Melody. If they lose all of their brawlers and they're the ones stuffed in spawn, guess what? She's just going to take a dash down the map and it's going to be okay. Stu with a hypercharge. Exact same concept. I just feel like there's so many win conditions going for the Zarita gang composition, and I like the brawlers on our blue side. I like Carl. I like Bell. I like Penny. I don't know if I like them in tandem, especially going into this enemy side.
Looking at the lane matchup, I think SK Koalas have just what they want. They have Carl on this lane against Jexer. They're working at comparable range. Christian also has that burn to deal additional damage to Jexer. RHZ does have the range advantage on Exic, but Exic is mad wiggly right now. So that is a huge issue. And then on the left side, you have Prosy, who's going to have to fight his way through some of this turret action. That one was placed down. Knowing that Prosy was going to be able to take it down, only took him a couple of shots. On the right side as well, we see Jexer get the takedown. And we'll see Zarita gang once more retain control of this mid.
With no turret, no real way to get aggressive. Christian finally gets a tailspin, and that's the lane matchup that they need to win. Prosy on this left-hand side, Exic mid. They need to land these tags, and they haven't quite managed to. They're buying so much time. They've already climbed almost to 60%, even if they lose a couple brawlers here. It's all fine and good. They just have such a massive lead. It's going to be hard for SKC to claw their way back.
Prosy with a good tank versus RHZ, but didn't have the health to stay alive there. Now Jexer in with some tricky dashes, gets one. Now in for a couple freezes. Exic stops Christian in his tracks, needs to line up the kill, and does so, earning Zarita gang up to 80% to just 9 from SK Koalas. The control from Zarita gang has been unmatched. Hypercharge in, that's a double freeze. There's 1, 2, looking for number 3 with a cycled super, and Zarita gang have been unstoppable here to finish off set 2.
Oh, SKC didn't even hit double digits. 9%. I mean, it was just a brick wall they were walking into every time. There wasn't enough aggression for me on this blue roster. Once the walls were down, once the other side has no comeback mechanic, there's just no real way, and I think that's an underrated part of this game mode. If you don't have a way to get out of your spawn easily or to retake or put some pressure on the enemy, once that early game is a loss, your whole entire game's lost.
I do think that Ring of Fire is one of those maps that is known to, whenever you have mid control, you probably won't give it away again. You just stand in mid there, especially with the Lou, with the Melody. They just shut down any attempt to get into mid immediately. And yeah, Ring of Fire, a known map that you just can't get out of spawn if you have a trap there. And that's what happened to SK Koalas this time around already.
Jeez, look at the percentage as well, because we see that Brian spent 0 time on the point, was fighting for his life on the lane 100% of the time. It looked like Penny might actually be a win condition at times, but really one-wasted turret was all we needed to see. In a lane against Stu, finally got that turret and couldn't even get it down. One of the big reasons that you run Penny is because, well, A, she has spawnables, sure, that can block shots, but B, because she has a hypercharge. That's going to fire double the cannonballs. We did not see it in either game. The damage wasn't there. The control was really non-existent towards the end of the game. I think a lot of it is owed to Lou, especially for keeping down mid, but Jexer for being the comeback king over here. The Melody hypercharges, just the dashes in general, provided this sort of aggression that constantly kept SKC on the back foot.
I think you summarized that perfectly, Reddy. We had the Lou that just shut down any attempts to get back into mid, and then the Melody Jexer doing so much work, just getting those kills, playing it so aggressively, yet still collecting 4% than the penny. It's really unlucky for the side of SK Kalalis, but it's 1-1. We're having equal score so far, so nothing's over yet. We're certainly gonna see a set 4. That's one thing we know. And I'm looking forward to it. The SA shapes up to be one of the closest regions yet again, Kenny.
It's been a really competitive couple months here, and I really want to see what these other teams outside of Casa Brawl and Loud, you know, the historic favorites here, can do to step up their game, to challenge some of these kings of old. Last stop where we're heading next. In terms of scrims, both of these teams about the same. Nothing really standing out to me here, but obviously this is set 3. It is always important. Having a 2-1 advantage can really dictate how things go. And like I said earlier, Super Beach is a map that Zarita Gang were particularly good at, so I think if this is a lost map here for SKC, they could be in trouble.
You want something to scout out those bushes, usually on the right and left hand side lane. That's why probably Janet is banned out. Mr. P would be phenomenal on this map, and also Melody is banned out once again. So a lot of aggression is out of the way. We're gonna head into our draft with a Carl pick here. I feel like he's gonna be one of the best lanes that is still open here. Again, you want to scout the bushes. He has a lot of mobility thanks to the flying hook or heat ejector to just make those lanes completely closed up against his opponents.
Curious though, because SK Kalalis, they led with this Carl last time and it did not work out so well. So what does Zarita Gang have to say? Gene, going back in history, this is like the way to counter Carl, because literally what is he going to do against this? You have Gene that's able to keep him at range, he's able to pull you out of your super, he's able to blast you away if you decide to flying hook onto him, and also could blast you away if you get in a super near him. So something that needs to be considered, Leon is going to be firing away down this long bushy lane, I anticipate, and that hypercharge is still really strong. The only thing that really caused Leon to fall off towards last year was that his hypercharge took longer to charge. He started getting less supercharge from things at long range, but when things are enforced in close range thanks to some of the bushes, very viable.
Curious to see if Pearl is a response for SKC. Gene and Pearl, 2 brawlers that kind of have that chip damage, right? That when Leon's invisible and you just need to panic, kind of find where he's at. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to land one little 200 or so tag there. But now that they've got Gene on that other end, I'm sure that's part of the reason why they pair this. If Leon was one of the things that they wanted to be their win condition, you have to get rid of some of his counters, and that wasn't done in the ban stage, so they're gonna have to do it elsewhere. 8-bit, a brawler that this region particularly likes in Gym Grab. That's one brawler that I've noticed in this region compared to other regions. Higher play rate. The Carl is that first overall pick, still makes things interesting for me. This final pick is going to be that Pearl. Yeah, I feel like if you're playing into this Leon, this is almost a must. It's already a pretty solid brawler, and to Sunny's point as well, it's gonna be great at kind of scouting out the grass even outside of this Leon.
You have a few like if-thens in the draft, some things that are just hard-coded. If the Carl is picked, then you got to be thinking about Gene, and if Leon is picked, then you got to be thinking about that Pearl, because she is so good at shutting him down. If he's right on top of you, pop the super. I don't know, that's like the one situation where it would actually be useful besides breaking a wall when you're ahead. And B, yes, you have the burn to get rid of things. Lou will be making an appearance here. Very interesting. He's a good brawler, and we saw how effective he can be into that Carl in the last game, but I'm not really seeing much in terms of response to 8-bit. 8-bit is such a good way of dealing with Gene where you're never going to get pulled, man. As long as you had that turret online, then you teleport back, pretty much. You would do more damage at range than Gene as well. So I'm a little concerned about how Zarita Gang are planning on responding to this 8-bit, because it's not done in, I suppose, the easiest to execute way, which is simply picking a counter pick.
Definitely an interesting one, too. I'm on the same wavelength as you. I do think they have some answers for both ends, but this is going to be a strong start here for Zarita Gang. Now they're owning this left-hand side. They can go invisible. They scout him out immediately, though. Oh, he's just on the money with it. A wasted super here is great for SKC. Unfortunately for them, it is still going to lead to a gym demise. That's going to be a trade that they're willing to make, I think, on the side of ZRT. So it's going to be a couple gyms reach in. One bonus one for Zarita Gang for now, but mostly even overall.
Jexer ready to push in on the left side once again, waiting to get scouted out. Nothing for RHZ or Christian. That's 1, 2, 3 shots from Jexer. That's all he needed, and the teleport back from RHZ. And prepare to see that all day long. Now, the key difference, though, is now RHZ is not going to be recharging those as quickly. Here comes a hypercharge in from Jexer. He's trying to strafe around that turret placed by RHZ, but was unable to do so. Some peekaboo action from the 8-bit that kept him alive with all the team's gems.
fact that 8-Bit was able to manage there and grab that kill, I think is huge, because that could have been a huge runaway and an issue later on the line. It's a cutoff on the left-hand in. Christian, tailspin, not going to equate to much. Was too low in terms of health, so had to back off. Lou still owning this right-hand side for now, but Brian certainly contending. It's going to be a close call in terms of health points, and now with the Lou super, it's going to be the blue side backing away.
Turret gonna fall for RHZ. That means a lot of lost control in general, but especially in terms of speed and damage. No wall to place that behind either is a definite detriment for this roster. We see a hypercharge in from Exit. He's banking on getting that super, but is he actually going to manage? Doesn't appear to do so. At least we know he's going to be getting a super soon. Brian now is still trying to push in. They got to get to Prozzy. That is the guy to get. Big pull on RHZ. A 2v3. Christian, the last one alive. And there's a buffer zone created by Exit with a super thrown down on the ground. Zarita Gang. Wow. Against the odds, too. Into an 8-bit that they didn't counter at all. No sweat. Jexer's got it held down on the left lane.
I think that Lou pick was a flex pick for sure. I don't think there's one clear-cut option, but to your point, that's a confidence pick, right? They go Lou when they don't necessarily have to. There's no tanks on the other end. They've got Gene, who's their mid. Lou traditionally going to be more of a mid option. They are still sending this down the lane. Leon getting his worth as well, and the lion's share of gyms just ultimately end up with Zarita Gang. So it's a reset here. This time, Brian going to be on the left-hand side, trying to scout out this Leon early.
Bit of freeze onto RHZ, no issue. RHZ has already gotten his super farmed up. That's a kill on Exit on the right side for Christian. We see Brian eliminated on the left. This left lane is tough to feel because you got an enemy that can get in there easily, and yes, you can jump in, but that just means that meat's back on the menu for whoever's waiting there for you to jump in. See a few gems at mid for RHZ to come and claim, as Brian provides a distraction on the left side. Really easy, no-brain pull from Prozzy. We'll see Zarita Gang gradually encroach on the stronghold formed in the back right.
Red roster still alive and well, though, for now. Leon burning down just a smidge. Going to take his time here. Hide behind this wall. And Brian, once again, going to be tasked with taking him on. Christian, right-hand side, looking at Exit. Been a strong brawler for them, but one little swipe away, and he's a goner. Brian, now low HP, does go down. So this could be a 2v2 SKC with possession of the gyms. This mid, this is a much stronger showing from them so far.
SKC in the lead. Need to defend against this push from Jay on the right side. A no-brainer pull as well for Gene. He knows he needs to get that turret out of there. And that's some pretty serious control now lost for SKC. Not as great of a position to place that turret in further on the right. Zarita Gang are keeping them at range. A super in once more to force them out of mid. That earns gem number 7 and likely gem number 8 for Zarita Gang. A hypercharge pop by Prozzy just to stay alive, get a bit more speed. They're going to get Christian, which enforces a 2v3 for the squad. And here comes the invisibility for Jay. A preemptive hypercharge pop for RHZ to get himself a bit more speed and also provide the pressure. It negated the ability of Leon to push in. There's the pull on a Christian. He's trying to super for his life, but is unable to do so. Exit now falls. Brian now looking for the 3-piece. There's 1 and 2, but has to scoot away. Prozzy still hanging on to 9 gems here. Just 2 more would be able to tie up this game.
That was a great shout there from Brian. Him and Christian tag team to Christian went down, and they were able to escape with their lives, bringing them down just enough for Pearl to get the extra shots. It was a close call in the mid, but not enough time in the clock, and the slow arcade machine was able to back himself up all the way to the other end. So ultimately, SKC neutralized things here. It's going to be all evened up in set number 3, and everybody's just kind of making mid-game adjustments, right? We saw what happened in game number 1. We had a nasty Gene pull onto the 8-bit. This time they were able to get that turret established, able to get those teleports that were needed, and I think the swapping of lanes really paid off for SKC.
I think another thing that they've done a good job of is completely nullifying that Leon, who's now going to be navigating over to the right side. This is what you were talking about with the lane switch. They kept that Pearl on the Leon. Everyone is on the man that they need to be on. Jexer on the right side, doing his best to navigate some of these shots from Christian. He's going to be one shot now, doesn't get hit on the return swing from the pickaxe, but RHZ picks up the kill. For now, it's all tied up in terms of gems. We'll see the lead briefly go to SKC. Oh, or not. RHZ decided not to go for that gem, but Christian is now in with that gadget to keep things back just a little bit more.
Oh, and a nice pull coming out. Gene lands the mark, and as a result, they're going to be able to take control of this mid. RHC now on the back heel. Invisibility pops off, gets the kill, but not enough to do any more than that. Brian there to play bodyguard. They're defending these gyms, now trying to take a little territory on the other side. Christian will grab one gym, throw down a pickaxe, get a little control, and now it's still up to SKC here, down in the count. Invisibility could be tough here. They're getting sneaky once again. Little preemptive, I think, and they scout him out too early. Not going to get any value out of that.
Jay finally got his Leon hypercharge, and he decided, you know what? I'm going to go for the thing that was specifically picked to counter me. And what did it do? It countered him and totally negated what Leon was able to do. Now he's got to fight for his life again on the right side. We'll see Exit now push in with a bit of a zoning super. Didn't get any freeze, just got the mid control for a little bit longer. RHC is still operating with high DPS at long range. And here comes Brian, trying to shut down an enemy that he can no longer see. That's a kill for Jay. And that's enough gems also for SKC to get this countdown and start running it all the way back to their base.
They need a frag. 10 seconds on the clock, and Gene now moves up the mid. Little zoning control coming out of Christian with a gadget. Brian trying to move up as well, going with his teammates. They have to stay up. Christian now on full defense. 2v2 situation, and they survive just long enough to hold these gyms in their hands. SKC take a big game in set number 3.
We saw mid-game adjustments, but towards the end, it really did look like things sort of devolved into chaos. There were some issues, I think, also with shot calling just amidst the chaos and the tension and the high adrenaline, particularly, and I don't mean to harp on this too much, but with Leon getting a hypercharge, one of the strongest hypercharges in the game still, because you can't auto-aim an invisible Leon with a hypercharge, and he goes straight for the Pearl. That was definitely a missed opportunity in my books.
It probably was. In the first round, it was pretty much just a back and forth. Pretty quickly, Zurita again built up a small lead, and then Brian destroyed the walls of his own side. 8-Bit had no place left for his turret, and SKC couldn't come back. But they did. In round 2 and 3, they turned everything around again. It was 2 very close rounds, yet, as you said, Reddy, they adjusted some things. They swapped around some lanes and didn't destroy that wall, and it worked out.
A key adjustment, do not make the mistake again, pretty much. And not even a mistake where it's like you got baited by an enemy. It's just like, oh, well, shoot, yeah, probably shouldn't have done that here. But you do get afforded a few moments like that. That's why we have best of 3s. If you're going to dominate a set, you still have a chance to screw up a little bit. This one has been pretty close so far. Not as much room for error, but to reiterate, things looked super chaotic towards the end, as mid-game adjustments were made and then were sort of thrown by the wayside as well. It was every man for himself, even though it was one team versus the other.
I always like to see that, though. Somehow the team learned how to play against the comp that the opponents are playing and turning things around mid-game, adjusting to then win overall. That's what I live for, honestly, in Brawl Stars. We're heading into the next set now. It's going to be set 4 already. Could potentially be the last one if they take this one. SK Kalalas have the opportunity to close the bag here, can he? But I think Zurita can still prolong this one.
For sure. This has been one of their stronger maps in practices leading up to this, and for SKC, not necessarily a strength. And look, practice is one thing, what happens on the field is another. I think this is currently a really difficult one to draft, especially if you don't have that 6th pick. That's something historically at a pro level where I feel like, especially on this map, sometimes you get the thrower of choice or the counter of choice. Having the last option to go against your enemy composition, I think matters a lot, and especially on this particular map and mode.
It just used to be always either you have a max or a B in mid here and you're good to go. Now, both of them would be technically open, but we have seen some more ideas come in here as well. Juju and out as well. I'm so sad to see that. But in general, I think now you don't really have to play that mid brawler. You can just go triple tank. We saw a double tank with the Hank into Ollie specifically, and both of them are open too ready.
I'll say this, though. If you know you're going to be facing tanks on a map that has walls that can be broken by an explosion, then okay, maybe the B is viable if you decide to pair it with a Griff. You got 2 strong anti-tanks, and your opponent literally just picked a tank, so they're practically begging for it. There's the B. I think the Griff is the logical way to follow this. If it's not, then there's going to have to be some form of wall break. There are other ways to do this. Shelly is another strong tank counter. We have seen already that at least one player in this region has not shied away from selecting that, and Zarita Gang do have the final selection. So hey, maybe they decide to go for it then. But the second selection ideally also keeps them quite flexible. That is a flex pick if I've ever seen one. So that wall break is going to come in as the final selection.
I'm curious to see what SKC do here, because double tank is certainly something that teams have not shied away for. B plus Griff, B plus tank have been in the equation, but it's not too often that you get the opportunity to draft tank early. The 3 brawlers that SKC and tanks, probably options 2, 3, and 4 on this map. On the right-hand side, though, kind of tragic for Zarita Gang. They take out Lou and Surge. So if we get beefy on this left-hand end, if SKC commit, to your point, maybe they bring something crazy out like a Shelly. If not, though, I'm expecting support plus tank, and that's Byron going to fulfilling that role. And honestly, maybe another tank. I know they have B. I know they have Carl. They could get a Griff down the line, but sometimes health points are a big stat as well. I mean, just being able to walk your way down, especially in a map where goal scoring, quick spurts of offense are what you need. And that's exactly what we get. I mean, Ollie, Hank, and Byron, I know double tank is something that has not always worked. In fact, last weekend, it didn't have a very high win rate. Last weekend, it was a 1 for 5. Not great. But if you're going to do it, get one of the best support brawlers in the game and get the 2 best tanks out there.
Well, they have the final selection here, only a few seconds to make up their minds on how they're going to deal with this. You got a healer, you got a couple of tanks. You need as much damage as you possibly can secure. That Carl is actually going to be pumping out a lot of damage with the use of the gadget. El Primo, the tank that does stuff to tanks, is one way to put it, because that super is so good. Now, there is a bit of a hazard. Generally, as any brawler that exists, you don't want to be right on top of Hank when he has a super. And also, you don't want to feed him the super, because when you do that, you feed him the hyper. And when you feed him the hyper, then you lose the game. Especially since we're headed into Brawl Ball, where once that score is tied up and the clock runs dry, we are going to a fully open map. That's a bee's paradise, but for Hank, your shots are going to be practically undodgeable. There is a way. I saw Juan Carlos do it on Twitter. But aside from that, I think he might be cooked.
Tank versus the tank that does stuff to tanks. And so far, tank that does stuff to tanks. Easy lane victory here. Zarita Gang taking a 1-0 lead early. Now they've got supers built up, though. SKC have to respond, and honestly rather quickly, because that was sub 20 seconds for an opening bucket.
Well, RHZ is now churning out the aggression. Exit hypnotized, but not eliminated. Jay now also with the kill, and Christian at long range. Not entirely held back by Prosy. Checks are still closing in close range. There's the kill onto Christian. They're going to pocket this ball by the looks of things, if they can. And I'm not seeing a whole lot of mobility for SK Kalalas. The most chance that they have of getting there is either, well, they push Zarita Gang all the way back, or they get RHZ to super forward and then jump. We're going to see him thrown on the right side, and there's a hypnosis coming out. On the left side, we saw Exit secure a kill with a hypercharge. Prosy now closing in as well, but the ball's been pocketed. This would be a 1 game if they had it in position, and it didn't really seem like the ball would have interfered with their play at all. But look, it's their game. They can play it how they want. It just looks like they're going to opt for a much more slow-paced sort of ordeal.
Brian going to be powering up Hank. Hank healing off of the hypercharge as well. And now RHC getting in on the action. X6 survives. Jay defending a dive in. And that's an elimination of the entire blue squad. They are not able to get any momentum going right now.
This is rough. They're facing a couple enemies in bushes, which they haven't managed to scout out. And here comes a gadget out from Exit. Has a second hypercharge ready to move as well. Prosy also waiting with the super. Christian's going to have to peek his head out on the left side. And he's doing a good job of blocking the shots until now. Here comes the hypnosis on the right side. This is the momentum that SKC needed. RHZ trying to get in position. Prosy's waiting with that charged up B and the rattled hive against 2 low health enemies. But Prosy stays alive, 11 health remaining, and the dodges are good.
Oh, just a little bit of a misconnect, and it's going to cost him Ready. 11 HP. Keeps B alive, and that ball pocketed on the top right-hand side. And with 15 to go, Christian is going to have to march his way up to the top right-hand side, but they've got the Primo blocking their way. Now a hypercharge for B. A jump in. Has the super available. They have to rush for this ball. Grabs it. Kick over. The hypnosis there. Brian has an opportunity. Doesn't connect, though. It's no good. Zarita Gang hold on in the final second.
Oh no! And one that was so possible. In hindsight, if that had been passed to Hank, or rather to Ollie, then it could have been walked in. Instead, it was passed to the left side, over to Carl, who promptly passed it back. But thankfully for him, the timer was low enough that there was nothing to be done beyond that point. But wow, that was definitely scrappy in the final moments. We'll see Zarita Gang go for a similar approach to last game. They're marching right forward. Jexer with a pass right into the clutches of Brian. So now we're on top of Christian, trying to turn out the damage, especially slapping the pickaxe against the walls. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, do not get under the Hank when he has that super.
He's still good. He's still good. You know, he had a few losses earlier today, but I'm still a believer.
Yeah.
Stay prawn ready, folks. He can definitely manage. And Jay diving in here, not effective at all. Will die mid-air. Now it's 3 brawlers standing. Here comes that hypercharge. It's a game changer. He's charging up the bubble. Lands directly on B. Is looking for the extra connections. Doesn't quite get there, though. And it's Carl tail spinning, connecting. And now it's a response on the other end. It's going to be a red roster looking for a little offense of their own.
Okay, Jay's moving forward with this ball, waiting to get full health before he advances. And now he's got full health and he's got to retreat because his teammates on the left side face too much damage at the hands of Brian. It's a chance for SKC to start getting this momentum forward. Unlike last game, there's not a point on the board already for Zarita Gang, so this one can safely go to overtime. On the left side, RHZ getting the kill on Exit, but the ball's been moved over to the right side. Now Christian can gradually get this damage onto Jay, but it's not really going to amount to much. He's just stalling things out. In fact, gets his super for free. Not quite the kill onto Christian, but now with that wall broken open, it's a good opportunity for Prosy to wreak havoc.
This is a great timed hypercharge super. It grabs 2 and first sides of an opportunity for Zarita Gang. Team wipe, Exic, super shot, lines it up. Oh, and it's just off the mark, right off the goalpost, and Christian will hold on.
Not a good look for Zarita Gang at the moment, not because of that goal. That was going to be a challenging one for them to get, more because SK Kalalas have pocketed this ball and they have a Hank hypercharge ready to go. Christian's trying to use it. In fact, does use all of his util, but doesn't really get that much out of it. Thankfully, Brian's able to finish off that kill on the left side, and another with Prosy being taken down. But look at this, Christian has sacrificed that hypercharge, which is a win condition in the late game. Thankfully, though, Brian is working with quite a bit of health that will help them contend with Prosy. But aside from that, this is going to be a tough one to win. Here comes RHZ, in with Hypnosis. Can he get it? Looks like he's got Jay, but that's about all. 2 brawlers left on the field. Christian with the super that doesn't hit anyone, goes for the pass, and slots it in with 2 left on the board. SK Kalalas tie up the set.
And more importantly, are now on match point. Once again, we saw it in set 3. It's a strong start for Zarita Gang, and then the response, the adjustment. You can watch a Pro Brawl Stars match 10 times, and every game's going to play out differently. If you let the best players on the planet make adjustments, they certainly are going to, and that's what we saw there. A much better start in game number 2, and now SKC 1 away from moving on to our semifinals.
Same dynamic as last time. We'll see Jay going super aggressive on Christian, trying to get in range. Does manage to do so. Super out. Couldn't get the kill. He's also running El Fuego. A lot of times you see people run the speed star power for Primo, but he's looking for that extra damage. Really needs to confirm the kill onto those targets. RHC also totally shrugs off Exit on the left side and is now going aggro on Jay once again. Hypnotized, guarantees the kill. Pass up to Christian would get this one across the line, especially with the heals from Brian, getting 1 on the board for SK Kalalas.
1-0 start. Another great job out of the blue side. They were looking bleak in game number 1, but here we are. Game 3, very different, and now a pass down the other end. And that's 2 brawlers going down. Hypercharge connects, and it's a team wipe here. Turns into a bloodbath in the middle of the Brawl map, and it's going to be a victory for SKC.
Zarita Gang gave their best effort, and boy did it come close, but it was not enough to shut down the composition that SKC brought here in the final set. Oh, okay, someone's been ripping packs. A little flex there on the cams. All right.
I'm a sucker for a good pack. I don't know, man. I don't know. I couldn't quite make out what it was, but mad respect. Nonetheless, a good victory. And again, I can't say it enough. SKC making some great adjustments. That was not terrible drafting out of Zarita Gang by any means.
I mean, we're heading into a next set. Is it a 3-1? Oh. So many unexpected last-second actions in-game today, honestly. There's 2 seconds left before overtime once again. Christian slots it in to tie up the set. It looked like Zarita Gang really had what it took to prolong this one into the next set. hence my confusion, excuse me. But yeah, I wasn't surprised if this would have went into a set 5 once again. Quarterfinal number 1 did go all the way, not only the last set, but also the very last round of set, and then quarterfinal 2, a 3-0. Now we are a 3-1. We kind of have everything across the board now.
All the possibilities have now been visited, right? It has not been a very close day overall. We only saw one dominant match. I don't anticipate it will get any larger in terms of disparity between the performance of each of these teams. Check out Zarita Gang, though, by the way. 14 kills over here for Exig. They might have lost the game, but they were still putting in the work.
Really good plays out of Carl there. I mean, honestly, it did feel like a very even match. That's something consistent out of South America. We've had these top teams for a long time. Loud, Casa Brawl, who we're about to see here in just a moment. But then we have these next dogs up, and SKC feels like one of those teams.
I wouldn't be surprised to see them go all the way today, actually. They showed really that they not only know the draft, they also know how to play and turn things around. 2 times they lost the first game, but then they turned around everything in game 2 and 3 and still ended up winning the set. I love to see that. Looking out now on the bracket, Kenny, what is yet to come?
We got quarterfinal number 4 on the way. Opportunity for revenge if you're Legion Otaku. Casa Brawl obviously won last monthly finals, and on their path to victory, they did take down this other roster pretty convincingly early on. So I'm curious to see if they can respond and do better in month number 2.
I'm concerned a little bit, though, for Casa Brawl, because we got to, like, check in with them and make sure they're doing okay. They got 3-0'd in the upper bracket in the monthly qualifier. So this is going to be a chance to, you know, get a taste, check in with the guys, see if they're doing all right in this quarterfinal, see if they're all warmed up for the tougher opponents that await them later in the bracket.
Before we head into quarterfinal number 4, we also had everyone at home vote for the MVP. And Christian seemed to have taken that one because of that ultimate goal there in the end with Hank. Again, 2 seconds left before overtime, and he slots that one in against the B. Overtime would not have been funny, already.
No, I don't think so at all. Christian has been a total joy to watch today, a new addition to the roster as well, and is certainly looking to fit in like a glove.
Already announced it. Our very last quarterfinal of the day is going to be Legion Otaku versus Casa Brawl, one that we were all looking out for. It's going to be another close one, I feel. Casa Brawl, the favorites of the region, they did so well in the February monthly finals, yet not that well in the monthly qualifiers this month. Let's see how they will do in a second.
La verdad estoy nervioso, perdón. B, 4200. No lo sé, la verdad. No me he fijado en el juego, pero creo, para mí, es la B, pero no lo sé, la verdad. ¿Respuesta la B? Ok, sí, está bien. ¿Es la C? No sé si es la C o la D. Me quedo con la C. Qué bien. Me costó un poco, pero bueno. B, 23. Tal vez para alguien son preguntas fáciles, pero no me fijo mucho en el juego y se me costó. Pero está bastante bueno.
Three out of four quarterfinals out of the way already. We're heading into a very interesting one, but first I have to announce our new caster again. We had to say goodbye to Reddy, sadly, but we got Uber back. What did you think of the previous match?
I mean, I'm so glad to see SK Kalalis actually get out of quarterfinal. I thought last month they showed a lot of promise. They just walked into a matchup that was really tight. These guys are great. You know, I think we really had a lot of high hopes for them last year at Worlds. This team sort of were pretty undiscovered, you know, trying to qualify for that event under that queso banner. So I'm stoked. They're here with us still. I want to see some more packs ripped. I'm not going to lie. I want to see what heat these guys are sitting on. You know what I'm saying? You can't just flash one card, bro. I need the full opening, bro. Get that camera down there. Let me see him rip.
They certainly deserve to be in the semifinals now. They took that win 3-1 overall. Zuridagan, on the other hand, yeah, they would have deserved it too. I love to see the Shelly come out of them. Let's see if our next matchup is also showing us some very interesting draft decisions here, Kenny.
It's been an interesting day and month, to say the least, and this region in particular has been a wild one to watch. I feel like it's always had a flair for the fantastic in past years as well, but this time they're taking the adjustments pretty differently. I mean, there's some commonalities for sure, but we've seen some wild ones, a lot of Juju, some Shelly here, so let's see what Casa Brawl on the other side are cooking up here.
Yeah, I would like to see you know, an example of a team that's really on top of their region in terms of the drafts. This is a team, Casa Brawl, who have you know, a lot of resources, right? I think they've also, you know, they've Marcel and Ricky as their sort of coaching staff behind them. This is the kind of team with years of Brawl experience. This Legion Otaku team, though, dangerous. We saw what they were able to do in the qualifiers. There are no easy games in any of this run here for Casa Brawl, but I think to maintain confidence that there is a team that rules the roost, they want to make this a pretty one-sided game, and that all starts in the drafts.
Legion Otaku was another team that surprisingly won in the monthly qualifiers against one of the strongest teams in the region. We had a little chat with them on their win against Loud.
Me sentí muy bien, obviamente. Sentí que podíamos hacerlo, ya que aunque haya delay, nosotros sabíamos que podíamos preparar todo súper bien. Estuvimos con Portos en el día anterior viendo todos los drafts de los mapas y sentimos que podíamos draftear mejor, porque fue un 3-2, pero lo logramos igualmente.
So they took that win in a 3-2 overall. Loud was pushed back into the lower bracket. Another team, Uber, that looked really strong last month, yet is now in the lower bracket.
I mean, yeah. It is Kaya Dog, Edinho, and Firecrow. It's not just any team. So the fact that Otaku Legion, after having they were the weakest team, I think, in last month's monthly finals. They go out in straight sets against this very same Casa Brawl roster. And we were like, okay, they're a challenger. Be nice to see them if they can make it again next month. Not only do they don't just scrape through into the qualifiers, they make it as one of the top 4 teams. They do it over Loud. So immediately, you've got to rewrite your expectations for a team like this. Be prepared for an upset. And I think, you know, if you're Casa Brawl, you know you need to do more than just win one monthly final. It's a circuit point based, you know, championship. You need to keep these results coming here. Pekka looking pretty clean here. Hopefully these guys can demonstrate that in-game as well as out.
Definitely a challenging one. I mean, this is a revenge matchup too. Opportunity for Casa Brawl to really end any doubt. Taking them down a second month in a row would be pretty big. And obviously these guys are capitalizing off of last month. There was not a lot of doubt, but after this qualifiers, I got a little head scratcher.
It is a rematch indeed here. Casa Brawl had to face up against Legion Otaku also last month. In the quarterfinals, they won 3-0 against them, to then run through the semifinals and the grand final as well. Not quite as smoothly. It wasn't a 3-0 Uber, but still quite convincingly.
No, and I think Casa Brawl had the harder half of that bracket, if that's sort of even possible. You know, that Olimpo squad team looked really good. They're the ones that beat SK Kalalis, right, in 5 sets. Really close first game. Casa Brawl probably had the you know, a cruisy start with that win over against Legion Otaku, but again, it's a team with their sort of debut for the year in a monthly quarterfinal. They're going up against the team that's expected to be the best, the team that were at, you know, the World Championship. So I don't know. I wouldn't expect too much of that now. I think this Casa Brawl team, it's much harder to be the team with a target on your back. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. So they say we need to see Casa Brawl continue to stay ahead of the pack here in SA.
Legion Otaku kind of have the same exact fate as Aljam Segura that we have seen before. They had to face up against Casa Brawl already in the February monthly finals, lost to them in the quarterfinals, then won against Loud, the other team in the grand finals from last month, in the qualifiers, to now face Casa Brawl again. It's just crazy how unlucky those teams get, really. 82% you vote for Casa Brawl. That's no surprise, Uber.
You've got to beat the best to be the best. So I think if you're Otaku Legion, you just don't care like who it is that you play against, because if you're going to win this monthly final, you're not going to be able to dodge either Loud or Casa Brawl, right? You have to beat one of those teams, in theory, on your side of the bracket, and potentially both. So, I mean, hearing from like Bast as well in that interview, they felt like they were really quite favored anyway. It was a 3-2. They thought it could have been even more one-sided than that, which is kind of crazy considering who they're talking about. But that's the confidence I want to see from this team after having a horrendous debut in February.
We're heading into Pit Stop, our first map for the quarterfinal number 4. Whenever I see Pit Stop, I immediately think Bull. Now, thanks to last weekend, also Shade pops into my mind again, Kenny. We saw him so often on this map last week.
Tanks, tanks, and more tanks. Gonna harp on the same thing. This region loves it. Buzz, Draco, BB, Bull, Daryl, Bull, Sam, all of them show up all the time. But the other direction is something like an Edgar. And I know the folks at home, this is a loved brawler and a hated brawler depending on the person that you are. If you're a solo showdown player, this is your guy. Everybody else, I get it, I hear ya. But on this particular map with so many throwers and brawlers like Spike, who you see in the band stage there, but other squishier ones like that, Rico shows up. Heck, we even get Dynamite on this map. That's where Edgar thrives, and he's also a great source of high safe damage. Now, with that said, I'm surprised it's the number 1 overall pick, but nonetheless, he has a place here on Pit Stop.
Right, it's a little telegraphed. Obviously, on this map, there's a wall in front of each safe. So having brawlers that can get over that, you can straight up just jump over it, traverse it, is great. And what Edgar wants to do is force his opponents to defend their safe by standing close to it, so we can dive in, get big value by connecting not only with the safe, but the people standing on it, use hypercharge, and try and wipe them from there. Legion Otaku, that we've already seen, what the Buzz is capable of, and the Cordelius is a great answer. You see a first pick Edgar, you say, okay, well, somebody's got to deal with him. Let's find one of the best duelists in all of Brawl Stars to try and shut him down.
Now we get this Cordelius as well, which is the ultimate defensive mechanism. That's going to be his job. We all know that Cordelius is not going to shred through a high safe. He is going to stop brawlers. He is the ultimate card to have in your pocket, just to hit a hypercharge, to hit a super. You slow down the enemies, you drag them to the Shadow Realm. Not only are they not doing high safe damage, but they're not present to get kills. And the response? They don't care. Tank, tank, more tank.
These are going to be short games, one way or another. Casa Brawl are very clearly flashing the all-in, I don't care what brawlers you're playing composition. They are going to do their very best to pretend that they are the only brawlers on the field, and that is a PvE game. So Legion Otaku now realize that they might need even more than Cordelius, who also has the replant ability to sort of jump over these walls, can get around the map a little bit easier. That's a very handy gadget to have in a pinch. It also gets you out of dodge if you've got tanks running at you. And Draco seems to be the pick. The thinking is that Legion Otaku believe that Casa Brawl are likely going to be grouped up very close together. So there's a ton of value to get in Dragon form. Last stand gadget, obviously crucial here, allowing you to survive for a couple of crucial seconds that can allow you to, to find damage against these tanks, maybe even, use that super, get the health back, continue fighting. There's quite a few options, but there are 5 tanks on the battlefield. This is going to be a singular experience, this map.
Gotta keep your head on a swivel here. This is going to go by in the blink of an eye. Base race is gonna be the name of the game here. Lots of shotgun brawlers, lots of aggro. To kick things off, it's Cordelius holding put. 3 brawlers on this Casa Brawl side who can do damage. Cordelius, not one of them for Legion Otaku, and already a split screen going down as Motep gets dragged into the Shadow Realm. Meanwhile, up top, LO able to get a ton of damage and an early lead.
Yeah, this is great. Portox is doing exactly what he needs to do right now, whereas Bast is going absolutely tropical on the safe for Casa Brawl. Great job for Portox. Exactly why you want the Cordelius here. Oh, I love the gadget as well to throw the mute down on P.E.K.K.A. Legion Otaku are ready for this strategy.
Super's available for Casa Brawl. Right now, it's just a fight in the mid. Each side trying to explode and get to the other end to break away a little bit here. And now they go into Dragon form. P.E.K.K.A does not have the range to close out. Bortox does have a super and hypercharge available. They've gotten one. He's going to wait for Bull. He's almost tempting him, just trying to bait him to do anything about it now that he's in the Shadow Realm. He's just dancing with his food.
We talked about how this is more of a defensive option, but Bortox has actually got the liberty to go aggressive here to start off a fight. Still only able to trade 1-for-1 with the Bull because Motep is so powerful up close. But Daikon gets the pressure to the safe down. Bast as well can put some numbers into it. And only 11% remains in the Casa Brawl safe. Jubileo has to go absolutely ham here, but in a 1v3, there's not much to be done.
Poor Bull has visited the Shadow Realm so many times, and as a result, it's going to be both ends going for glory. There's a lot of damage pouring in the final seconds. 1%! Legion Otaku hold on. 1-0 lead, but that's as close as it gets.
Yes, 1% is definitely the smallest increment of which he could win a round. And for Otaku Legion, at that point, they just had to go for it. Things got a little bit out of hand. You can see what this Casa Brawl composition can do if they can get 2 or 3 brawlers on the safe. They will burn it down faster. That is why the Cordelius is so important. He has to run interference. He has to use that poison mushroom gadget to disable the attacking capacity of Casa Brawl.
Here we go, game number 2. And it'll be a race once again. Cordelius shadowing the Daryl this time, and it's a jump available for Jubileo. They're diving in immediately, and here comes Buzz on the other end. Split screen going down. So far, so good for Casa Brawl. They're the ones that continue this lead. They only have 1 defensive brawler and 2 on the offense. Cordelius is not going to be good at multitasking here. Does have a Shadow Realm available. Hasn't used it yet. Now he drags him down. Only 12% remaining. Motep getting in on the action as well. A shutdown there. They have to find a way to hold off P.E.K.K.A, and Jubileo survives up top.
Yep, coming back with a super as well, though, so Jubileo can basically hurl himself at the safe and try and end the round here and now. Daikon low, hypercharge available, but Jubileo has one as well. He's instantly silenced up, but it's only for 1 second. The poison mushroom is not enough to take Edgar out of the fight. And as it all in from Casa Brawl, they have the damage in spades.
It's going to be taking that utility and choosing when to commit. We saw that in game number 2. Both sides said all in, and it was as much high save damage as they could get off. They break through that safe, crack it on open, and just try and win outright. It's going to come down to a couple of pushes here. This is not the kind of game like you alluded to, where this is going to be a little chipping away, a back and forth. No, it is all or nothing.
Yeah, Bortox is likely just to get pressured down here. He's able to find a super though and drag P.E.K.K.A into the Shadow Realm, but Jubileo is going to work on that safe, as is Motep, and now all 3 players from Casa Brawl. You're going to see that safe go very, very low, and Legion Otaku cannot race against this. Not with the Cordelius. Casa Brawl ultimately choose to disrespect this attempt at like a defensive measure with the Cordelius, and it pays off for them. They realize they don't have to care about the little mushroom man at all.
They just didn't have the numbers. It's 3v2. And on the other end, you've got one Cordelius, who, like I said, can only deal with 1 brawler at a time. As good of a counter as he is, he's not a man for multitasking. He can drag 1 person to the Shadow Realm, and that's it. And honestly, it was just a numbers game after that.
It really is. Casa Brawl comp was really just designed to go for a base race, and the 3rd and final round really showed that if it comes down to a base race, you're going to win it. It was a very close set overall. Every single round went only to a couple of percentages difference. And Kenny, as you said, it's just all about choosing when to commit in the end.
I really like the decision from Casa Brawl. I mean, I know it sounds like a crazy one, and you look at that composition, you're like, hey, Bull and Edgar, definitely not atop the tier list. Why do they have any business winning? That's just the game mode right now, especially on pit stop. It really is just all aggro. There's not a lot of room for defense. And again, I like Cordelius. I just think when you're facing down 3 enemies that can all get hyper aggressive, it's really hard, even for as good as he is, even as much DPS and star player that he got, didn't add up to a win. And ultimately, that's what matters.
And I don't like the Draco here, because Draco's damage output is at its best when he has that super available. But if he is just base racing and hitting a safe, he is not charging his super. He does not do enough DPS to be able to race what Casa Brawl are doing. And Cordelius is really good at shutting down Chuck, for example, right? When it's 1 brawler that needs to be stopped from damaging the safe, Cordelius is great. But like you mentioned, not great against numbers. And I think that the drafting fell flat about midway through there for Legion Otaku.
It really seems to be that way. As a player, I always hated when the comp that was designed to be a base race comp always won per default. I like to have a bit more strategy involved. I like the Cordelius idea to just play it a bit more strategically, decide when to commit, when to go ahead, and when to just defend with your Cordelius. At the same time, honestly, watching this, it was a gloss. Heading into the draft now of the next set here, we're going to be on Out in the Open. So as the name already says, a very open map here. We're a knockout. You either want to have something to break the map a little bit. We saw Brock come out of this region before, especially good against Juju apparently. Or are we just gonna go over the water with maybe an Angelo or an Eve? Eve is the last one that is available from the two of them here.
Yeah, reasonable. Obviously, Eve is a reasonable fighter at medium to long range, right? Gray was also pretty heavily prioritized in recent months on this map just because it gives you something to answer like a potential all-in. But Hank is going to be the opener here for Castle Brawl. They've got to have a pretty good core, I think, Kenny, to support this because flashing it so early here, and you've got to take it early, does mean that Legion Otaku have a chance to play around it.
Looking out for Byron next. A lot of the times on this map, you're going to see Byron plus Hank if you can get it. And with the band stage out of the way, they're not going to be able to grab that. And it's going to be interesting. So either the left-hand side is going to have to steal the Byron just to keep it out of Hank's hands. I don't really fault Casa Brawl for doing this right. If Hank's available, you're either taking it right now or you're leaving it open. Meatball was a brawler on my mind. And in my notes, it's honestly in this region one of the more played brawlers on this map, which is quite interesting considering, you know, of old we had Angelo, Gene, all these stereotypical sharpshooters, and Meeple's more of a control factor. So we saw this last month as well, or excuse me, last weekend as well, and EMEA SK Gaming tried to pilot this brawler and kind of cut off and get some choke points with that Meeple dice gadget. So interesting to see that they go for this as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, less likely that your stun gadget for Meeple is going to be sort of usable on this map. There's not going to be a lot of hard all-in from Castle Brawl's setup. They go for the kit here, which is always a little bit of a risk here, and Casa Brawl already starting to see the plan for Legion Otaku start to coalesce a little bit more. It can be difficult if you are forced to play out in the open to get a lot of value out of kit, but basically, you know, every so often you can throw that cardboard box down and try and maneuver around them. I just feel it's easier on this map to see the kit coming or just to spam into areas where you think the invisible kit is to reveal them.
This is interesting. 8-Bit took a second to compute on my end just because it's something we haven't seen too much on out in the open. I knew this region coming into this month really liked this brawler, but this isn't the game mode I was necessarily anticipating it.
Very high health pool composition though. That also means that if Basti is going to take the risk to engage with this kit, the follow-up needs to be there in spades because there is a real chance that you actually can't, on your own with kit, shut down one of these brawlers, and normally jumping in exposes yourself to being eliminated. So Legion Otaku don't have a lot of room for error, I think, against this kind of composition. And if they choose to give up mid against Motep, they are not going to be able to retake it under any circumstances with these nest eggs that basically walking into one of those traps guarantees you to be eliminated.
If you're going to take 8-Bit, makes a lot of sense to take Bell alongside it. The bounce shot from turret to 8-Bit really eats at him, especially considering how slow he is. So that adds up, at least in that front to me. Again, this is really interesting. 8-Bit, just something I haven't seen a ton in the other regions. There's the brawler of the day, though. It's going to be Juju coming out at the very end. Somebody that can walk over water, has the long range, and without wall break on the other end, they're not going to be able to disrupt that grass. That's something we see in the band stage. Brock at that top left of your screen there. Usually, he's going to be the one trying to break things open, make sure that Juju doesn't have a walkway. We saw this earlier on a different knockout map, but now that out in the open has so much in the front end, it's really hard to eliminate all of it.
I think creative use of the Dice Tower gadget for the Beeple here could be a real difference maker. You can really punish this slower composition for Casa Brawl, especially this Hank out in the open where you've got, you know, the potential to add slow to your attacks as Juju, but also just have very good range in general. You can sit back and hit the other bush basically without exposing yourself. There is the Dice Tower gadget, and it results in good map control, but Bast would have to play out in the open and not in a bush to make use of that. So it's a gadget that, you know, goes for nothing, but again, you have unlimited amounts of them.
Unlimited amounts, and also getting a little bit of a smidge of cutoff in that grass. You can at least have a little more visibility, not as much room to hide. Now we're going to see Kit do a little bit of invisibility of his own. He's going to be lurking in this grass on the right-hand side. To your point, though, a lot of health points on the other end. You got 8-Bit, you got Hank. That is not easy for a Kit by himself to bring down, and heck, even with Meeple, not going to be a quick one.
Yeah, Daikon needs super before Portox even dreams of trying to engage there with that super of their own. Because you need follow-up damage, and Portox would likely be diving behind some of these boxes. Here's Jubilee, though. This is a little bit dangerous. Going to get caught up now. Daikon has the super. Able to put enough damage down on the Hank to deal with the Mopekkas, get aggressive, and does get a mark onto Bast. 1v3 might be the option here for Pekka now, as Daikon will throw a Dice Tower down. Pekka now, options are limited, and Daikon just stacks the deck in his favor with that super to win it out.
Thought Bell might have a chance at a clutch up, but that was a really creative use of the dice. You love dropping the gadget plus the super combo. They cut off Bell. Sharpshooter has no way of getting around those walls, and now you get to cheat with Meatball and get through every one of them. It's a cutoff once again. Now they've isolated 8-bit. There's the diving. Missed, but doesn't matter. Makes the connection on the other side. Beautifully played, and the blue roster doing a great job of executing their composition.
And we talked about it in the pick and ban, and we said that Dice Tower gadget usage would be definitive on this map. And Dacon so far has definitely been the standout player. Jubileo trying to get into mid, once again will be denied because that gadget comes up pretty quickly here for the Meeple. Dacon, though, not trying to get aggressive behind it, didn't think to throw that super down because there is no need to rush this. If you are Legion or Otaku, you have a massive player advantage. Bast is able to back away from the Jubileo damage there, and here goes Portox straight on in. Dacon doesn't have to super there for the damage, but it's going to be Pekka to the rescue there. Hypercharge popped. Jubileo caught inside the tower now, but Dacon is marked. And Jubileo can still damage them from the other side of those walls. A great recovery for Casa Brawl. And it's the savior of South America, Pekka, which gets him there.
Where things went south is when Kit dove on Hank. I think they had a free kill on the Bell, and then I would much rather it be a 2v1 or a 3v1 in that spot instead of crumbling at the very end. I do think that was an opportunity for the blue side to take this game, so maybe a missed chance there. Nonetheless, though, still in strong positioning. It's really hard for Casa Brawl to walk forward, especially with all those gadgets raining down.
Bast, though, out in the open, has to use the Grigori there just to break some of the damage, but they're still bouncing shots. Pekka as well pops the gadget to get a shot bouncing around the arena, but it does not connect, and it wasn't enough to finish Bast off, who again has extremely long range right now. Is that to be a bit of a nuisance? Pekka's in danger now, going to be caught inside the tower, and here comes Portox. Great follow-up there. The super thrown down by Dacon, but we have a 2v2 with a damage booster for Motep, but there is the hypercharge from Hank. Bast is in deep trouble now. Grigori deployed. Motep low. Dacon able to fight out in the open now. Jubileo knows he is absolutely cooked. A great draft from Legion Otaku. Really impressively executed.
All is fine and good. Outside of that round 2, like I said, may have been a little bit of a mistake there, but still persevere. And they move forward and they use this composition to their advantage. I think this is a really good job on their part of, they knew they were leaving Hank open. I mean, they don't have that first overall pick, so inevitably Casa Brawl are going to select it. And again, can't harp enough on how powerful this brawler has been, how successful it was in our opening weekend. This is a great way of adjusting, though, taking advantage, maybe even baiting your opponent into Hank. I mean, this could have been something they wanted.
Quite possibly. Hank is powerful, but we've seen a lot of teams in SA actually look to exploit his presence in general. However, the Juju there just gets blown up. Jubileo just charges into the middle of the map, and Portox is not ready to fight. Dacon doesn't have a super up, and the gadget went pretty early, and it didn't earn Legion Otaku the map control they'd hoped it would. Cheeky little bounce shot there for Pekka, but this round is all but done as Dacon is waiting for the gas to take an early exit. Jubileo might help him on the way out.
And he's just going to dance around a little bit. They're going to try and keep him up as long as possible, I think, to try and get some utility of their own. Finally end it there. Casa Brawl, again, capitalizing on, I think, what was a user error. Bast going down way too early there. Maybe a little bit of a misstep and some good capitalization there from Casa Brawl.
Once again, there's that dice tower that will turn this into a bit of a choke. Jubileo just has to shrug this damage off for the most part, and Motep has gotten into a bit of a pincer position, but has to respect what the kit can do to anybody that's out of position against them. Map control here for Casa Brawl, but it's deceptive, as Dacon obviously can render these walls virtually permeable to all of their damage, and then try and lock somebody in. There it is, Dacon trying to pressure. There's the dive on Jubileo. Will it be enough? No, Jubileo's able to super, get the health back, and get out of dodge, cycling it there to basically be unkillable. And here comes Pekka to finish the job. What a quick answer here from Casa Brawl.
Be careful what you wish for. They allowed Hank to slide through, and credit to the composition that they built on the left-hand dent. If they drop the mansion of Meatball, they trap a Hank in there. They have Juju, who has free shots. They have a wall break, essentially cheat through the wall for Meeple, and Kit can dive in and literally stun him out. Didn't matter. It's Hank. It's a super. He heals himself up, gets the kill. They move forward. Now Casa Brawl could take a 2-0 lead right here.
Great way to come back into the game there, and Portox might be a little exposed in that position. The bubble could be the end of the kit, but no, the dive comes in to avoid it. And Jubileo just does not have the chance to pop a super and get out alive. Motep pops the damage booster now, and Bast finds themselves extremely exposed. And the kit was sacrificed in order to get that Hank, which means that Casa Brawl can sit back and bide their time here. Dacon has to go aggressive and might find a kill on Motep, and there's not a whole lot Pekka can do right now. They're going to play through the damage booster, and Dacon now realizes, yep, the jig is up. There was a brief window, but only a small.
he had a super, could have lined it up, gotten the free kill, but unfortunately didn't have that. Only had a gadget. This is invisibility once again, going out of Bast. Long range shots, not enough though. Going to be showing himself rather early. Cut off of the mid. The mansion of Meatball towering over the enemies, but Casa have Jubileo. They can get through these walls with a Hank bubble, and it is looming and threatening on the blue side.
At some point, though, Portox is going to try and jump on the Hank again, I would expect. Jubileo is the only one that's really exposing himself in terms of positioning. He's trying to come forward. Again, here comes a Dice Tower. This is going to be a little bit claustrophobic here for Casa Brawl. Jubileo is trying to surge forward, though, and Dakon finds himself without a super. Bast dicing with death there as he steps within Motep's range, but is able to avoid most of those shots. And Portox is still waiting. The plan here for Legion Otaku is to get a Dice Tower down, get a kit engagement, and make sure the follow-up is there. But it's another gadget that misses. Jubileo actually doesn't reveal Portox there. But he's able to play safely now. Grigri has been deployed, but there's a damage boost for Motep. Oh no, Portox! Oh, the jump misses. It's a dive that goes horribly wrong, and now Bast will be cleaned up here. A cheat cartridge to get Motep out of dodge, and Casa Brawl do go up 2-0.
Theme of that set for me is just a user error. I think they had a chance, I really do, but just a few missteps, just tiny little tags that could have changed the game, and that kit jump just sealed their fate. It's a tough one, right? It's interesting to me that they let the Hank slide through by choice. They know this, they have to accept it. They don't ban it, and it ends up costing them. I think this is a really telling set of just how powerful Hank can be.
The 8 best teams in this region prove once again that they all would deserve to make it into the finals and collect those points for the Brawl Cup. In the end, it was very, very close. The 2-0 that we see down at the bottom here right now doesn't really reflect just how close this was, Kenny.
I mean, look at that. Meeple even chiming in for a lot of DPS. I mean, got a little hover in purple over his name with 4 kills. Well played. Pekka with a 10-piece, 189. I mean, that is some serious carrying being done by that guy.
Especially in a game, by the way, where people are hiding away and sort of opting out of fights in general, to have over 100 DPS, I think is actually quite substantial. This for Pekka was pretty insane. There was like a 1v3 that Pekka set up at one point. The marks were also making a big difference here. You see the dive with the kit. Usually it means that Portox has to sacrifice himself, because when Kit is on top of Hank's model, he takes damage from every single one of those fish torpedoes. So the plan is there needs to be enough follow-up on the Hank that they are eliminated before the end of Kit's super animation. If it doesn't happen, it only ends up being a trade. So your opportunity to actually get a player advantage with this strategy is slim. It's a fun comp, but it's so hard to get right if you're Legion Otaku.
That's exactly what I thought when I saw this comp. I thought, oh, that's kind of fun. A great idea to bring in the Meeple into a map like this, where there's this one wall that always shuts you off from the mid control. You could come easily back also with the kit, but against the Hank, it still wasn't enough. Hank is just a bit too tanky in the end. And you also need tanky brawlers now to go onto open zone. From out in the open to open zone to very open maps overall. And we need some either long range or HP. So I could see an Ollie or a Hank show up here once again. But also a Bell, for example, with the nest eggs now being unlimited. You can just put it down on a timer instead of only having 3 of those available. She's one of the best brawlers now on this map.
I mean, absurd. And she really, has been popular at multiple times. Even, the hypercharge guaranteeing you a hit of that mark, providing that you're close enough, is really important, because quite often that is the difference between victory and defeat. So almost guaranteeing that with an aimbot is absolutely crucial. So yeah, I mean, Kenny, Sonny makes a good point. Like, we want to see, brawlers that could work pretty well at range, or those that can close the gap here, like Ollie, to get that hypnosis down and to lock down multiple brawlers.
Poco the first overall pick, and a few brawlers, like you said, that come to mind. The ones that close out the gap, ones like Gray, really popular here. B, Lou, Colette. Looks like they definitely don't want their tanks to be taken down, so taking that Poco first overall kind of helps seal them in there.
I mean, it could telegraph double take quite easily, sort of play the Poco in this sort of situation. Protective Tunes being on an 11-second cooldown for a gadget, folks, giving not only cleansing those adverse effects, but also rendering your team immune to them for 4 whole seconds is unbelievably powerful right now. Lola here is great, though. Really not something you can afford to stand out in the open against, and also a good answer to tanks just because she has great damage output in general. Carl going to be picked up now as well, so the pressure is going to be on for Legion Otaku. Casa Brawl have tipped their hand. They want to throw down.
damage, and more damage on the right-hand side, while the left-hand end are just going to rely on Poco spam gadgets and likely some health points alongside it, especially with the removal of those 3 brawlers on the top left of your screen. Hank, not an option for that, but we still have some available that are more popular tanks on this map. Have ones like Ollie that can go through. I think there's some potential for others, but a little more on the rare side. Maybe? Yeah, I think it's a little trickier, but Ollie makes a lot of sense to me, just the hypnosis and things like that. But to your point, I mean, if you see Poco, they might even go double tank. I mean, we've seen it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, looking at this composition right now for Legion Otaku, you'd be forgiven for thinking that they were kind of lacking damage, right? Ollie is a little bit of a wet noodle sometimes in terms of, you know, being able to hit hard, but that's the trade-off for having long range as a tank, which is a rarity, as many sort of Adamant Brawl players will know. So there's still room, to bring in yet another tank here. Obviously, Ash just being quite speedy, you know, as a brawler is really effective. And Casa Brawl now realize that if Legion Otaku still want to group up around this, they now have added a Bell to the mix. So they don't go double tank, but Bell gives them an immense amount of control. And Casa Brawl have to figure out if they actually want to, like, aggress onto this comp, to dive on them, or if there's another way to unravel them, because Legion Otaku have a little bit now of everything.
I'm curious to see what this 6 pick is. I'm trying to my brain of what a perfect answer would be, and I'm not sure there is one. I'll leave it to the bros to kind of figure that out for themselves. It's going to be Frank. I don't think that's what I was expecting. I mean, I was kind of digging through my mind of what they can do. They definitely need some health points. I mean, especially looking at this now. Frank in the face of an Ollie can get the stun as well into Poco. Poco can cycle in some shots, but feed the super. But, I mean, Frank can just put his foot down, stun, and walk away there. They do have an opportunity for a gadget counter, though.
Yeah, and in fairness, unless you get gadgeted by the Ollie, there's a window where Frank can stun the Ollie before they can hypnotize you. But the fact that Ollie has a hypnotize effect attached to his super and to his gadget, which obviously also gives him added mobility, means that he is really disruptive. Frank is someone who's very susceptible to that level of disruption, like mini stuns, or even like the barrel rolls can interrupt that super. So P.E.K.K.A is going to have to be pretty darn good here. And again, it's tough to try and deal with this Ollie front line.
You already saw the Poco spam a gadget too. That's one of the reasons that he's been so relevant in Brawl Stars as of late. The hypercharge helps, but just being able to eliminate enemy fire, so good. P.E.K.K.A now with a super. Bast diving in, jumps, makes the hypnosis, and now it's Portox, a lone Poco fighting against the beefy man Frank, and it's honestly working out so far. They're going to be able to follow through with enough shots and still hold on to this hot zone.
Yeah, I mean, again, you are picking Frank into Poco, who has a cleanse on 11-second cooldown with 4 seconds of invulnerability attached to it. Like, that is extremely audacious. You have to believe that your raw damage output is going to be enough. Look at this. P.E.K.K.A just charges up here. Yep, big old hypercharge super there is going to connect, but it's still not enough because Daikon can mark them down. Jubileo, he's going to be forced off the point entirely and is slightly outranged by the Bell, so he's going to have to wait for reinforcements to come, but P.E.K.K.A's marked again, so they're not going to be long for this ward if they take too much damage. Look at that health bar disappear. Daikon hits him for like 4k, man.
Great damage pouring in on that top left-hand side, and Daikon can get the follow-up shot. Lola has to go to the health pad on the top left, and P.E.K.K.A once again in the mix. Perfect damage amplifiers going out of the Bell as well. Good timing onto the beefy Frank. That's exactly what they do once again. Lines it up, connects him. Bast now diving in, has an opportunity to dodge this, and does. It's an indestructible wall, so it will not fall. And unfortunately, alongside it, Casa Brawl's chances of winning this game also out the window. It's Legion Otaku taking one here.
I don't know, bro. The P.E.K.K.A's reaching for the cough syrup again. He had nowhere to be in that game. Whether walking out into the open, he's getting marked up, or sees a Poco just start pressure against his Carl and realizes he can't do anything because he can't stun the Poco. He can't draw him in with the gadget. Can't do anything about it. It's honestly, like, looking at this composition from Legion Otaku, it's great. They have a little bit of everything, and it doesn't seem to weaken their overall strategy. Casa Brawl are going to have to be miles better as a team if they're going to take this round.
I think this is another draft where Casa Brawl don't have that perfect answer. I mean, I was kind of racking my brain. What do you do? What do you do? Looking at the notes, seeing, hey, what have teams done here in the past? This is an unusual composition, but it's a really well-rounded one for the blue side. They're getting those constant pressure in shots, and the heals going out of Poco, and instead of a brawler loss, it's now 3 brawlers up standing tall. Motep trips over a mine, and Bell will capitalize. It's a kill there. Jubileo falls as well. Domination coming out of this blue side.
But it goes from bad to worse. Kenny, now those nest eggs starting to get a bit more populous as Daikon can throw more and more of them down, catching Motep out or slowing Pekka as he tries to connect with a super. Bast goes in now, should be able to hit the Hypnotize onto this Carl, and so he does. Portox is happy to hold Pekka at bay while Daikon lays that damage down. Beautiful gadget stun there for Bast to win the 1v1 against Motep, and you can't ask for much more than that. Legion Otaku up to 60% and counting. They are really starting to run away with it.
Poco just strumming the guitar in the mid, not really worried about getting kills, just buying as much time as possible. Pekka getting hyper aggressive, and it does not matter. Gadget shuts it all down. They, unfortunately for them, have the middle of the map, and now a Tailspin going through. Hypercharge to try and cut off this right-hand side. Will dive in straight at Bell, and it's going to be 50-50. Bell somehow wins, though, and now things going even worse. On the top, the blue side take down Frank, and it's just a lone Lola.
And now we have a hypercharge available for Daikon, so Bell has a guaranteed mark connection here, likely going to be saved for Pekka, and it is. Daikon's having a fight here, but Casa Brawl are trying to force Legion Otaku off the point. Not going to work there with Bast going with that super now. This is a guaranteed stun on Jubileu, and it is easy as that, folks. Completely worked in the draft. Casa Brawl back to the drawing board, guys. You are not going to win a series like that.
I think we got to give a lot of credit to this left-hand side. I think in general, their drafts have been good. Sometimes you can't think about the results. I know it's so hard to just fixate on that, but especially in sets now 2 and 3, we've had pretty good showings from them. Obviously, the results significantly better in set number 3 here, but now they finally got this momentum swing going. We already had question marks about this Casa Brawl in the qualifiers. We've seen some shakier drafting, in my opinion, so far. I don't know. I don't want to let this team get hot here. Taking this set might be bigger than we think.
It's definitely true. They needed to take this set. They needed the motivation. Maybe they can take the momentum also into set 4. Poco, Bell, and Ollie. One of the best possible comps you can have on this map, I think. You have some range, you have the heals, the cleansing gadget, protective tunes. It's a little bit of everything, Uber, like you said.
I mean, absolutely. And you just have to ask the question, what on God's green earth are Motep and Pekka doing on that map? What are they supposed to do more accurately? Motep was getting 1v1s against the Bell and was losing them consistently. Because Daikon is obviously able to have some durability with positive feedback, is able to hit the marks, set up those nest eggs that can be sort of, tripped and quite soon after they're thrown down. And Pekka, I am surprised he had over 200 DPS, genuinely, because it seemed like it was really, really hard for Frank to do anything. He couldn't even make space. Do you see how he's being utterly disrespected? No one fears the super stun, and they can outrange it so effortlessly with the slows the nest egg puts down onto the Frank here. I think this match puts so much pressure on Jubileu to do a disgusting amount of damage, and even when they did, it's not like Bass would just, gadget on top of them, stun them up, and Lola is easy to pick off there. As soon as an ego was developed, there was a freeze frame used instantly just to try and stay alive for Lola. It's not where you want to be.
It was a really tough matchup overall. You could say it was a bit of a draft if Pekka as well, and that Frank, he just walked into mid over and over again, collected a little bit of a percentage at the time, but it just wasn't enough in the end. We're now heading into Hard Rock Mine. It is the first map that we saw today, the map which we have started this South American March Monthly Finals with, and we have seen some interesting picks. We have seen Juju come out for the very first time, one of the first times overall in the March Monthly Finals, but for the first time here in South America, and she has been picked up as often as none other brawlers in this region.
Yeah, same as last month, right? I mean, this is the kind of map where the classic Gene Max shell is really good, right? Ash in a side lane, very powerful. We've seen Rico, of course, be very good. Surge, also very viable on this map here. So you can also, try and play stuff like the Ollie that we saw earlier on. Juju has plenty of options to play in the bushes and get value. Melody was the brawler that we actually saw take this map over in a big way in a Carl matchup at the start of the day. So a lot of those, nasty brawlers like your Ash, your Ollie, your Melody, out of rotation here. The Buzz also really potent on this map. So both teams trying to target tanks and trying to create a bit more of a fair and gentlemanly game of Brawl.
Yeah, they left a couple of them open. Hank, for example, is still in the run, and he could be a valid asset for any of the two teams getting. And there he is.
Had to be. Yeah, Hank at the top of my mind, and especially after last weekend as well. Shade is somebody that has successfully worked in scrims for a lot of these teams in South America. I think something they noted, took advantage of, and now we're going to be looking out for as well. So I'm going to keep my eye on it. Not a guarantee by any means, but Casa Brawl have really been trying to take advantage of these compositions. The Max, the Sandy, some classic Brawl stars going down that right-hand end.
Called it. Yeah, definitely expect to see, some part of that Max shell be brought in here. This is just the control that Sandy can give you, but more importantly, the Rude Sands vision against someone like a Hank, I think is going to be really critical. It's about stamping your mark on the map here. It's about making sure your mid can safely step to the enemy side of the gem well and snap some of those up. Just get that 1 gem lead and you're fine. That's what forces your opponents into a position where they have to fight. Also, the fact that Sandy has unlimited charges of the stun gadget, I think Sweet Dreams is really important. Having a stopping power against like this Hank composition is going to be important.
It's been one of my favorite maps to watch this past couple weekends. I think it's just one that's so interesting to draft on. You see so many different strategies. You see Brawl Stars of old on the right-hand side. Meanwhile, while we get the Giant Hank on the left, Juju, another just staple of this region. I mean, South America is clearly prioritizing this brawler. They find a lot of value in it. And now that they've taken out brawlers like Buzz, Melody, Immortus, I think they were looking for Squish here. I think they were kind of showing that in the band stage. That's the story they're telling, and they follow through with it.
Yep, I mean, I do think that just in general, having someone who there's not a huge opportunity cost for Bass to put down damage at extreme range across the map. I like the Meeple pickup here. I don't necessarily know if, what gadget we should be expecting them to go towards. And Mr. P, Sunny brought this up, I feel like a couple of games ago. Mr. P has been left open a huge amount today. And if you're trying to play a control comp, what better way than to have these giga porters running onto the map here and really, this is a big problem for someone like Hank or for Juju to deal with. Like having to individually take these porters down. God, can you imagine Hank having to use a full bubble on a porter? Disastrous.
I think it's a really frustrating one, and one that's so consistent in other regions, and for Hard Rock Mine and for Gym Grab especially. I mean, Mr. P's a given, so the fact that they sent a 6th pick is so much value. Into Juju, you're gonna have to waste shots on that. Meeple in a duel as a single shot brawler against porters, especially extra ones like we see there. Sure, he drops a cube down. What happens when Jubileo gets a hypercharged super, though?
Exactly. I mean, nothing. The porters go onto the map, and they are very frustrating. Becca there has to use the Sweet Dreams gadget to keep Portox off them, so you've got to respect that left-hand side of the lane. We might end up splitting left to right on this map just because the Hank now is deep within enemy territory, and Dacon's been able to bully here in mid, now up to 5 gems.
Oh, and now Motep is trapped. It's going to be Dacon who's just able to take advantage, allow Portox to hold his positioning. P.E.K.K.A goes for a stun. Not enough, though. He's charging up that bubble. They have to handle him quickly, and they will narrowly survive. Finally, some porters can touch down on the map.
Okay, here they come. Jubilee with the first super of the game here. These porters are definitely going to be annoying. They soak up a lot of the attention here from the Juju, and now the Rude Sands thrown in here means that Portox can be kept tabs on now. Brawl have map control, but they need to turn it into a gem total at all. They have 0 gems because their strategy right now likely involves trying to kill the Meeple.
Finally, they drew off a brawler. Oh, this is a massive stun. They go for the cube. It traps P.E.K.K.A. He's got a porter alongside him, and Portox trying to close the gap in time, and P.E.K.K.A. nowhere to walk. Grabs him enough gems, though, but now they're going to lose this mid control with the fact that they lost a brawler alongside it. But honestly, they've got reinforcements coming. It's a hypercharge coming out of the Mr. P. They're beelining it for it. They couldn't quite take it down in time, and now they've got invisibility and numbers. This could be a disaster for the blue side.
Yep, that was the one window that Portox had to get rid of the porter spawners. Now you're going to be dealing with virtually an extra brawler for the remainder of the map. It is brutal stuff. P.E.K.K.A, he's going to throw a Rude Sands down now as the porters harass Portox. He steps up, gets 3 gems, but they are likely to be dropped pretty quickly here. Jubilee, though, has to respect what Portox can do, and they've got a heal attached to their super. P.E.K.K.A throws himself desperately into this now. Brawl need to find a way to get these gems out of the hands of Legion Otaku, but time is running short, and they don't have a way to strip them. Finally, Dacon goes down. Motep almost gave up his life for this, and the mechanics are sick. He's juking so beautifully. Gems are dropped, and Brawl now need to springboard off this map control into another gem spillage.
Still 12 on the blue side. Low HP for Juju and a cutoff on the left. They know where Mr. P is walking. They're holding it down. Portox 1v2ing.
That's massive.
Grabs the first. Motep follows up, and now it's Portox who can just fully defend on a lone brawler. Got scary there for a moment, but the blue roster once again pick up a game.
God, I mean, even with an extra brawler virtually, those porters being on the field, it is so hard to deal with the Hank. The fact that you are getting 1v2 by the guy, well, you're just trying to get past him. He's so disruptive. He doesn't even need to do massive amounts of damage. He just hangs around like a bad smell. Pops the super, gets his health back, charges up yet another bubble, and forces you to respect that burst damage. It's over 4,000. You cannot just walk into that as a relatively mid-range HP comp that Brawl have.
Gonna have to attempt it in game number 2. Try and retake, change something up, but safe to say the blue side starting to gain some momentum. Another game here would drag us to a set number 5. P.E.K.K.A contesting in the mid. Jubileo on that left-hand in, but the Hank is still threatening on that top right-hand side. You have to have multiple brawlers focus this.
Yeah, and again, you'll notice that, of course, that Sweet Dreams gadget interrupts the current bubble that is being charged by, Hank here. It's the only way to try and deal with it, but again, the heal from the super, far too powerful. Portox now is deep behind enemy lines, and while he doesn't actually get traded out, it means maximum map control for the Meeple in the mid. Say that 5 times quickly, folks, who's up to 8 gems now, and Castle Brawl have not had a chance to get a look at this gem mine.
Invisibility on the ground, a cutoff there, but Portox bubble covers a good 1/4 of it, so it's not a lot of room to work with. Casa Brawl on this top left-hand side corner. It's Hank flanking. Angles coming in everywhere, and the red roster is under siege. Left-hand side, now we've got Gree on the ground. Extra brawlers to help out, some super speed to go through, and Dacon safely in the back.
It must be fun to play Hank, I think, right now. All your job is literally to you are to gum up the wheels, the chewing gum on the boot of your opponents as they try and get towards your gem carrier. It is a clean win here for Legion Otaku. Another beautiful draft that's going to take us to a decided map.
I mean, Casa Brawl might be getting too cute with it. Look, one of the things that we do know about this meta, Hank is him. And you let it slide through. You let the other team take advantage. You go for something old, something that's worked in the past. A Sandy Stun's not enough to combat that Hank.
I think we've all seen it coming as we saw the bans. Hank not banned out, and Hank was picked up as first. He played it perfectly. Portox was able to push behind enemies' lines again and again, and his pressure that he put on the enemy team was outstanding. I do also like the Meeple and Hank synergy. We have seen this already last weekend, but today again, the team around Bost here showed us that you can just throw your square wall of dice, and Hank has an easy matchup there. Nobody can run away. He can just get the kills and then push against the enemy's lines again. And just so much pressure overall with the Hank. He was the MVP in my eyes here, Uber.
It's like you need 2 brawlers to counter the Hank, right? I mean, Casa Brawl have a very reasonable composition, right? And honestly, Sandy does good damage. It's very reasonable, but I feel like if you don't have a composition that is specifically trained from a young age to go after Hank and eliminate them, while they're, at their strongest, maybe a bell for the mark and the damage amplification, but you need more than just a bell on a map like this. It just puts too much stress on your drafting that you eventually start to lose sight of how you are supposed to win the game. You're just busy trying to not lose to the Hank, which is a huge problem. So, just banning it out and saving yourself the trouble of having to think about it is important. I want to point out as well, no Mr. P hypercharge in that second round. You said a great job there by whoever was playing the Juju there was dodging a lot of those Mr. P shots and make it very, very hard for them to get there, even if Super's online.
That was very important as well. The Mr. P looked just as dangerous as the Hank in my eyes, yet without his hypercharge, he's not that scary. Done a very good job at just not feeding him. Now heading into our 5th and final set of this matchup. Whoever wins this one moves into the semi-finals. That's exciting, Kenny.
Could be an upset. The good news, if you're a Casa Brawl fan, is this has been a map that they've done pretty solid at, and unfortunately, Legion Otaku, I cannot say the same about. They've had a losing record, at least in practices, for the last couple of weeks, and again, practices aren't everything, but it's kind of all we have to go off of. Casa Brawl, nonetheless, a lot of question marks coming into today. I mean, they were definitely flawed, especially after last month. They were really successful. It came down to the wire against Loud, but just something about this meta, this map, I don't know what it is, but Casa Brawl just haven't been able to finish the job.
I mean, Brawl changes so much, Sonny. I really do think there's a lot to be said for just having the right idea earlier. Casa Brawl, in leaving Hank open a lot, probably just came in with the preconception that Hank is fine, we can play around him, he's manageable, and that's probably something they got from Scrim. So as soon as they get into these games, they're like, wait a minute, we had this assumption that we could actually just deal with this one brawler, but now we have to rewrite our whole script on the fly.
We did see an example of someone beating Hank on the exact same map. BC Gaming versus Olympus Squad also played into a Hank, and BC Gaming took that map with Juju, Ash, and Melody. It was actually, possible to beat that Hank. You don't have to have him on your own side. Now, heading into the next set, this is also a map we have seen already from BC Gaming versus Olympus Squad. We saw Meeple on this map, which I absolutely loved. But as I said before, on Brawl Ball, still, you want to have a B or a max mid just to give your tanks either a speed boost or just that tank counter to go up against the tanks that the opponents are usually also going to pick. It's really a tank meta right now, Kenny.
be a common first pick on this map, so that doesn't shock me whatsoever. Another common strategy has been Barry being paired with other tanks that are really good on this map. Somebody that has escaped the ban phase, Stu in the mix, and I think Stu could be part of the equation here if the team wants to get frisky and go something like a Shade. Hank and Stu, two common ways to deal with Shade. The reason I think Shade was so successful in somebody like Zeta Division's hands last week is because they addressed it in the ban stage when Stu wasn't in the map, when Hank wasn't in the map. And when talking with pro players, I got to speak with Team Heretic Strage, who gave me a little insight on this. They found a lot of success on this map with Shade, but the one way of stopping it, it's either a Hank or Stu, and now Casa Brawl have that.
And I'm going to follow it up here with the Juju, who again, who just has been so utterly ubiquitous in this region. Not quite oppressive enough to be banned, but always just sneaking through here. And Casa Brawl definitely sort of value it on a map like Triple Dribble. You can definitely see how it can be a nuisance. Just having like the one throwers is generally quite helpful. And before Juju, it was Larry and Laurie, right? Someone who can obviously thrive where there are some walls still to play around, especially against like a sharpshooter like Bell. Pekka outside, of course, of the Rattled Hive is going to feel pretty safe. So how do you feel in the rest of this comp? You go for another relatively long range thrower in the Barley, and someone I think was brought up earlier who has access to the Herbal Healing Tonic now on a pretty low cooldown, can help with that sustain, and it might mean that Legion Otaku want to round this comp out again with a tank or someone a little bit more in your face, which reminds me of their Hot Zone comp, where I said they kind of had a bit of everything, right? They had the Poker, they also had the Bell, and then they had the Ollie to really go in and engage. So I'm hoping to see this sort of all-purpose Swiss Army knife drafting from Legion Otaku here in this decider set. And there it is.
There's a little bit of everything. Ash was kind of the next tank up to me, especially with Hank and Ollie on the top right of your screen being eliminated there. So they've got B, who's going to be able to handle any tanks on the other end. It's just a dependable first overall pick. They don't lock themselves into any strategy. They see what the other team brings out. They see Stu and Juju. They go into the Barley. Great pick on this map. Ash, somebody that's maybe fallen off a little bit in terms of the meta popularity, but somebody last month that was really good, and I see no reason why he isn't going to be strong here. Carl, the final selection, though, going to be able to pierce through a B, going to be able to pierce through a Barley, and going to be able to deal with those spawners of Ash. I think this is actually a really solid 6 pick.
Yeah, I think if Motep can just, avoid Ash if possible, that's great. But like you mentioned, if, Little Helpers does get popped, that flying pickaxe can just cut through the entirety of those little minions and make it really hard to deal with the Carl. And then Ash has to deal with, Carl Super on top of them. I want to see what the matchup looks like in lane here. Pekka up against Portox. So this is the best look that Legion Otaku can get. We might see attempts at Casa Brawl lane swapping out of that matchup because this early phase has gone pretty poorly for them.
Interesting choice to go for the wall break as well, especially considering you have Juju. Carl typically relies on those walls, and the other end has a B, but does play into the Barley, and the Ash opening up the map certainly hurts them, so they're willing to take the trade-off there. Going to be an interesting game of chess we've got going for this match.
Yeah, Jubilee are going to be pretty selective about which walls they actually do break. And there it is, Pekka with the... of course, with the gadget and the super going in, it does have enough damage to deal with the Ash there, but at no point have Casa Brawl been able to take control of the middle part of the map. There's still a B and a Barley inhabiting this area, and Portox is more than happy just to get in the way for Casa Brawl and make it hard for them to actually advance their game plan.
Complete control of this map going for the blue side. Now they're diving in. Pekka forced to get aggressive, and it's not enough. The heals go through. Tonic keep him up alive enough, and it's so close. Not quite enough, though. A beautiful flank from Pekka. Now Casa Brawl have a chance to respond to their own, finally get a little bit of control. It can take a breather.
Yeah, crucially, a bush for Motep. That was the problem. When you're on the defensive, as Juju on this map, you're really not very remarkable. In fact, you're worse than Barley in almost every aspect of the game. But once Motep can play through these bushes, they can get some value. Pekka able to take down enough of those little helpers to at least stay alive. But Portox is very quickly re-established that mid-control for Legion Otaku. It has to be another heat injector for Pekka to create some space here. And Daikon just going to keep popping those gadgets here. Motep almost taken down.
When you're in trouble, pop a gadget. Just send the Rattled Hive, send the Herbal Tonic, and at least give yourself a little footing. Jubileo on the left-hand end, able to find a kill alongside Motep. It's a pass to the right-hand end. A gadget going down for Pekka, and he's tail-spinning his way through the other side. A complete terror into Legion Otaku, and it's going to result in a goal.
Crucially as well, supers and hypers up for many of these Casa Brawl players, and Jubileo is going to pop it straight away now, making it impossible for Daikon to hit them. He has to dodge back away, though, from that Rattled Hive, and Daikon's created a lot of space, but last call covering the middle of the map. Bast gets a pretty effective hypercharge, but Jubileo still wants to threaten here. Portox is going to get brought down, and Jubileo is in a position now to get this one straight walked in. And Casa Brawl will take our first round of Brawl Ball.
Match point for the red roster. Really good job of hanging in there, staying tough, and they got an early defensive stop, which allowed them to stay in the game. I think you made a great call out. Once Juju finally got some grass, you can hit those long-range shots, because otherwise, Barley's got the distance to cover, and his shot lingers. Juju just instantly connects to the ground and explodes like you see there, but a Barley shot can stay around, linger, cause a little bit more area control.
And Barley has better utility, just straight up. The reason why you want the Juju here is for that increased range. So playing in the right part of the map is really important. And it's something that you never really think about with so many brawlers, but that's just Juju's affinity for the environment that she is standing in, defining her playstyle. So Motep here tanks a lot of that damage. You notice a gadget every now and then popped by Motep in order to get some extra range on those shots. Here's Grigri, got to be basically ignored or swept aside by Portox, pun very much intended, as that Ash now wants to continue pushing up. There is, of course, a healing tonic in play now. Jubileo trying to get inside the Rattled Hive and dispatches the B, but is traded.
2v2 in the mid. Throwers dueling and Carl. Pickaxes flying as Portox tries to close in the gap. Herbal Tonic being cycled in once again, and Jubileo without a super can have a hard time closing this gap, and now they've got B back in the mix, the long range left-hand side, and a Rattled Hive gadget to put him back as well. This is once again great map control coming out of our blue roster.
Pekka realized they took too much damage trying to go with that tailspin, and they didn't really get good coverage on the heat injector, not when they needed it. Portox here again wants to just get in the way, make a little bit of space, and the little helpers are going to do just that. Bast will walk in and keep Legion Otaku's hopes alive.
Great patience, great execution. It's going to be the blue side picking one up here early. Jubileo, once again, without a super, going to be stuck there. They've got a little bit of coverage coming out of Grigri. Motep stepping up. Barley super goes down. Pekka cycling his way up the map as Jubileo pierces through the wall, punches his ticket through, and now going to have an opportunity at the net. Super shot available. Slides it in. Beautifully played.
Now, never a moment of doubt there for Jubileo. He knew that he had the timing. And so Casa Brawl have evened it up now. Legion Otaku have to dig their heels in to stay alive in this series, in these monthly finals. Portox though going to win the fight out on the right-hand side against the Carl, and Jubileo still wants to be a nuisance. Hard to catch here for Dacon, but again, all that fancy footwork needs some damage to follow it up, and finally the B does go down. Jubileo now wants to ask for more. Bast goes very, very low, and great shots here off the stew, really showing that mechanical skill. Some skill expression from Jubileo now to give Casa Brawl a lot of map control, but we're still even. We need to see a goal.
With 15 seconds to go, an opportunity to close out for either of these teams in overtime. B is going to be an issue. Pekka super stored up. Jubileo left-hand side. The mechanics have been incredible, and he needs to do it for one more game to send his team forward. Pekka cycling forward, goes down, kick to the left-hand side, and Jubileo can be forced away, especially now that Bass has dropped a super.
So much damage though coming out from this stew. Jubileo is very dangerous, but now has to respect the B. Hypercharge. There's no super build up for Dacon quite yet, though. The little helpers are going to take so much space. Jubileo able to steal the ball away. Here comes the hypercharge, and they are slippery indeed. Motep now with a big job. They have to hold the fort here. Dacon should be able to take the shot, but Motep almost saved it. It's not going to be enough though, and Legion Otaku are going to take this all the way.
Match point, match point. It's been a long time since we've had a team other than Loud's roster and this current roster in Casa Brawl that have made a grand finals. That could all change right here, right now. Something special, folks, could go down here in South America in month number 2. Let's see if this region gets a shakeup.
Oh, I cannot believe we are here again. Another decider game as Casa Brawl are on the precipice of being booted out of a tournament that was basically theirs. Here's Bass trying to control Jubileo. That one stew attracting the attention of 2 brawlers, and in goes Pekka. The healing tonic not enough to keep Portox standing, but Motep was picked off there, so it ends up being a trade, and Pekka's got nowhere to go. Stuck in a corner against the thrower. Never ends well.
Lots of question marks for this Casa team coming into this month, and a lot to answer alongside it. Right now, it is Legion Otaku with control of the map. A Rattled Hive going down, connects to Pekka, brings him down to about half HP. Motep's still going to hover around this ball, trying to gatekeep it, dropping a gadget, forcing it Bast away for now, giving Jubileo just enough time to get a gadget up, open up this left-hand side, and try and march themselves forward.
Now the heat injector comes out. Pekka's got behind enemy lines, but Bast is unmoved, happy just to sit back now as Pekka looks a little bit foolish out in the open, got to be caught by his barley damage. Although, we have a Grigri in play. Adding some value with Motep there as well with those frequent gadget uses to get every mode of effect which is the increased range and the slow on those shots. You see it there, it flashes purple briefly. Sebastian slowed up briefly. Here's Jubileo trying to pressure on that left-hand side of the map, though, when Daikon goes a little bit low, even with the healing tonic in play, they're going to go for a rattled hide, but Pekka runs into them and runs himself down. Daikon, Pordox both low. There's a real opening for Casa Brawl to apply some pressure, and that's exactly what Motep wants. It's an easy walk-in, or it should have been, but the goal doesn't quite connect. Jubileo has to walk it in after the fact.
Jubileo had to waste a super to do it, though. They had to dash forward. It was their only chance at a goal. And we'll see if that mistake costs them it all. Hypercharge going down for Portox. The spawners rushing down the right-hand side. Jubileo dashing, taking on his enemies here. Daikon has an opening, and it's just short of the line. One more step, and it would have been a bucket for Legion Otaku, but his life was gone before he got the chance.
So close. That is tantalizing there for Legion Otaku. 30 seconds left in the round. And Casa Brawl don't need to take any unnecessary risks here. Jubileo happy to hold this position on the left. Another Rattled Hive comes out. You've got to respect the damage, but Jubileo theoretically would have the mobility to avoid most of it. Instead, he just face tanks it. 14 seconds left in the round, and Legion Otaku are on their last legs here, Kenny.
And the ball pocketed on the top right-hand side, trying to make magic happen, give somebody else a chance at a grand finals, but it's no such thing. Casa Brawl silenced the doubters, and we'll continue on through our tournament.
Oh, buddy, that is a little too close. Exactly. I would be relieved, but if I'm Casa Brawl, I'm also thinking, guys, if we want to be dominating this region, we can't be getting pushed to 5 maps like this. It is crazy. And this is why we gush. We talk at length about the depth of talent in this region, because even the very best teams are being pushed to their limits month after month here. I mean, February was no exception, and we've already seen it here in March, Sonny. Another sick game, and another one that I wouldn't have been mad if I predicted wrong, which I did.
We all did again. I mean, Casa Brawl, they want to win back-to-back. They want to be the winners of the March monthly finals here as well. But as you said, a 3-2 is usually not what we see of such a dominating team. It was a nerve-wracking match here. There are close games and close games. And here we're talking about another game that ended not only in the last set, but in a double match point. And it represents this region so well, Kenny.
If you want to be the best, you gotta beat the best. And Legion Otaku had some great scrim results, awesome qual results. But when push comes to shove, the greatest team in this region once again perseveres. It's been the story as old as time. We haven't seen 2 different teams enter a grand final in well over a year. I mean, it's pretty nuts to think about the legacy that Casa Brawl, that Loud had, and we were that close, one little goal off from changing that entirely.
Dude, I mean, God, I'm not even mad if I'm this team. Last month, you play against Casa Brawl in that quarterfinal. You don't get a set. You look awful against them. Now, in 1 month, you've gone from that to double match point against the previous monthly champion. That level of improvement ought to be studied. That is crazy.
We're having a look at the bracket now. We see that we're through the quarterfinals. 4 out of 7 matches of the day are already over, sadly, but we still have 3 bangers to come up next. PC Gaming SA versus Loud in the first semifinals, and then SK Kalalas SA versus Casa Brawl that we just see win in the second one. So definitely stay tuned for this one. Also, guys,
okay, nice.
Our predictions today are okay.
Dude, I'm not even mad. Like, seriously, that was a double match point in that first game as well. Like, literally could have gone either way. So, you know, the difference between 3 and 4 feels like a lot here, but that was a super close game. The rest, though, like, I think we got away scot-free with that last prediction, because again, another really, really close game. I wonder, I feel like one of these semis is going to be close and the other might not be.
We're going to see how that is going to go. If we're going to have a bit of everything once again with a 3-2, 3-1, 3-2. We had everything, yet I still believe this region is one of the most volatile ones ever. It's so, unexpected sometimes. What happens next, the boss gem grab steal, and so on and so forth. Like the 2-second goal in Brawl Ball. We had so many upsets today overall. We want to have a look also now at what the people at home voted, who is going to be their MVP for this last quarterfinal. And of course, it's no one else other than Pekka, Kenny.
His mechanics are unbelievable. I mean, it's been like that for a long time. He's a star from this region, and if he somehow finds a way to keep up what he's doing in South America, take it to the global stage, I think he'll be a superstar across the world. They just haven't quite made the crack in this region at an international level since roughly 2021, so we'll see if this breeding ground gets a little stronger this year and that they have a better chance towards the end of the year.
After a little break now, we're going to head into our very first semi-final of the day. One team head out of a 3-2, one team out of a 3-0. Who has the momentum here? We're going to see.
Eu acho que poderia ser a Shelly, porque a Shelly no competitivo em si, até os tanques cauteram ela, e ela não tem tipo assim, ela não tem um dano tão consistente de longe, e acaba que a maioria dos brawlers acaba cauterando ela.
Y me parece un brawler muy infravalorado, nadie lo piquea y nosotros no lo hacemos porque hay delay, y si estuviéramos en Brasil obviamente piquearemos eso, porque me parece un brawler con mucho potencial, que es muy fácil cargar su hiper, pero bueno, nadie lo juega.
Puede ser León. Es un brawler que tiene mucho potencial. Y no está mal, pero puede estar mejor y es un brawler bastante bueno.
Hello and welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship, to the South American Monthly Finals. And we're back also with Reddy. How did you like that very last quarterfinal that we just saw?
Oh, that was fantastic. I mean, I did not think it was going to go all the way. I know it was tough for Casa Brawl heading into this, suffering an 0-3 loss in the qualifier, but now coming into the quarterfinals, they were really given a run for their money by Legion Otaku.
They're all racing to a very important LAN event coming up. We're getting started with these LAN events quite early this year. Check it out.
All regions from across the globe are sending their best champions to prove to us, once and for all,
Humble, 50%, Crazy Raccoon have fallen short.
which region is the best in the world right now. They'll compete for LCQ and World Final slots for their home region, altering the competitive landscape for the rest of this year. So prepare your flags, your patriotism, and cheer on your home region champions. 23rd to 25th of May, live from DreamHack Dallas. Get your tickets now and join the fun in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com for amazing Pro Pass rewards.
Every team here is fighting to battle it out at the Brawl Cup at DreamHack Dallas, May 23rd to May 25th. They're fighting for extra regional slots at the World Finals and the Last Chance qualifier match.
Yeah, I mean, again, only one spot for South American teams at this event. And there are like 2, maybe even 3 that could really throw down on the world stage. So that means that these teams are fighting extra hard for that one delegate spot for this region. I mean, the fact that we only can send 2 from EMEA is also pretty crazy. So in each of our regions, we're going to have crazy competition. And we're also going to be hosting a team from mainland China. I'm very curious to see what they've been cooking up there. They're always a region that surprises us. I feel like at LCQ, they showed us some great gameplay. Toxic Lotus were a bit of a fan favorite there. So I'm really glad to see them again. And DreamHack's always a good time. Come on.
2 of the teams that get to go there, maybe that still have a chance to qualify for that, is BC Gaming and Loud. Those 2 teams are going to face up in our first semi-final already.
For BC Gaming, it's going to be a bit of a tougher road. Loud made it super far in our last monthly final. In fact, they took 2nd place overall, but they came darn close to getting the whole thing. BC Gaming SA, they're already emerging from this first quarterfinal battered and bruised. They had to go all the way to a set 5. And the opposite can be said for Loud. They seem to breeze through things 3-0 style.
And that was against a team that we really had expected would put more pressure on Loud, Alguam Segura, but Loud just seemed to be a cut above them. This, though, is a rematch of this very same game last month. Both these teams ended up facing in the semi-final back when this BC Gaming team was known as Cayo Pero, and it was a 3-1 for Loud. So Loud here, amidst the storm of a really up and down region where teams are going to 5, would love to kind of get through this monthly final with some clean results to try and properly establish themselves as the #1 team in this region. But again, this was what happened last time they played, and that Gen Grab set was a really close one. In general, though, it felt like Loud just really had the measure of that Cayo Pero team then, and hope to do the same for this BC Gaming roster this month.
And goodness, I mean, look at how close that was on a set-by-set basis as well. Keep in mind, I mean, these are the same drafts being played for every single, just within that one set, right, for all 3 games. So that, I think, seriously exemplifies just how close things were. Comes down to a mechanics diff, right? This was not draft all the way. And so maybe that can help us pick apart where exactly the strengths are of Loud compared to BC Gaming SA. We need to see these drafts come through strong.
The drafts need to be strong. Also, the consistency overall of Loud has suffered a little bit. Like last month in the quarterfinals, it was a 3-2, semifinals 3-1. It looked like they had what it takes to win it all, and then they lost to Brawl again in a 3-2 final. So very close to then this monthly qualifier lose to another team and drop into the lower bracket. They lost to Legion Otaku, again a 3-2. Just always very close matches, but they can't seem to just get a consistent winning streak in.
I don't know if it's even their fault. I think this region is really hard to be consistent in general, because there's BSC every month, but there's actually a ton. In South America, there is a ton of third-party tournaments that are running all the time. So there's a lot of opportunities for these up-and-coming teams to get match practice against these top names, which is kind of why we look at these teams and go, how the heck are some of these teams playing so much? Like, how did Legion Otaku go from getting rolled by Brawl to taking them to double match point? That's why. There's so many opportunities to compete in this region, and these teams are taking advantage.
That was so interesting to see. We actually have the people at home vote for BC Gaming to take this one, even though they lost last month to them. So we're here for that. I want to see them prove that they can make it into the finals today. Heading into the draft now. Juju is banned out. Oh no, ready.
Oh no! What are they going to pick now?
The sacred timeline.
We're diverting to a different timeline. Okay, I think Hank is wide open, so that's got to be a consideration. We're heading over to Super Beach. Keep in mind that B has been banned out, so Poco is 100% on the radar. Also, there we go, there's the Hank. I want to shout out, more votes coming in for BC Gaming. Sunny pointed out that not only did they lose this matchup last month, but, Loud has made World Finals in the past. They made the World Finals last year.
Yes, I mean, they've been making World Finals for years.
Yes.
Back in 2021, they were top 4. These guys know what they're doing. I think BC Gaming, with their El Primo ban here, might have been hoping that they would get their hands on the Hank pick here. We've seen Primo look pretty good there. Obviously, suplexing the Hank is a pretty effective strategy, but just running up on him and doing as much damage as you can. Always look for another tank that can get in Hank's face and just out DPS him. The problem is that, you know, when walls get in the way, that's when Hank really starts to be a problem. Berry here will be used to supplement this Ashe pick, and I feel like these two go deals like peanut butter and jelly. They are very, very powerful right now.
I'm looking at a tank that is able to hold a candle to what Hank is offering here. As long as things don't head into overtime, then Ashe should be straight up way better than Hank. Banning El Primo is not enough to keep your Hank safe. You also need to lock in some sort of support for that. And that's what BC Gaming have done here. They've gotten a support for their tank, and they've also taken away an opportunity for Loud. Now, that Poco is still open. Lu is going to be the selection here. I think that means that Poco would be quite a viable selection for BC Gaming. They would be lacking on damage, is really the big thing. But it would be effective for nullifying that freeze that Loud is capable of getting here now.
Gadget, of course, really instrumental right now. Like we've said before, 11 seconds on Protective Tunes is the cooldown on that Gadget. Instead, we'll have Loud go for this Mortis. So Poco's still available here for BC Gaming, but a little bit scary. It can be tough for these Mortis though players to find success against the Berries, who can set up that ice cream field and, you know, maintain enough healing so that, you know, the Mortis can't cycle into those supers. Stu will be picked up here for BC Gaming. We've seen him look really effective in that previous series, especially up against sharpshooters. I think up against someone like Lu, it's going to be difficult for Firecrow to deal with the Stu. So I don't mind that the way that this composition has sort of rounded things out. You have an answer for most things here, right? Ashe is designed to, you know, answer this Hank. We've obviously got that the healing that Berry can put down. The Stu can cause problems, I think, for the Lu, and I just want to see how the Mortis fits into all of this.
That's the question mark for me too, because similarly for me, things just make sense here. You see the Stu for the Lu, also able to break walls, diminish some of the value that Mortis has to offer. We'll see a push forward on the right side. Not enough damage from Firecrow to eliminate Loco, and the heals are coming out from Doritos, pushing this line of scrimmage all the way to the enemy side, but Loco is deleted by this bubble from Edinho, still standing by on the left, just trying to get enough health so he can start pushing forward. We'll see Doritos snap up that kill on Kyodog on the left side. And BC Gaming stand quite firm. Firecrow is trying to stir things up on the back lines, but he's not getting much value.
No, it's really hard to know what Firecrow is supposed to do here. I think they're probably supposed to deal with the Berry, but they just find themselves on the opposite side of the map for the most of the time here in this BC Gaming draft. I really enjoy it. I think it looked excellent. There was a couple moments where Edinho showed the stopping power here to put BC Gaming on the back foot, but it wasn't enough to stop that first goal. And here comes Derp pushing up here, looking in the direction of that Mortis, forcing Firecrow to dash away. And now Edinho can't pick up the ball because he's trying to get his bubble on.
Doing his best, but is not able to catch Derp. He's dashing away so consistently. Here comes the breakthrough. That's damage on a Kyodog as well. Emergency hypercharge out from Edinho. They're really on the back ropes. Here's the super out, and the hypercharge and freeze coming out from Kyodog. That was necessary. A whole couple of hypercharges used to defend a single goal, not even a scoring condition.
Yeah, absolutely. It was great defensive play, but it does not advance Loud's game plan. They want to be using these hypercharges aggressively, not just to stay in the match. And BC Gaming say, fine, you can play as defensive as you like. We have a goal lead already. We are happy with our position in this game, and now we're just going to take our time and eat you bit by bit. Here comes another slot through for goal, and BC Gaming, my goodness, they look to be better already.
Ashe came around that right flank with the hypercharged rats in hand. He popped one down, and everyone was so concentrated in that one area around the goal. It was enough for him to chain another together. And from that point, there was simply no hope. That was a one game. That Ashe hypercharge is super deadly, especially when you just don't have the stuff to deal with it. Firecrow doesn't have anything for it. Kyodog, he doesn't have piercing shots. It's really only Edinho that has to be online when that moment arrives.
Firecrow here finally getting done what he needs to, but pulls up short there as Loco's able to bring him down. Instead of picking up the ball, Loco realizes they need to clear Kyodog away and set themselves up with some map control and let the respawning third player take possession of the ball and bring it into the fold. This is pretty big now. Loco's in a dangerous position. Kyodog has to throw a super down that's just deftly dodged by the Ashe. Doritos and Derp will stay outside and respect the freezing power of Kyodog's super there, but eventually they will start to get a bit more aggressive. Doritos now becomes a real offensive threat, being able to abuse the walls to get damage down consistently, and Edinho goes for a super that doesn't do much to relieve the pressure here. Desperately, Firecrow tried to hit the ball into the corner, and Kyodog would just be ignored. BC Gaming's composition are rolling Loud.
I get it. I caught that. Nice one. But let's talk about this. Hypercharge super in from Kyodog. It's not enough to stop this inward motion. Derp making the whole world tour. Super in hand. Will he be able to clear this post? Almost does it. But Kyodog respond in the right place at the right time to send this one to the enemy side. Firecrow's trying to turn some damage together. But Doritos with the Hypercharge super is just no match for Mortis.
That is so brutal. Mortis got completely embarrassed there by what Barry's able to do. If that isn't power creep in the game of Brawl Stars, I don't know what is. Great gadget hypercharge usage there. It did require Doritos to throw everything to stay alive against Firecrow, but it worked. Here's a map control being taken again with the little helpers forcing Kyodog back, and wow, that's such a powerful super. It froze the game for a moment. Still, Firecrow going to try and dash through Derp here. Loco a little bit low, and Adinho has to get the ball out of the corner, but with Loco falling here, it should be Loud finding their equalizer.
Loud fought so hard for this one goal, and they actually have the keys to keep this momentum going. Firecrow has a hypercharge and super in hand. He needs to chain people together, though. And with Loco, who has a hypercharge of his own, that's double chain, looking for 3. Could not get any targets in there, and could not get another super either. Super in, and a little freeze onto Doritos that keeps the ball firmly locked over here on the right side. But these walls are going to be breaking down in only a matter of seconds, and Adinho has got the game-win condition. Has a hypercharge, just needs a super now that makes him public enemy #1. Doritos going to go for the elimination, and despite being frozen, they can still receive a pass from Loco and send it into the goal.
Bro just took it to Baskin Robbins, and I don't mean in the positive sense. That is absolutely brutal. Another massive, very hypercharged super there for Berlin City Club. And look, it was a set that actually got a little bit close at some points, but it's really hard to argue with the way that they drafted this. The time-honored shell of the Ash and the Berry is really a perfect way to start here. And you can mix it up, of course. You can throw the stew in there, and you're cooking at that point. Really nicely done by BC.
BC Gaming really knows what they're doing with their drafts. I, again, really feel like they had a very well-rounded draft here with some heals, with the tankiness from the Ashe. As already mentioned it before, the hypercharges from the Ashe also came out at the perfect times to just distract the opponents. And then, of course, Derp, he was just wreaking havoc with his stew. Whenever he had a hypercharge, there was a goal basically incoming in the next couple of seconds. When we have a look at the stats, though, that berry paid off big time.
I'm sorry. Every time Firecrow pulls up, Doritos does a pirouette, demi-plie, and just dunks an ice cream cone on top of the Mortis and just sends him back to sport. It was ridiculous. Again, you have so much healing available to you. You get a heal off your gadget. You get obviously a hypercharge and get away from the Mortis. But it's gonna take more. It's gonna take more than the Mortis. I mean, that is great. That is some. I really appreciate the very genuine reaction there, but you can see what Doritos is taking the game over on this pick, which is not supposed to carry like this.
You remember what moment that was, Ready?
Yeah, I think someone got a single kill or something. That's how I react to every play. No, I'm just messing around. There are so many moments. I think I couldn't put a finger on it. What I will say, though, is hats off to Doritos for turning Barry into an assassin. You know him usually being the brawler that gets the most kills in the lobby. He does basically everything. That's why he's banned so often. He is so strong in this game.
Usually we see him very often on Hot Zone, for example. Brawl Ball, not one of his best modes, but they definitely made him work. He could also work on Hideout, honestly. You want to have a thrower on a map like this, a lot of walls to play around. You could also play Meeple, of course. Brock wouldn't be surprising here as well. Either open up the map or you play around those walls, put them to good use here.
All right. This was not the start I was expecting to see from Loud at all. Again, there's a couple of hints, a couple of things that we should look towards, when we go into a map like Hideout, but really, Loud probably just don't want to go for anything gimmicky at this point. Just go for us, see, they've sort of banned out the Hank, this time. They don't want to deal with that, but a really solid comp is to go for that G-Max call here. So Loud might be forced into picking a max of their own now, even if it wasn't really part of their intended strategy.
I'd like to see a Mandy come out here as well. She is one of those brawlers that just received her hypercharge, one of the best brawlers on Knockout or bounty in my opinion now. Jean already a great start also. They banned out the Mr. P themselves, so the probably best counter to the Jean is out of the way right now.
Guaranteed.
Well, let's start talking about the range matchup as well. Okay, aside from things specifically to deal with Jean, how about the stuff that he's going to be paired with? So you're facing a brawler that is, yes, you can pull people out of position, but I think a lot of people forget that healing is one of like the central things in his kit because you are going to be running magic puffs. And Loud are coming in with a couple of brawlers more focused around control. If BC Gaming decide to take a bit of a different route, then that could actually suffer quite a lot, considering that, yeah, you know, they can churn out damage, but might not be able to chew through something quite tanky. Now, they do have the last pick in a way that they can counter stuff selected by BC Gaming at this stage. I'm looking for maybe some stuff to deal with turrets from the other side. Here comes RT. That's just an overall safe selection and prevents him from getting jumped on by an aggro last pick.
I would be a little bit scared about what Janet can offer you here, because if you're in a close game and Loud, let's say we're in a countdown and they're pretty even in stars, or maybe there's just like one brawler that needs to be like eliminated, the fact that you can pop that hypercharged super and almost get a free kill, like it's virtually unanswerable, especially in those final moments, or God forbid, just pop super and run away in the dying moments if you have a star lead. It's really annoying. It's really subtle, but it's something that Loud can actually rely on as a contingency measure to get themselves out of trouble.
At this stage for Loud, what do you do? Juju. When in doubt, in South America, Juju is the way to go. You're going to be navigating around some of these walls for as long as they exist. I think Jean is going to throw a wrench in those plans, send a magic hand right through some of those obstacles, which can be quite frustrating to deal with as a Juju. Now, luckily, you are going to be benefiting from those bushes and getting quite a lot of additional range. I also I'm looking at this Belle, and I don't really think she's going to be doing that much aside from being able to lane that Janet and go toe-to-toe with the Byron. She's not necessarily a direct response or counter to anything, though.
No, that is a fair point here. Let's see what the lane assignments look like. Janet does not quite have the range to match up against Belle, so Dog has no choice but to try and push up here. I think this was pretty bad. I don't know if you really want to be in this kind of position, but what choice do you sort of have? Okay, well, the Boombox gets thrown down briefly, will be removed. Derp is forced back, and this is just unbridled aggression. The kind that only Kyodog can generate here. Loud have taken a lot of map control, but they've got to be careful not to trip themselves up now.
That mark from Derp on a Kyodog was crucial, so much so that it forces him to switch lanes, where he's still going to be outranged by Loco. But previously, the dynamic was very similar to what we've seen from like a Byron and Max on this map in the past. Byron and Max, or I guess in this case Janet, will run down the left lane, and Byron just heals them constantly, and that would allow some sort of hypercharge action to come out. That's what they're trying to get onto Kyodog, because that Janet hypercharge is so powerful, but it's tough to do so when you're facing potential nest eggs, and your healing is going to be offset by the extra damage that's coming in since you're marked.
Dingo's getting good poke damage down, which is all well and good, but Loud have still not developed any supers at all, and Kyodog has to pop a gadget there just to stay alive. Thankfully, there's plenty more where that came from. The game plan for the Janet seems to be the same, despite the fact that they're marked, which tells me that Loud don't have a backup plan for how to make use of this Janet. We are going to go to the dying seconds, and it's likely Kyodog that's just going to try and dive in and get a kill from the air. But at that point, Doritos might have a magic hand. It could get really chaotic in the next few moments. There's a lot of shots being thrown in by Adinho. He dumps the clip, so to speak, but Kyodog eventually goes down. Doritos, though, is picked up. Loud are still down by 1 star, and that Janet does not have a super, let alone a hypercharge yet.
Well, neither does Belle. This could be the chance to move in. 5 seconds to go. Firecrow's got all the healing in the world, but Kyodog is lacking positioning, and he's lacking support too, as Firecrow is taken down by Derp as the clock ticks down. There was potential, maybe, since we saw Janet was marked, and then
is Cheeks. It's Cheeks, bro.
The Janet was not able to do much. Once she was marked, it was kind of all over. And then there was a point where, like, okay, even if you die with the mark, then the Belle still has a hypercharge and a super. Oh wait, she used it to kill you. Maybe in the final seconds you can get 1 kill. This is a fun way to get that blue star, though. Adinho sneaks right up mid. Doesn't seem like anyone was really concerned about contesting.
Okay, that does mean that, you know, BC Gaming are forced into the position of aggressor here. The Kyodog again forced away, damage gadget, gear, popped. So a lot of pressure being suffered here, and even some bouncing shots. Kyodog needs to be careful not to get too close to Adinho and Co here, especially with the constant pressure of the RT from the other side with that kill potential of the gadget. There goes Kyodog again, and that blue star now means very little for Loud.
Big damage on Kyodog. Thankfully, he's got the heals from Firecrow because Loco got him quite low, and so did Doritos. Both popped their gadgets on the guy. Kyodog on the right side, sort of the Lone Ranger, needs the heals from Firecrow, and Doritos is ready with the pull. Once this gadget falls, he might be able to pull Kyodog out of position. And that would break open a key stronghold on this map for Loud. But Kyodog is staying just out of range. Pretty much.
Okay, well, there's the hack gadget. Easy kill for Loco. Pull went on to Grigri, so Adinho doing well to protect himself now, and they're trying to play pretty close up. They get Loco. That's 4 stars going over to Loud. They have a lead now. All of a sudden, BC Gaming have to bring the game to the red side.
Loud still holding strong. Firecrow, not at super risk of falling, does have that mark, but he's not going to be one of the entry fraggers for the team. They can't afford a death either, so they're going to have to use this territory that they have earned as much as possible. Looking at BC,
you got to get off utility. The TAC FPS, Redwood. You get off it, mate. It'll ruin your life. Entry fragger in my Brawl Stars, this guy. Mark on Firecrow, though. Derpy popping a hypercharge. BC Gaming know they need to get a star from somewhere. Where would that opportunity come from? Grigri deployed to the middle part of the map, and BC Gaming have to get too aggressive ready set in order to try and get those stars back, and it ends up with Loud. They're having a convincing lead.
In a weird position, though. They were all the way in enemy territory. But with that, they have started to take back the control of this set, proving that they can, though it is going to be by a 1-star margin. Not terribly convincing. But we also didn't see them fall to the same pitfalls as they did in game number 1, where Janet gets marked up and they're like, okay, well, we're going to play really defensive and just super like iffy with Kyodog on that left side. Adinho, wow, look at that damage coming on the guy. Only 87 health to show for that mission to retrieve the blue star.
Yeah, again, no, he got what he came for. Derp a little bit isolated here. Kyodog in a position where they could have collapsed, but are not ready for the pinch from the other side. It's Doritos that actually is credited with that elimination. Adinho walks into a nest egg, and they were hoping just to dump their clip on top of the bell yet again. Instead, it's a big elimination for BC Gaming and a 3-star lead.
Doritos taking a lot of damage. Kyodog needs it, but it's only mutually assured destruction. With Kyodog falling, BC Gaming retained the lead by a blue star, or rather by 1 star, but the blue star still resides in Loud's control. As long as Kyodog can hang on to it, then it's a pretty good trade overall.
We haven't really seen the super from Kyodog actually be a part of the game plan at all for Loud. Okay, he has it. Oh my goodness, he has a super. There it is. Oh, it's nasty. The air raid sirens ring out, and Loud have themselves a 6-star lead as a result of that engagement. That feels like too big a gap to cover for BC Gaming.
Ask and ye shall receive. We were due for a play with that super at some point. With only 35 seconds to go, it might be unlikely that we see another, considering also that it's so difficult for him to even land those shots. He's outranged on that left side. Meanwhile, on the right side, Loco and Doritos are closing in, pushing things to the back left. Louder fighting to retain this territory. Firecrow in a dangerous situation, has to super himself, but they're laying into him. BC Gaming, they're still behind by 4 stars, but they got the pull. Here comes the hypercharge out from Kyodog, but no impact. No kills, no nothing.
Loco going down there is brutal. Firecrow finds an important shot there to potentially put this set in Loud's favor. Kyodog looked pretty good there in the end with the Janet, but it was Loud who got within 1 star of BC Gaming, and then were able to get themselves out of dodge. And the comp that frankly, I called it cheats. I said it didn't do anything, but we finally get to see what happens when Loud can actually incrementally scale up their map control and almost use their Juju as an assassin, going in under invisibility and just emptying the clip of 3 shots there just to find these kills. I really have got to respect what Loud did to overcome some of the challenges that their composition faced, which were many.
At the beginning of the set, frankly, I thought Loud got outdrafted once again. They got completely outranged. And then I saw Kyodog, Janet, just needed to get super or even hypercharge, and their comp worked out just fine. We also see here in the stars, in the end, he didn't even get the most takedowns, but he just made up for so much pressure for his teammates that they were able to push BC Gaming all the way into spawn and win this set in the end.
That was the Juju Assassin of mention. I mean, look at this. The 2 blue star possessions as well. I'm so glad that we have that stat. It's been so crucial. I don't know how Loco managed to get it, but Edinho popping the invis to sneak in and grab that blue star and get the momentum for Loud side of the game was, I think, one of the bigger turning points in the set.
It's risky, and I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that Loud can see that BC Gaming don't have like a baked-in strategy for getting a free blue star, like a Carl flying pickaxe or anything like that. This Kayadog play here was huge, but not just because the Janet is invulnerable while she's doing that damage, it's because Loud responded and played ultra aggressively into that moment. Kayadog here with Hypercharge probably could have hung around and got that pick off on Doritos, but sort of didn't see the need to do so. Still ended up being quite a close game here, and yeah, I generally think that Loud overcame a comp gap by just being the better team and adapting to that situation really well. I won't concede, I won't say that I think their comp was better in the end, but it just didn't seem to matter, and that's the caliber of a world-class team here in this SA region to be able to adapt like that.
You won't say they had the better comp, but you did call it cheeks, so I don't know about that.
I think it is cheeks. Still think it's cheeks. I'm actually doubling down on that triply. I'm triple cheeking down on that comp, but they're good enough to make it work, you know?
Let's see if they're gonna get a better draft in here, or if they just make it work anyway, even if they can't really draft into BC Gaming so far. BC Gaming really showed us some phenomenal draft. They didn't manage to win the second set, but it's still a 1-1, so still everything is open here. Again, we are on pit stop. You know what that means? In my mind, there's just gonna be Bull, there's Edgar, there's Buzz, there's Hank, there's Shade, there's every single tank in the game, really. We did see a Cordelios before, trying to defend a bit more instead of just rushing the save, but that comp lost, so maybe ready. You just need to rush the save with tanks.
Well, I mean, speaking of cheeks, right? Because this map has really devolved into a base race. I was looking forward to it early because, I mean, back in the day, like when I started playing Pit Stop, like this was such a goated map. And now it is, as it has come back in rotation, it's all about tanks. And sort of the meta right now is all about tanks. But you take a map that even in like a control meta was tank focused, and then you place that in this current meta, then you get pandemonium. Sometimes it just comes down to the damage calc where, hey, I get more damage than you do if I run down a single lane with 3 brawlers and we base race. And that is what it has often devolved into.
And so a berry here makes sense in the, in the sense that you do want to sort of play these tanks, but we've seen teams go for like the full triple tank, full all in. We have more damage than you. BC Gaming actually favor a little bit more of a different approach. They have a great tank killer in Surge, someone who can output a certain amount of damage, can benefit from those invulnerability frames from the rank up, can abuse the, just the increase of range as you gain levels, and have a gadget that basically shields you and gives you a quick reload is really, really good. BC Gaming, by the way, the drafts look pretty good. It might be because Quinaya is actually lending his services to this team as well as working with SSG. So that was obviously Luminosity's previous analyst now. Keeping himself pretty busy working across multiple BSC regions.
An analyst got to do what an analyst got to do. I mean, that's a lot of teams to keep track of, but there are 24 hours in a day. And I suppose this guy has been cooking up drafts for the entire world at this point. So Mr. Worldwide is bringing perhaps some new ideas to the otherwise, quite a locked down SA region. And this is a much different approach from what we have seen previously, where here's the berry to heal and get control. The Surge, he gets a lot of damage, but I think he's quite frail. And we're looking at 3 brawlers on the enemy side that are going to be closing the gap. Just feels right here. This is already won for Loud. They've got such good brawlers for attacking this safe. I don't know how BC Gaming are going to churn out the damage that is necessary to even win a defense against this.
Yeah, again, so the first question you have to ask yourself going up against this comp is, can we race them? If the answer is no, then it is, can we hold them at bay with 1 or 2 brawlers while dishing out a comparable amount of damage at the enemy safe? Now, maybe if your Surge is max level, but there's no guarantee that that happens. I mean, quite often, like if Surge is going to be fighting against this comp, this all-in comp, he's probably going to get eliminated at some point in that engagement and lose levels and find it very hard to actually have his game plan. So curious to see how this plays out as we head into pit stop. It's going to be Loco on the Sam here on the right side of the screen, already attracting a lot of attention as Doritos tries to keep him standing. But the damage coming in here from the Daryl is pretty problematic now. We are going to be somewhat racing one another, and BC Gaming Safe already taking a bit of a battering.
We'll see Surge respawn and see what he's capable of. Already in with the super. Kyodog, no issue, has the mobility to get away from it. And that was one of the biggest concerns, because you dash in, okay, Surge has the jump. He can stun you. Oh, wait. 2 out of these 3 brawlers have a way of just moving again. Edinho's got 2 rolls. We see Kyodog has 3 dashes. Firecrow, I don't even really think he cares. Look at the damage already that has come in. Edinho's got a stun. Derp is trying his best to defend, and so far actually has managed to shrug off Kyodog. But the percentage is telling a different story. One different from success for BC Gaming SA, because they are trailing by a whopping 55% margin.
What is the plan for Doritos here? He just supered up mid and now finds that the game has gotten away from him entirely. Not sure about that play there. I think he was maybe on a different page to the rest of his team, because they were not the aggressor in that situation. And this has kind of played out like we suspected it might. I don't think, from what we just saw there, that BC Gaming's comp can actually adequately defend against this loud setup. Looks like they've been soundly beaten in the pick and ban.
On a different page for sure. On a different map, maybe. I mean, the mental that goes into choosing this sort of comp, I feel like even just taking a look at it, you can tell that it is so chalk. So perhaps there's something that we're missing. BC Gaming are going to have to really show us. So far, here comes the first assault. We'll see Derp falling. Kyodog now circling the safe. Doritos lacking on the damage necessary. Kyodog doesn't even really care as he walks right over the ice cream, place it down. Now, look at Loud safe, 45%. So that's a 9% differential. So it seems to be working out maybe okay for now, but the hypercharges are still on the way.
That was a solo dive from Loco, though. That was all. It was just Sam damage down on that safe. This play that was allowed BC Gaming to, or rather allowed to get ahead, but Loco should be able to push close towards the safe now. It's going to be Loud, who actually have to respect and defend against this. Sam pops the gadget there, but doesn't really suck anybody in. Kyodog mostly ignoring that. Doritos follows it up here because apparently Barry is now a verifiable damage dealer and a real threat in that regard. But Doritos has to answer now. Firecrow pushing up the map. Loco is back in position. Loud safe now, though does go below BC Games, but here is the melody difference. Kyodog shielding up, ignoring Derp, and again, it's like 1800 damage every half second when you've got 3 music notes. Melody is a consummate professional at breaking open the bank.
I low-key think that was so possible. Legitimately, I think that was possible. If I had to distill it down to one interaction, we saw Edgar was ready with a hypercharge and Surge was fully leveled and he had that super ready to go. But Surge decided to make the first move, and then what happens? Edgar jumps, here comes Melody from the right lane, it's all over. If he had decided to, move second, then I think it's actually quite likely that this game could have not ended so quickly.
What you said at the beginning there, ready with the base race. Well, I agree with you that it may be that as players we missed the early days of this map, where it wasn't just a base race. As a viewer, it's so much fun to watch, honestly. That was crazy to see the Edgar just coming in, Daryl sweeping in, and the Melody all just rushing on to save. There was nothing that BC Gaming SA could do, even though they had more kills, they had more DPS on that Surge, especially. Defending doesn't make the win.
No, it doesn't really advance your win condition, does it? I feel like whenever, it's kind of game theory, but whenever you're on heist and you're spending your time defending, it really doesn't feel good. And that's great damage from the Surge. Surge is a tank killer. Great. All right, well, that's all well and good, but at no point was that Surge damage, which is considerable, being able to be used offensively. Derp does a great job there, but again, Surge is also good at staying alive with those invulnerability frames, but he doesn't necessarily have the damage per clip to nuke 2 to 3 tanks that are pushing at him. And even he pops the gadget there. Firecrow just straight up ignores it. Loco almost solo won the round, just like being on the safe. I think Loud realized they did have to respect the Sam, who obviously throws the gauntlets, attacks, picks the gauntlets up, throws them again. Like, that rotation generates a huge amount of DPS. He was actually beating 2 of the tanks on the side of Loud in terms of safe damage output, but unfortunately couldn't spend enough time there.
We talk so often about the importance of the draft, and also that BC Gaming seemed to have the better draft overall. Now in Heist, Loud kind of turned that around, and I kind of hope that they can do it again here now on Golden Gulch. I want to see 2 perfect drafts, so we really just make the better player the winner, the better team in the end. I want to see some strategies. I want to see really good gameplay. So I want to have an even stance in terms of draft here already.
Well, maybe they should pick Shelly. I'm just messing around.
Shelly, Juju, and
yes.
Coral.
Yeah, I think that last set should be a caution, and I suppose it is Ace that is drafting for the team, or at least has a huge influence on how it is navigated. there are moments where we overcook on the draft. Shelly was one of them. It worked to an extent. Hey, and so did Surge. He worked for the majority of that last game in Heist, because as soon as he stopped working, the game was over, right? He was the last bastion of defense. We'll see BC Gaming lead with a Gene selection here, and this has been a quite comfortable way to start a draft off. You can apply so much pressure to the enemy team. We also saw Mandy be quite effective here previously, so there's not really a hard commitment in any particular direction right now at this stage of the draft.
Yeah, but BC Gaming have definitely tipped their hand with banning 2 sharpshooters here that they ideally don't want to deal with it. Piper has actually been banned a large number of times in this region. We've not seen her played at all because she's constantly attracting bans on maps like this. So Loud instead say, okay, well, now that there's 3 sharpshooters, including Angela, no longer available, let's just get RT Mandy. We've got like really solid, like consistent damage. If they dare to fight us out in the open, we can punish. That also means that if Gene is trying to build super by, stepping out and taking those shots, there's some risk associated with that. I mean, RT is just reminds me, I guess, of how Juju's being treated in this region. Not broken enough to be banned, but just so good on knockout, being able to drop those legs and really throw down as the gas closes in.
I'm also noticing that Mr. P is wide open, and yes, it does take like a while for him to get his hypercharge. It's going to be tough into these really long-range brawlers, but it's always got to be a consideration. Would be a phenomenal way to deal with that Gene. There are other ways, of course. Anything that has a spawnable you can throw down, but it's one that is in the back of people's heads at the moment. We'll see Meeple chosen, as well as that Brock. So we're looking at a way of breaking open the walls, a way of shooting through the walls. It's going to make a thrower last selection more difficult for Loud to select here. Every single thing for BC Gaming is going to make that difficult, but I still don't totally think that it would be an awful option. It's something that's particularly long-ranged.
And again, we do have enough pushes on this map to justify a Juju selection here. We've seen, obviously, Tick, but that's been banned here. We've seen Sprout in the past. Gray gonna get picked up here. Obviously, just really powerful. The hypercharge as well, giving you shielding now when you use that dimensional door. Good poke damage, give you the option of an all-in strategy, especially with an RT. Very, very potent here. And this Loud comp is, again, relatively well-rounded, but I am a little bit scared of what the Meeple and Brock combo can do to this team, who won't be able to fire back from behind that cover.
You're going to look at pretty much a bunch of wall break. I anticipate that's only if BC Gaming decide that that's worth it. Rocket Fuel is a great way to kill confirm as well. What they are not going to be doing, however, is outranging this Mandy. They're going to all run down this right lane. It looks like the same approach has been taken from Loud. They're concealed in the bushes. For now, it's 3v2. That's not very good. Also, just random gadget over here in case someone was hiding in the bushes. Very predictive. We'll see Kyodog also almost hit that hook. No real action so far. This was sort of like a bomb being diffused, I gotta be honest, for Loud, because they were facing a 2v3 and somehow managed to rotate over to the left side with not even a scratch.
Yeah, now we split the map east to west virtually. Doritos here, of course, with a mark on the right now. Make use of Vengeful Spirits to get some damage back on Edinho here. It will be a little bit difficult for this Gene to consistently charge towards that super, as Edinho is not going to give them any free damage whatsoever. Firecrow as well, just holding a pretty tight angle, of course, can fire through this woodwork with the use of the gadget. And Kyodog gets a little bit closer as well. There is some wall break here for Loud, but it all hinges on the walking cane of Kyodog. Dirt's trying to open up the map a little bit. Nice cane on towards Doritos. Now they go low, over towards that gas area here. Edinho got caught out. That was a beautiful dice tower to basically force him into the gas, and Firecrow does not have the output to deal with BC Gaming.
I'm trying to pick apart, did we actually see Firecrow use a super there, or did he just hold it down? We're going to find out in a moment. Okay, still does have that super. That's going to be very important. You're able to get half your super back by hitting a single target. But now BC are stowed away inside of these bushes, so their positions are quite unknown as of the moment, and there's not really anything good in terms of scouting ability for Loud. They don't have something like Gene, the way that BC Gaming do. And BC are going to take the same approach, where they sort of hide away and wait for the action to get started.
And Doritos might be hoping for a hook on someone that's not RT, I think is pretty important. There's a little bit of risk associated with pulling the RT in, of course. Edinho wants to make sure that they are the first target that a Magic Hand might connect on by trying to stand in front of Firecrow and body block for them. And as the gas comes in, you're going to notice that Loud are the ones that are out in the open here. But Firecrow is, again, flashing that super. Definitely wants to generate a lot of threat here with this Mandy. Quickly turn this into a 3 versus 2, and BC Gaming will be forced to move up into the map. Now it's going to get a little bit hectic. The dive from Kyodog through the dimensional door is big. Magic Hand catches on to Firecrow, and Loud almost save them. They are able, though, to take a round back themselves. We hit critical mass, and immediately chaos reigned.
Loved the sequence of abilities from Loud there. That was like pretty much a dance where everyone knew their part, the things happened in a sequence. We saw the Mandy super first, then Kyodog teleported in to finish off the kill. Now he sees a moment, possibly an opening. Derp is going to stay alive, so is Loco. Crucial wall prevents anything from happening, and Kyodog looked like was maybe one shot off of a super, didn't even get any use from his hypercharge now. Here comes Loco, has that super, Kyodog's one shot. Thankfully, Adinho blocked for him. Firecrow with the super ray to move, but no value at all. Instead, gets shut down by Derp. The 2v2 is ready to move. Everyone has a moment to get all their health back, and it's going to be straight up 2v2, no advantage for either side.
Doritos should be able to charge super easily enough here. That's a walking cane that misses. Another Vengeful Spirit there. Tag onto Adinho, as they'll play back behind that dimensional door setup. Kyodog can still obviously build towards super and have an all-in option, but there's the Magic Hand. Oh god, he walked into that one, didn't he? Adinho now definitely a little bit scared. Caught out in the open. Not going to be able to make use of that super here. He'll just get tagged up and eventually brought down as BC Gaming take this first game of knockout.
BC Gaming, oh goodness. I guess they're shocked that that worked. Wow. Well, the war of attrition is really what they're fighting right now, because take a look at how they have strategized. They sort of wait. They play the waiting game, and they wait for mistakes to be made by the opposing side, and then they pounce. There are moments where Loud was able to go in aggro and rotate out pretty successfully, especially with some body blocks coming in clutch there towards the end. But the high value abilities, we really only saw them make contact once. That one round that they won was thanks to Firecrow hitting a super and Kyodog teleporting in to finish off the kill. But the hypercharges, we saw Firecrow not hit his hypercharge. Kyodog popped his hypercharge but was blocked by a Meeple gadget before he could get the last shot to even get the teleport.
And now, we obviously get reset. A clean map, but already some of it getting broken up by Derp. Of course, just wants to open up the bottom side of the map a little bit more. BC Gaming going to be pretty hard to hit now as they traverse up and down through these bushes. And they'll, of course, wait until towards the end of the round until these sharpshooters are forced to get just a little bit closer. Dorito's going to take a risk here and there, at least to try and get that vision gadget to keep tabs on Loud's position for as long as possible, and of course work towards that Magic Hand. There's a dice tower that is not able to catch out the Grey. There's going to be some gas damage taken by Kyodog, a bit of a risk as he tries to wrap around here, but it flops big time. Kyodog has the damage though, and Adinho now, can he drop legs? Can he afford to? It doesn't look like it. Derp has the better of him there, and BC Gaming get another round.
Incendiary got the kill for him there because there was nowhere for RT to move. That shot dropped him to, what, 128 health? And that AoE damage did the rest. Good thing that was there because it looked a little bit sketchy, given that Adinho had the super ray to move in. You're in close range versus an enemy brawler. Now Loud are taking a more aggressive approach. BC Gaming in a different formation from usual, but Darius is rotating upwards to that position. But so far, no real action, just gradually working towards getting these hypercharges. Once that poison starts to form, that's when it's all going to get cranked up to 11.
Again, we just haven't seen the RT have an opportunity to make use of the super at all. It's unfortunate, but again, it's a bit of a niche situation. Against a team that has such long-range brawlers like BC Gaming, it's more often more likely that the RT is burst down or chunked down by that long poke damage before they have a chance to get close. Kyodog is definitely angling here for a walking cane. Again, if you can get everyone else to train on your position and also make use of the RT gadget to get that guaranteed kill, it's big. Nicely done by Kyodog. He teleports in after that walking cane. Adinho has nothing to worry about now, but Doritos is able to deal with Firecrow there low. The magic puffs won't be enough to keep BC Gaming in it. And Loud, a beautiful play off the walking cane to get a 3v2.
Ooh, new rollout. Okay, we're going right side this time. Is that going to be successful? 2 in the bush and 1 on the other side. Gradually moving forward. Loud know that this is not a good position to be in. They're all the way in the corner. Mandy's deciding to set up a turret over here. They've got RT trapped. That means they can move over to the right. Hypercharge in from Kyodog, and Adinho is helpless to stop his entire team being massacred. Just one more shot would shut him down, and there it is. BC Gaming taking yet another set.
I just wouldn't be SA Brawl Stars if we didn't go to 5 maps here. That's fine. I was basically priced into that by signing up to cover this region this month. Nicely done by BC Gaming. And honestly, I really enjoyed the composition they ended up coming out with. Meeple, very powerful there, but the fact that they had an answer to these, the very threatening walking cane of the Grey and having a plan to deal with that, the Dice Tower gadget here continues to be one of the most powerful gadgets available at the moment.
Again, it looked a little shaky at the start, but BC Gaming is just so good at turning things around in the last second. Loud really played in perfect unison, as you mentioned already. The right sequence with the RT tag, Mandy ult, the great teleport in to confirm the kills. And in the end, BC Gaming takes that one, equalizing the score, and we're now heading into set 5 once again.
I had this appreciation for how elegantly Loud were able to get like 1 kill. Pretty much, okay? And yes, I don't mean to downplay how well they played, even though they didn't manage to take it home in the end, because that was really nice to watch. Everything moved elegantly together, but it was not enough to defeat the strategy of, yeah, so we're just gonna like wait until you guys get aggro. We'll trap you inside the Dice Tower. We'll get our kill confirmation. Just, give us a little bit of time. That was a strategy that BC Gaming led with, and well, I mean, I don't need to tell you. You already witnessed it happen. It worked.
I mean, it reminds me of the Invincible quote where he's like, look at what they had to do to mimic a fraction of our power. BC Gaming comp just works on its own, right? Whether it's Magic Hand or it's like incendiary fields that are like limiting your options for where to position yourself. They honestly, like, the comp plays itself. Whereas Loud basically had to contort themselves into pretzels in order to, to take these rounds away. And they can do it. They're good enough. But maybe they could make it a little bit easier for themselves, especially in a set 5, maybe.
They've proven so far to be flexible enough to be turned into pretzels. They win again, and we are going into set 5. I especially loved Doritos' reaction to their own play. Doritos was hitting his gene pulls so consistently. It was honestly very impressive, and I think through that also, they won that one. So let's see if they're going to be surprised with themselves even more. I would love to see their reaction if they end up winning this one. Loud, though, still might have something to say against that already.
Just don't make a comp that needs a 300-page thesis to,
Are you ready
to
now?
explain itself.
Speak when you're spoken to. It's my turn to hold the talking stick. No, but seriously, I think that Loud should be very uncomfortable right now. And I think it showed in the gameplay as well, because I think really good portion, this is not really up for debate anyway, of why they lost that last set was just misplays. We see BC Gaming, you commented on it, Sonny, where the gene pulls are being hit. We look at Loud, we see a hypercharge being wasted here, we see Mandy Super being missed here, and here again, and here again, and oh my goodness, the execution was just not what we expected of this team, and I wonder, maybe they didn't expect to have so much trouble against BC Gaming SA.
I don't think they did. In the end, Loud was the clear favorite here. I think it's safe to say that BC Gaming was the underdog, but coming out of the quarterfinals already, BC Gaming seemed to know exactly what they're doing with the draft. They had the strategies down. I wouldn't be that surprised after all if they would make it into the grand finals, Uber.
I think this team's a really quality one. I think the last 3 games or so, we definitely felt that could have gone either way. It's also nice to see that the results that we saw in the qualifiers for this month weren't just a result of the top team slacking off or maybe just thinking they had it in the bag anyway. We're now seeing that lightning strike twice with a lot of these teams like BC Gaming really stepping up to the plate. It's fun to look at a 4 or 5 team region as opposed to last year in this region where it was just 2 teams. It was just 2 teams. SSG and Foot Esports, that was it. Nothing else to really talk about. So I'm really happy to see that for this region. And I'm curious to see how Hot Zone takes us. There's so many different options on this map, I think, and so many ways you can take these comps. So this is an important draft. I think it's safe to say tournament lives on the line for both BC Gaming, SA, and Loud as we head into our decider.
We have seen a great display of Carl on this map before, and we have often mentioned how highly this region rates Juju, but hardly ever talked about Carl actually. He has been picked up 7 times so far, has won most of them, and he's so far not been in the top 10 most picked or banned brawlers in EA or EMEA. So let's see if he's gonna come out here again, actually banned out, never mind. We have 8-Bit here as the first pick from BC Gaming SA. They seem to really value sedentary control, it seems.
Sedentary is a great way of putting it because usually he sits on a point and he doesn't move. He is tethered to that turret. Yeah, and now there are a couple of different ways to go about it. You can get a little bit faster with one star power. You can get, well, not even a little, a lot more damage with the other star power. I think that 8-Bit is going to be able to pretty well compete at long range with that B once the turret is out. Until then, it's going to be pretty darn tough. But also, let's consider that B, despite having so much damage, still is going to take a while to chew through that 10k HP that 8-Bit has.
I think it's also worth pointing out that we've seen Rattled Hive in the past used to destroy damage boosters without the B having to like get too aggressive there as well. So like if it's like put in a really awkward position, because there are like some parts of this map you can hide it behind, like in the corner, they can be destroyed there. The Janet is kind of interesting to me. Obviously, we saw it featured in the bounty map for Loud, and they were successful there, right? Kaido was able to show us just why they went for that pick, even though I had some sort of reservations about the comp. So obviously pretty respectable mid-range brawler. And again, good with zone control, but I like the Mr. P Berry pick here. I mean, again, Berry on these hot zone maps, it's crazy that he is being left open for so long. And now you have someone that's going to help 8-Bit be even more sedentary. Hope he may as well get a deck chair and unfold on the point there, because with that extra healing and of course, just the benefit of the damage booster, it's going to be hard to shift him.
Trying to put the pieces together though, because where does a Mr. P come in? Keep in mind, we have seen him be at such a high priority when it comes to pick and ban, mostly ban because he's literally that strong. But when we saw him picked, he didn't even work. Reason being that the game was won before he could even really get a substantial turret up. If he did get a hypercharged turret, it was towards the end of the game. In that particular set where he was played, Game 2 didn't even get a hypercharge. So Loud are now leading with this Squeak. Squeak is going to be here for the anti-turret, and he's actually way stronger at this than he was before because he has infinite gadgets. A lot of times you see Squeak played with the slow. I expect to see him be played with the other gadget. Okay, wind up, you get additional damage, you get really long range. That Mr. P turret is going to be placed somewhere where it is safe, but I still expect that if it's placed on the back lines, maybe in the bushes, Squeak should be able to reach it.
So Mr. P can be really annoying on this right side of the map. You can see Derp moves up here, obviously can pepper down someone on the back side of those cauldrons and basically be a constant pinch threat to Loud, which makes it hard for them to actually stand up on the point itself. Neither team, though, has spent any time on the point right now, as Adinho is trying to also pinch a little bit from this left-hand side on the Janet, which I think against Doritos would normally be fair enough, but he's just going to win that match out. Derp now getting peppered down with a lot of damage. Doritos are coming to the rescue with the super, and man, Berry is just that good right now. It is terrifying. With all that said, BC Gaming only get 11% now, and Adinho actually feels confident finally enough to step up and fight the 8-Bit, who now has that boosted booster by the looks of things here to really hit hard.
That's supreme confidence right there, because that is a statement that I do not need speed to be able to deal with Firecrow over here, because really only a couple of shots from 8-Bit should be enough to send that B packing, but he doesn't have that turret in a position where it's good enough to get onto the point. And look at that, Kyodog with the wind-up, able to reach all the way to that turret, but he's going to need one more and able to get it, and it's also off-screen for him, so it's a difficult maneuver to pull off. Here comes another, it's actually blocked by Doritos. Get down, Mr. President! And the turret stays alive for now.
Doritos actually playing incredible in this support role, and now though looking to apply a bit more pressure to Firecrow here, throwing some of that ice cream into the backlines now of Loud as Adinho tries to step up but doesn't quite have the correct brawler, and look at that, almost one-tapped by that 8-Bit. Boosted Booster is no joke, especially against these brawlers with less than 7,000 hit points. Loco, obviously a huge nuisance against that, able to use the cheat cartridge to get back to base safely, and BC Gaming have themselves a slim lead here, despite Kyodog looking like a bit of a headache for them.
Kyodog might be forced out of position. Nope, not quite. He shuts down Doritos, but still falls on the right side thanks to, I suppose, a bit of ice cream that he couldn't really see as he was hiding in the corner. Loud, in position, are about to eclipse what has been earned so far by BC Gaming SA, if only by 3%. Meanwhile, check out Derp over here. I don't know if you see a hypercharged turret on the screen, but I don't yet. And that's a key win condition for this team. He needs to be hitting these shots, but it's tough because he's outranged by Firecrow, and Kyodog is given a real run for his money.
Here comes Adinho, can virtually destroy this damage booster for free and even take Loco out there. So nice use of the hypercharge there by Adinho. These porters are not really having a huge impact, and Derp is forced to pop that hypercharge here, at least get some presence of control now as Doritos literally makes an ice cream red carpet for Derp to step up and have some point control, because BC Gaming cannot let Loud back into position again. Kyodog goes low, and these porters are a big problem for Squeak. You can see the damage they're getting. In fact, they actually bring the brawler down. Adinho trying to fly over the point here, but it looks like BC Gaming won't be shifted. We're running out of time. BC Gaming have that lead, and Loud don't have the ability to get back into the game. It is an 8% lead in a rare timeout. Sees BC Gaming on the precipice of taking the series.
Nicely done, BC. A potential upset on the way. They've done a nice job of securing this so far. The control has been supreme, and it's been really difficult for Loud to come out on top. Even though it looks like they do have the tools to do so, you can negate the effects of Mr. P for quite a while, but he's still Mr. P. That's the reason he is banned out so frequently. And also note that the lane switch up has occurred. Kyodog now approaching the left side. Doritos is doing his best to keep him at bay with these shots coming down to block off the left lane. And so far, it's really anyone's game on mid. No serious progress made by either side.
Derp is being a bit of a nuisance here on the right side, but with the Janet switched in, Derp is struggling to actually get any hits on any of those brawlers. Firecrow does take a salvo here from the A, but you can see how quickly it will lay a bead low. The Kyodog just flattens Doritos on this left-hand side and now threatens to be a real problem. I love it from Loco actually TPing forward with that cheap cartridge to get access, but Firecrow's going to be able to bring them down. Still, it's Loud that are trading downward in terms of these eliminations, but have managed to keep Adinho with a toe on the point to get a third of the way towards the win.
Different story coming in now with the hypercharge down, and it's gone. And in the meantime, nothing really has happened for Loud. They haven't surrendered too much position. Kyodog actually stays alive, and Loco is locked down. Doritos is the last bastion of defense, and he's potentially going to get surrounded by Kyodog. He's waiting for a good moment, tried to surprise things on the enemy defense, but he's unable to do so, and here comes a hypercharge out from Firecrow. No impact with that super, but still has position, and a hypercharge out from Loco, but it's a very defensive one. It's not going to really help them retain control of mid, but hopefully it helps them get back in there, because they're trailing by a large margin.
Yeah, that turret is just designed to get BC Gaming back into the map by the looks of things, and it's worked out. Eventually, Derp and Loco able to pinch on towards Adinho and force Firecrow back. This is where the Mr. P really wants to be. Adinho is going to return, though, with that super at the ready, so it can essentially clear a part of this map and pave the way for Firecrow, but they're not touching the point, and that's where Loud needs to be right now. Kyodog throws a super down, but it's not enough to get rid of the damage booster. Loco can now body block that to some degree, but a good shot there from Firecrow will account for it. Unfortunately, there's more where that came from. Loco builds up yet another damage booster, and now BC Gaming within a striking distance of Loud's total. The steery's on the line here. Loud have got to take action.
Hypercharge from Adinho is going to need to save the day. Right on top of Loco, dropping bombs, trying to get the kill. Derp also still alive, and Doritos ready to throw down some of those heals. It's getting drastic. Only 15% to go. Derp and Doritos are alive. Kyodog walking right into the Lion's Den, but there's no use. BC Gaming, the spins and pins are out. They've done it. They're going on to the grand finals, and in their wake, they leave a wounded Loud.
Holy, yeah, L for Loud. That's right. Doritos has got to be feeling good about that one. And we had a feeling coming in today that one of these top teams in South America were going to get put to the sword. I'm not sure if Loud is the one we expected it to be, though, as we all predicted a different result in this game. But we got what we forecasted, Sonny. One of those big upsets that only South America can produce.
We did say to expect some huge upsets today, and that's a decently big one, not the biggest one ever. I do think PC Gaming has what it takes to not only go into the finals, but maybe even win that once. They certainly get the chance now. They are moving into the grand finals, so already a big congrats to them for that. We talked about how on Ring of Fire you can easily get spawn trapped, but with the porters they had, Mr. P, they always had a way to get back into the game, to get back into mid, even when it looked like they got pushed out completely. They came back. Mr. P is so versatile across all game modes right now, you kind of have to ban him out if you can't pick him up.
I mean, and let's not forget the fact that the berry pick here for BC Gaming, they picked it 6th. Able to get that so late into the piece here. And I think, like, you know, the 8-bit was really good. I guess, virtually operating as a safe mid in just on the basis that you have so much health, and you have Doritos that's constantly tending to the 8-bit, giving him that staying power. Let's not forget, Loud had a 33% to 0 lead on that second round without a hot zone. They were doing quite well, but it really felt inevitable, like a matter of time before BC Gaming's composition would start to just overstress the map. I thought the Squeak was an interesting pick, but it wasn't really able to put damage down on those deployables and clear them nearly often enough. And the Janet, again, for me, just fine. I mean, going in with the super seemed good when you needed to clear the space, but we need someone on the ground as well to help you, and the B was being shoved back for most of the round.
Yeah, the gadget change. We are now in a cooldown-based system, made Squeak very, very strong with his wind-up gadget, but it still wasn't enough in the end. Let's get acquainted once again with our bracket here as well ready. We only have 2 more matches to go today.
And only one serious upset today by the looks of things, unless, of course, you predicted Olympo Squad to win that first quarterfinal. So BC Gaming are now on to a grand final. And Kenny, I know, is like celebrating right now because he made mention earlier that it has been over a year since we have seen 2 teams in the grand finals of this region, aside from the present Loud and Casa Brawl rosters. So ushering in a new era, or at least maybe a brief break from things in this region. We're going to see Casa Brawl coming up next.
MVP for this match here, once again, it's gonna be Dorito, so congrats to him. I certainly remember his Gene on Knockout, that was phenomenal. What stick out to you here, Uber?
I mean, he played Berry. He picked the brawler with the unicorn horn, and he threw the ice cream, and his teammates refused to die. I mean, like, the guy's got a lot of charisma. I think I would love to see him, like, at a Brawl Cup. Like, it'd be really cool to see this team showcase a little bit more, because it's clear they've got the depth and, like, ability. And again, this region used to be a 2-team region. Like, it just wasn't close outside of the top 2. Now we've got, like, 4 or 5 teams that could legitimately, like, have a crack at the title here, which is so healthy. And, you know, Loud should be frustrated. I think that, you know, there are a few of those sets I think they're just lost in the pick and ban. And maybe, you know, they need to pay Quinaya enough to focus on them as his only team that he works on. I don't know what it is, but again, you know, if you think you're stronger mechanically than your opponents, you don't get to make it to that comparison unless you have a good draft, or at least an even draft. And unfortunately, they were too far behind the 8-ball with some of their picks.
Uber is talking about ice cream again. He mentioned before that he's hungry, so we're gonna get him some food and be right back with the second semi-final after the break.
I mean, I'll accept it.
Opção B, 4.200. Opção B. Opção A, 724. Opção B. B. Errei todos os quiz. Eu acho que é bem difícil esse quiz, porque o Brawl, tipo assim, a cada 2, 3 meses vai atualizando dano, cura e tudo, e é bem difícil você saber exatamente um dano específico. Por exemplo, de um Stu, que é 25, eu tava entre, sei lá, 21, eu tava decidido entre o primeiro ou o segundo, eu acho, se não me engano. E eu acho que é bem complicado, tipo, você saber exatamente tudo, a não ser que, tipo, o jogo não atualiza por um bom tempo e você jogando bastante tempo faz com que saiba mais.
And we are back with the March monthly finals here in South America. Kenny's also back with us. Uber had to eat a little bit more. Yeah, he needs some time, I think. And Kenny, so interesting how things have developed here in this region.
It's wild to think, but it has been 1 year since we've had a different combination of players in our grand finals, and finally we get something a little bit different today. Brawl Cup on the line as well, so this match is crucial. Casa Brawl obviously leading the charge after a grand finals victory in month number 1. Now their arch nemesis, Loud, is out of the way. This could be a real good opportunity for them to seize it, or if SKC win this, to throw things for a loop and leave us next month with one of the wildest ones we've had in a long time in this region.
It's been a tough one, right? Casa Brawl, they have finally a clearing to make it to that grand finals and then to first place without the serious opposition that they would usually have from Loud. But now they're looking a little bit sketchy. Okay, they're coming off of a quarterfinal that was quite close. The also qualifier that was a little closer than I think many people expected it to be. By the way, JK, it wasn't close. They got 3-0'd in the upper bracket, and now they're facing an upper bracket team in SKC.
SK Kalalas, as all of the other teams now also have their player cams ready. It's so interesting to see how those teams get along. I also wanted to hear, though, from their side, what the vibe is like.
Nosotros somos gente que siempre va a querer lo mejor, pero nunca nos vamos a poner nerviosos ni vamos a estar tan ansiosos, sino que vamos a intentar dar lo mejor de nosotros para poder ganar.
They seem to have a lot of fun together. Now also united again, Kenny. They have Christian back.
Christian back in the mix, and obviously a player with some good accolades. I mean, SA West champion back in the day, 2024, every single monthly finals, and LCQ on the resume as well. This guy's legit, and I think if you're SKC right now, you've got to be licking your chops. You know that Loud are out of the way, and for the first time in a long time, you've got an opportunity to do something special, to take down some titans of this region, build yourself some points, and not just be that LCQ team like some of these guys have been in the past, but to be special, to be Brawl Cup worthy, to be postseason World Finals guaranteed worthy. That's what would take SA to a whole nother level.
Last month they couldn't play with Christian. This month they have him back, and last month they didn't make it out of the quarterfinals. Now we're in the semifinals already, so definitely an addition that goes quite well for them. Their opponents, though, on the other side, now also not looking that easy really.
Not at all, but they are looking a bit weaker than they had in the past. Casa Brawl made it all the way to the grand finals and took the whole thing last month. And look, I don't mean to beat this to death, but in the monthly qualifiers, we did not see their best showing, and we didn't see that usual confidence, especially what we'd see out of a team like Loud that we expect to be a front runner in the region, taking it through in that quarterfinal.
Casa Brawl, an all-Brazilian team, 3 members that we all know and love, of course. We have seen them already at the World Finals, and they've been playing together quite a bit, Kenny, here. Let's hear it about Jubilee's journey.
Jubilee has been a real instrument for this team. I mean, I think he's been one of the more impressive brawlers the last couple of years. You can see it there, but the stats speak for themselves. I mean, multiple monthly finals last year, LCQ, Worlds appearance, and that's kind of where their journey ended. I mean, they have been phenomenal in South America. They kicked off last month by winning it all in a tight one against Loud, and now the same can be said for them. They've got an opportunity to take this region and be the definitive #1. If they got 2 grand finals wins in a row, there'd be nobody that could take their path unless they just fumbled the bag next month. Definitely not a freebie by any means, though. They have been shaky, like Reddy said. I had questions coming in this month. I know the folks do at home. I'm riding with their consistency here, but SKC might have what it takes to cause an upset.
They are our current champions, winning the February monthly finals, and now they seem to be a bit shaky. Like you just said, against Legion Otoko, they only won in a 3-2 series. We had to go all the way through the last set and also the last round of the said set, double match point, and they did take it in the end, but Shaky describes it pretty well. On the other side, SK Kalalas winning in a convincing 3-2-1 against Sarita Gang. So you could say that SK Kalalas has some momentum here already.
I think you could. I think, if anything, Casa Brawl are coming off of, a more recent victory. They should feel maybe a bit fresher than SK Kalalas. But as far as the predictions go, look at this. I mean, Casa Brawl is absolutely crushing this. So the audience, 87% of you guys are siding with Casa Brawl to take this all. And I want to bring up something else. Just point people in the direction that players will prepare for a monthly finals on a map-by-map basis. It's decently possible that Casa Brawl placed a greater emphasis on the semis and the grand finals than they did on the quarterfinals, so could see an upgrade in terms of drafts, but we should know pretty quickly, like right off of set number 1, what they were cooking.
Neither of the two have played Shooting Star in their quarterfinals already, so let's hope that they have prepared also for the semifinals today. Starting off our draft with Hank here on the side of SK Kalalas. It's not exactly a Shooting Star brawler, I'd say. Usually you look into something with a bit more range here, Kenny, but still just so solid in this current meta, really versatile that you can play him anywhere.
Speaking of range, a lot of it is banned out. No belt, no RT. Gray can be a fantastic option for the teleports to secure those kills, but also walking canes or grand pianos to kind of mess with throwers and disrupt those walls. Byron on the other end, if Byron had escaped to the other side in SKC, would have been a nasty composition. The only thing scarier than Hank is a Hank that can not only heal himself, but be healed by an ally. So I think having that range and taking that away from SKC, probably a good call.
There are still options, of course. There's always the berry, but is that really what you want to go for here on Shooting Star? Do you want to put all of your chips on that Hank to do the work for you as a team? There's a Gene from Casa Brawl that's going to help with some of this other stuff that SK Kalalas might put in a bit of a dangerous position. Now, Casa Brawl are going to have to actually, bring the boom with a final selection so that they can actually kill something that Gene pulls, because a Gene and a Byron aren't going to cut it. Byron, of course, it doesn't have burst damage at all except for his super. Now, I expect that this is going to be meant to support a final selection from Casa Brawl, and also just to take this away from SK Kalalas. They need to find some way, they being SK Kalalas, to actually support this Hank, because usually when there's not something that is helping the Hank do its job, it falls flat on his face.
Mr. P comes to mind as well when you see Gene on the other end. Can't help but think it. Escapes the ban phase, and the single shot brawler Byron could be good. Obviously, if Casa Brawl want to pair this with a tank, does leave it a little more vulnerable. But 8-bit going to be the choice. Again, this is another instance where this region is prioritizing the 8-bit, which is definitely different. I don't mind 8-bit. I think he's a solid brawler. But again, in other regions, he's really only tested in something like Gym Grab, maybe Heist, not really in Bounty, especially Shooting Star like this. So I'm curious to see how this turns out.
And Gym Grab is where we usually say that 8-bit counters the Gene because he's able to teleport away from a pull. But in this instance, doesn't really matter too much. You're not focused on area control as much as you are on just getting these kills. Now, Casa Brawl have come in with the thrower as their final selection. So they have a couple methods of, let's call it turret disposal. They can pull it, which sometimes is a good option, but I think the better up one is just going to be, look, I'm going to use my longer range as Juju, and I'm going to take down your turret. Either that, or the turret's going to have to be placed so far back in the defensive line that it's not going to be of much use. So I think that this is kind of an uncountered Juju. It might have some struggles in terms of range against like a Andy in particular, but that just comes down to the lane that you select. Look at Motep over here, actually taking quite a bit of damage from Christian, but he did get the slow.
Christian just powering his way and bodying in for a blue star. A teammate lost along the way, though. Now Pekka has the angles. He's chipping away at Christian, not allowing him to heal very easily between the chip damage to somebody like Gene, the trickling damage of poison. Gotta watch out for that matchup. They still have the blue star resting with them, but it's in their aggressive brawler Hank.
The slow onto Christian once again. Motep's thinking of coming down with the hammer. Gonna place that shot on the right side. No damage onto RHZ. And note also that Motep does have the super to slow things down. Is he gonna hit anyone? Nope. Not even a scrap of damage. Christian healed up to body block for RHZ and also managed to get out of range of that turret just in time. Now look at the control. It's a bit of footsies over here, right? Playing just on the edge of each other's range, except for Christian, who went quite aggressive and was punished by Jubilee.
Great heads-up play, but it's a great response out of SKC, and now they swing the blue star alongside it. That could have been really bad for SKC. If Casa Brawl take a lead there, take out Hank, they spot and identify when he doesn't have that super. And a missed shot there from RHZ, though. You gotta land those Mandy supers, otherwise you're gonna be a sitting duck.
It's a lot of also progress wasted. It's going to take you an entire 4 shots just to get another chance at using that super. Another pull on a Christian, and Jubileu is firing these off. That Hank trying to get into position is really fighting against the detriment that is his range. He can't get near Motep, doesn't really have any support to help him out at all, and Casa Brawler farming the guy.
I think there's some clutch heals coming out of P.E.K.K.A there on the top right. Jubileu definitely could have gone down. Now it's Christian charging his way forward. Hypercharge going down for Jubileu, but Christian responds with one of his own. 4th Brawler hitting the mapping. Christian falls, and a Hypercharge missed. Could have been devastating, but just off the mark. It's 2 stars separating them, and Casa Brawl hold on.
You talk about sitting ducks, I'll even make that fish in a barrel, because those 2 guys were completely trapped in the back left, and Mandy overshot it. That's nerves right there. Those were 2 kills waiting to be turned into stars for that team, but they were not able to make it happen. That would be the pin I'm using, RHZ. a bit of a whiff. But when you have winning positions like that, just knowing that they are there means quite a lot. It means that it is quite possible for you to win.
It's a blunder. Unfortunately, SKC are going to suffer at the hands of it. Now Juju dropping her super. Gree pressing the enemy side to their back spawn wall. P.E.K.K.A right hand in. Shots being fired. 2 brawlers fall, and RHZ cleaned up after a team wipe. What a start here for Casa Brawl.
Picking up that blue star first meant nothing because it cascaded into their entire team dying. Once again, the pull, Christian stayed alive for only a moment longer using his super. That's actually quite important for him to cycle out. It means that he's going to get closer to a hypercharge. I don't know if it was worth giving the enemy 2 stars, though.
Hank certainly suffering in this set. Has not been the man that he was last week. 100% in our opening weekends, and today, SA have figured out ways to deal with him much better. Christian's still with 2 stars, has a super available, so you're going to hold off from maybe going for a pull there. Another misconnection from the Mandy super. Those are things to keep your eye out on. That's why Mandy can be so good, but it just hasn't happened this set.
45 seconds to go. Keep in mind, RHZ has the gadget that lets him pierce walls, so there's still potential. And by my count, he hasn't hit any so far, so he needs to get 4 shots to get a game-changing super. It's going to be important. Here comes a hypercharge in from Christian. We need to find some enemies. There's 2 shots onto the Gene, taken down while using a pull. Motep in a dangerous position. There's the double kill. Christian's going to fight to stay alive, but he's slowed down by the Gregory. 15 seconds to go now. Jubileu in a bad position. And once again, the super from RHZ. These guys coated themselves in oil, and RHZ's super is water. It is glancing off of them at every single opportunity this guy has gotten to fire off a super. In Casa Brawl finish off the set 2-0.
Can't help but shake my head a little bit, Reddy. I mean, that's a tough look. It's a fantastic player. Don't want to harp on it too much, but obviously landing those Mandy supers changed the games entirely. In that game number 1, quite literally, it would have won them the game. In set 2, or excuse me, in game 2 overall, just not a lot of connections. Really unfortunate. Great player, just not his set.
Sadly not. I really liked, however, how Casa Brawl played this overall. They had a phenomenal draft, and Motep taking advantage of the Watcher to slow down Christian on the Hank. Every time he tried to push up for mid was really impressive, as well as the double kill on the comp of Casa Brawl. The clutch heals coming in from P.E.K.K.A to save Jubileu once or twice. Yeah, overall just really well drafted and well played.
I want to take a look at some of these stats for SK Kalalas, because look how bizarre the roles have become here. You see a couple blue stars picked up by Brian. That's both of the games so far, but they didn't win them either. RHZ also with all the stars acquired for the squad, but by my count, he didn't hit a single super. That really, really hurts, especially when one of those supers actually could have won them the game in game 1.
Definitely. And again, it's just so tough when you're not landing those Mandy supers. You know, it's a confidence deflator. It's somebody that's been so good all day, all weekend. SKC with a real chance to capitalize, and just seeing a set like that, you got to put it behind you. Christian still got some value of this hypercharge, and it almost set them up for a game win right there. Came down to the wire. Good for Jubileu right there, though. Having Gregory and in Brian's face, still being able to survive, keep his cool, and keep the stars most importantly. That's what it's all about in Bounty.
Coming out of one map where it's all about long range, we're heading into another one. Bridge 2-4 is our set 2 for semi-final number 2, and I'm really looking forward to this draft. You think we're going to see a kit?
For that reason specifically, I am looking forward to the map fly-through because I believe we do get a reminder of the comps of yore. But also gotta agree with what's been shown so far. It's all about these marksmen firing down with the long-range brawlers and winning those lanes in particular.
Don't expect the kit. Ah, there it is. Do not pick kit. There's your answer, Sonny. Brawl people have spoken. We can't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, folks. Just don't do it.
I knew there was something, you know? I don't know. Kit just popped into my mind, but obviously I was completely wrong with that. We're heading into draft now. The bans are already in. Some of those long-range brawlers we mentioned are banned. Out of the way here is the Angelo, the Brock, but then also some that are just good on this specific map because of the water. Eve and Angelo both out of the way, as well as Colette, that is just one of the best damage dealers to save. Next to brawlers like a Melody, a Cold, and also an 8-bit, of course. 8-bit is usually a brawler you like to pick together with the Colette, because every single time she dashes out of that turret into the safe, it's going to be about 20% on that safe. But yeah, it's not an option here. Let's see with what they will pair the 8-bit later on.
Couple selections here. Into that 8-bit, what do you go? Well, the Bell is sort of an obvious one. Might struggle if things get in close range, so could be, you know, cautioned against that. Not really something that they want Casa Brawl to have available to them, but one of the classic counters to 8-bit. Note that also Colette has been banned by Casa Brawl, makes that 8-bit way more available to them. Colt now selected. Colt's going to be competing at similar range to 8-bit, has a lot less health though, and he doesn't have a turret that boosts his damage by 50%, which is no doubt the route that Jubileo is going to go for.
Bell's certainly somebody to keep in mind. I like that's a good shot from you. Obviously, the turret bouncing onto the slow-walking arcade machine. It's really easy, especially just after landing the first one. You can constantly do some chip damage there. It's a good control brawler, so they're going to go ahead and grab it for themselves. They don't want the other end to have that. Pairing this with a Daryl on the 4-5 turn. So that's the risk you run with tanks sometimes. If you draft it before the 6th pick, they have a way to counter it. But with no Colette, you got to feel a little bit safer about this.
I think so. There are other ways to deal with a Daryl, possibly. Any kind of stun might be able to do something in that regard, but I think it is going to be quite difficult for the presently selected brawlers from SKC to get that done. They also don't really have an actual response to the 8-bit, except for a Juju that can take down the turret. Lou now selected. Lou is going to be a good way for dealing with the Daryl, but keep in mind, this is Heist, and when I'm looking at the brawlers that do a lot of damage to the safe, I'm not really looking at Juju, and I'm especially not even thinking about Lou.
All control-based strategy right there. I mean, Colt's going to be your main damage dealer if you're left-hand end, and then 8-bit Daryl. Obviously, getting that 8-bit there can be a little tricky. Like I said, he's very slow, but once he's in position, he can pummel a high safe. Daryl has mobility, a constant charging of his super. He doesn't even have to take damage or really anything. He just exists, and he gets super. Be able to travel over that water for the long range as well. So I do think advantage Casa Brawl, at least in high safe damage, but matchups, they've got some on paper that work out for SKC.
Well, okay, shout out to SKC for double stacking that right lane because it is working so far. Brian is prioritizing hitting enemy brawlers. If he gets that hypercharge, then that is a lane victory 100%, of course, as long as he's in range. But he's not able to deal with P.E.K.K.A and Motep with a 2v1. Now Jubileo on top of that safe, dealing tons and tons of damage. Don't know if he lined up the gadget exactly how he wanted to. Usually he can get around 6,000 damage with it. But I'm looking at the safe damage so far, and that is not quite the contact he was looking for. But now that he has it on cooldown, he'll be able to use it a bunch of times throughout the game.
Super going down left-hand in, Jubileo going to fall. A nice freeze, and so 8-bit not able to move a muscle. Brian just charging forward because he doesn't really have a choice outside of that. And now the roll starting to collide. There's the little extra roll you can get as well with a perfectly calculated one on top of that water. Freeze goes in. Bounce shots for P.E.K.K.A though. So still going to be able to chip away at that slowly but surely. Down but not out for the count.
Wow, P.E.K.K.A completely shut down Christian at mid, and now he's focused on taking down Brian and RHZ, especially if he can ricochet his shot between the two. RHZ gonna fall victim to that one ricocheted from Brian, and P.E.K.K.A, I mean, he's just running laps around this obstacle on the right lane. where he's eliminating enemy brawlers. It's all about establishing control for the team and letting Jubileo get the damage for the squad. And here he comes in with a super. That's 1 kill, and now he's on his way to the enemy side, but he forgot about the objective. RHZ absolutely melted that safe.
Credit to SKC. Really good job there. Double stack that early lane like you mentioned, and then on the other end, they have enough buildup to get Colt doing damage. Juju was just good enough on defense. Lou was able to freeze lots of opponents. I mean, once 8-Bit was frozen, he's already slow, but between, you know, having an extra spawner and Juju having an ice rink on the ground, it made his life really difficult, and Jubileo just kind of in a tough fight here, especially in a 2v1 without a super. Not a lot he can do. Finally gets that super though. Look at him go, dashing down the map. Gets some damage here and gonna bring that safe down a little over 10%. That's a great start.
Some jukes, too, to keep out of reach of the Lou. But now Brian is coming with a super to block off this lane, or just to get Motep. Gonna try and freeze him up. There's the freeze, but in that position, he actually got pinched by P.E.K.K.A, who's now pursuing this mid matchup. Jubileo on the right side is only serving as a distraction to allow P.E.K.K.A to rotate over to the lane, where he's going to hold off RHZ. That is really the strategy here, is keep the enemy safe damage dealer off of your safe as long as possible and enable Jubileo to get to the enemy side. But it's quite difficult for Jubileo. He's got to get through Brian, who's usually at that safe once he arrives, and Brian is also mobile enough to get to the enemy side and disable Motep so that RHZ is able to do his thing.
They're building up those nest eggs on the right-hand side. P.E.K.K.A, low HP, will survive. Jubileo there for backup, but no super available. He's just going to have to take the brunt of all of these shots, and there we go, getting rewarded for his walk-up. Down below 50% now. They have to handle RHC, and they finally do. Christian in position, has some assistance, and a hypercharge on that right-hand side is something we got to watch out for.
He's looking for someone, but he slowed down, didn't even use the super. Going to be saving it for the next life, but that is not what you want to be doing with a hypercharge. Meanwhile, Jubileo's made it to the enemy side. Didn't manage to get that much supercharge off of his gadget, but it's all fine because Motep is charging forward. Going to be frozen, slowed down by Christian. The straight line is not a viable strategy for 8-Bit when you're facing that much CC.
It's a tough look. I mean, he can hardly walk as it is. He's just jogging up the map, and then it's an easy lineup for Brian and Christian. Now they're dueling top right, both hand sides, trying to get some damages. Casa Brawl taking advantage, down to 3% with 30 seconds to go. It's going to be a race against this clock for SKC to hold on.
20% damage differential. If RHZ can make it forward, then that is GG, but he's got to get through Jubileo. Christian's helping out. Just one more shot would do it. Motep next in line to try and shut down RHZ. Has been moved all the way back to his own front. Meanwhile, P.E.K.K.A punches through Brian's defense. Casa Brawl will get the game.
Big moment for SKC. Going down 2-0 to the previous monthly finals champions, to one of the champions of old in this region, would be a really difficult one to come back from. Never impossible. Casa Brawl have been shaky this month, to say the least. Qualifiers definitely not going the way that they wanted to this opening round. Not the start that they wanted, but a win's a win's a win. And if Casa Brawl can keep it up, they're going to have a chance at taking this 2-0 lead.
Christian punching forward. Dodged a lot of those shots, now has to retreat so he doesn't get hit by the ricocheted shot from Brian. See another shot into Christian, 2 taps from P.E.K.K.A, and the guy can't miss. There's another onto RHZ and another one to send him back to the respawn. Looking for Brian. Man has not missed a shot yet, but he needs the finishing move. Or perhaps, nope, just leave him on safe. We're not worried what a Lou can do. It's all about that base race, baby. Motep, especially with a 50% damage boost, laying into the safe, dropping it down to 52%.
Now an SKC siege incoming. Jubileo without a super, just going to have to walk it up. Not something that you want to see as a Daryl. All 3 brawlers posturing this right-hand side. Jubileo falls, and now it's going to be advantage SKC. The dual wielding comes out. Low HP for RHZ, but he will survive. Motep firing from across the map, but it's going to be really difficult without that turret down. Looks like it's going to be a Casa Brawl wipe. A couple brawlers standing up on that right-hand end, but Juju still being pesky.
A thorn in the side of anyone who wants to exist near water without being slowed. Looking for that position. Now emerging from the respawn, going to try and shut down Motep. Needs the additional damage to also take down that turret. Brian has that hypercharge ready to go. Could use it on Jubileo. Is he going to do it? Is he going to be able to freeze Jubileo in his tracks? Does manage to do so and stops him mid-roll. 1% left to go, and RHZ finishes it off to swing this set back for SK Kalalas.
Tie ball game. 1-1 overall in sets. And one of our previous champions once again being challenged here. We saw Loud fall earlier, and Casa Brawl is the other team that has been a part of that 6-player lineup that have been in the grand finals every single month for almost a year. And SKC finally with an opportunity to do something about it could really change things up. This is a promising team. They're certainly delivering right now.
I was really looking at RZ here. Colt is usually picked as that damage dealer on Heist. RZ was melting down not only the save, but also the Jubileo on the Daryl. Every single time he tried to push up, RZ and Brian were standing in his way. Lou is also just such a good counter to a base race strat that Casa Brawl tried to follow here. He could just cycle his ults, and Motop and Jubileo defaulted to pushing up together. 2 tanky brawlers, the 8-bit and the Daryl, and they still were stopped in their tracks.
Look at also the safe damage here. I mean, the difference between RAZ and Jubileo over here, because it's like a fraction of a Colt bullet or maybe like a single Darrow pellet that is keeping these two guys apart. So these two brawlers are meant to fulfill the same function, and they performed just about the same, but Daryl is not performing in the brawler assassination category the way that RHZ was. I mean, golly, that was huge from RHZ, holding down the lane at length, as well as getting that safe damage locked in.
The biggest thing that stood out to me was honestly 8-bit's lack of damage more than anything. I think that's something that you don't necessarily always want playing defense on your end, but the fact that he's getting roughly what Lou got on the high safe, I think is kind of telling of how this set went. I mean, Juju got more damage than 8-bit. I think 8-bit really struggled to get to the other end of the map and just didn't have too many opportunities to help his team out.
What stood out to me as well in those stats was the Bell, Pekka, 18 kills, and still they lost that set. That kind of hurts, but it's not about kills in Heist. You always have to play for the objective, and if he's good at getting kills, then maybe knockout is more in his alleyway. We're gonna head into Bell's Rock now. It's already in the name. He could pick up Bell here again.
That's a viable option into numerous brawlers, 8-bit being one of them. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be selected here, but really anything that has some sort of turret respawnable or enemy close by that can be ricocheted off of is fair game. If this were not South America, I would say Lola is one of those options in EU or NA, but hey, maybe the draft presents a Lola surprise. First pick though, I don't expect to be super surprised. Juju's gotta be a priority here.
I was about to say, we are in South America after all. Pick is banned out, so Juju is the best viable option here if you want to have a thrower. And on a map like Bell's Rock, you either have to break up the map, you have to play something aggressive, maybe a Gray could be the solution here, or you just pick up Juju right away, Kenny.
Well, if you want to go thrower, now you have to deal with Gray. Grand Piano has been a popular option, but you also got Walking Cane in the mix too. Just having a way to quickly secure kills is really nice. There's a lot of indestructibles on Bell's Rock, but it's enough to where you can still break things up. And first overall pick for a thrower is always a little scary, especially if you identify some counters that are out there, and Gray is one of them. So rather than pick a thrower now, you have Gray. If the other team wants to go thrower here, fine. They can adjust to it. They can continue to counter it. Instead, Casa Brawl are going to go a different direction. Long range and wall break of their own.
No one wants to make the first move in the thrower category, but they're certainly gearing up for something of that sort. Brock also will be able to break down the walls with his super, in addition to, of course, his gadget, and is pretty good at getting rid of slow targets. So if an 8-bit were to be presented here, then could deal with that quite effectively. Piper coming out from Casa Brawl, a brawler that we've actually seen banned out so much that we've gotten very few and far in between moments to see this played. Key change for Piper here is going to be unlimited homemade recipes. Now, the cooldown is quite long, but in many cases, that's your kill confirmation for a 2-tap kill, and it homes in on the enemy, so it's a super strong ability where the only real counter is stuff that gets up in your face that she cannot deal with.
In terms of matchups on paper as well, the long distance certainly covers against Gray, who does have sharpshooter elements, but is ultimately a support brawler, at least labeled in the game, and definitely doesn't keep up with the range of something like a Piper, who can now spam a lot of extra gadgets to kind of make sure that you're making the mark. Mandy on the other end. Look, we saw this brawler be a little bit of a struggle in our opening set, but again, great players on this side. I'm sure they will make it work. That was more uncharacteristic and not what I expect to see from them coming out of this, especially when there's one life. If you make those Mandy supers count, it's going to be trouble for Casa Brawl.
RT is the safe thing to go here for SKC. Doesn't really have too many weaknesses, except that, well, it doesn't have the DPS output that something like Piper might. But Casa Brawl are going to have to shy away from anything that gets in close range. I don't think Sprout would be the worst selection here still. As long as it doesn't get too close to the Gray, Squeak approach is far from what I was expecting. You do have range to operate with here if you decide to go for windup. It's a lot of damage in close range as well. That is, I guess, the direction they're headed. But look, this is Casa Brawl. If they want to pick the Squeak, I will begin to believe it.
Definitely an interesting one for sure. I think for control, it helps out, but if they're going to be breaking these walls anyways, it makes it a little trickier to at least capitalize. And honestly, in terms of gadget choice, it's been the longer range one now that our cooldown times have reworked the way gadgets operate. So curious to see what they elect to go for here. Christian, middle of the map, Brian, left-hand side, and RHZ once again piloting the Mandy. Let's see if this is a big step up for him compared to set number 1.
It's tough for Christian to deal with the shots from Jubileo. Now, the key discussion around this week is going to be his reload speed. That determines how well he's able to defend a lane. And typically, the way that this lines up is he's able to hold a single lane, like, permanently, pretty much. There's a hook. Wow! It grazed past Jubileo, but did not manage to hit its mark. And if it had, there's real potential of breaking some of these walls, which is going to be one of the conditions for SK Kalalas getting dominance on this left side of the map.
Interesting to see Motep. I think they want to keep these walls closed. So they're going to let Squeak do his thing in the middle while Christian tries to contest. No supers available yet for the left-hand end. There's the one going down for Mandy, and it's an early preemptive shot that is a miss. Christian capitalizes, though. Moves down the right-hand side. Pekka jumping into the arms of Brian. They will have a little extra wall break on that top left-hand side for the next round, but good work overall by SKC. Other than that miss super, everybody else was firing.
The missed supers have been a repeat issue for RHC today, particularly within this match. It's got one shot off already, though, keeping Pekka at range. See, if you want to, like, sit in one position and just, like, be the sniper monkey from Bloons, then, dude, like, stand still and shoot your heart out. But you're still going to be two-tapped by this Piper, and you risk getting hit every now and then if you are standing in that one position. So it's a careful balance. RGC is going to go for it. No! Nothing onto Pekka for the kill confirm. But here's a teleport forward from Christian. Just a little bit more juice would have been enough to take down Jubileo, but not quite enough. Forced out of position by the windup that nearly made contact with both Brian and Christian at the same time. But SK Kalalas are holding back nothing at all. Hypercharge gets a two-piece for Christian to finish off the game.
Christian is popping on the Gray. Some really good rounds coming out of him. This is one of the reasons that players love Gray so much. It's not as popular, I would say, with some of our more casual players like myself, who maybe are grinding the ranked up and down, but not quite that Masters level player or pro player like these guys. But being able to quickly swoop in, grab a kill, especially on some of these weaker HP brawlers, really helps out. He gets a few taps, drops the super, has a walking cane. Any additional damage or security that you can get for a kill in this mode, that means everything.
Okay, the curve from Pekka. Not for the kill confirm, just to establish pressure into RHZ. Didn't really make contact there. Bit of a hook there from Christian. He is getting so much damage from Jubileo. Thankfully stays alive. Another one would have been enough to send him packing. Also odd positioning, by the way. With Manny taken down, Pekka tried to push forward. Nearly got shut down by Brian. And here's the wall break. It's going to make it a difficult time for Mandy on the right side. She's going to be a lot more vulnerable. Pekka's going to have much more position to work with. Jubileo now trades. Brian is just one tap. Pekka needs that gadget. Tries to sneak around the corner. Doesn't have the gadget online. Brian, one shot. Pekka gets him. Taken down with a bomb from the super.
Brian just one little tile off, and I think he could have stayed alive. Really good clutch there from Pekka, though, one of the more mechanically gifted players in our region. And it looks like they've rethought their strategy here. In this second game, they're opening their own walls. We saw Piper do it, and then Motep immediately drop a gadget opening this round up to try and give Pekka a little more space on the right. That's more gadget for them to dodge, and they can still get the value out of Squeak on the enemy side.
Once more. Slow control from both teams. RHZ, no contact. That gadget. Casa Brawl seem to have control for now. Much of this is going to have to do with supers, though. Once Christian gets the next super, he might just go sicko mode like he did in the last round. And RHZ still needs some value off that super, at least to just redeem himself. There's a pressure from Pekka, and he has that hypercharge to charge in as well. The poison's going to be keeping SKC from backing up too much in just a second here, but the damage is flying in. Brian, the last one standing. Pekka puts an exclamation point on it with a hypercharge and a super in to equalize the set.
Seems the adjustments worked for Casa Brawl. I think wall break on your side can be really important. Extra room to dodge. And like I said, Squeak is somebody that likes to have these walls. He wants it to be close quarters for the other end so they have a tougher time dodging his shot. So the fact that they're able to keep the enemy side closed, because you have to land the walking cane. Otherwise, Brian, RHZ have no real way of disrupting that. And now Motep's just going to break this open on their top right-hand side, leave it a little more open. It's room for P.E.K.K.A, Motep to walk with and dodge.
Bit of damage in from Motep. Same dynamic as last time. Right side broken open. And the world is Casa Brawl's oyster. We have yet to see whether Christian is able to get a super and then get aggro as a result. Looks like Jubileu is being more conservative with his shots. In case Christian is just one shot away from a super and decides to TP him, he's going to need some firepower to retaliate. Meanwhile, on the right side, P.E.K.K.A still holding on to this gadget, which might have a use against RHZ. That's the EU curve right there. Bit of preemptive damage before any serious push is made. We're still in the stage of players looking for their utility.
Christian encroaching, not paying off. Down to 425 HP. He's going to have to move back. They get the tag. Low HP once again. Super goes in, and Christian is a goner. 3v2 situation now, and SKC feeling the brunt force of all the P.E.K.K.A taps. A flank coming in from Jubileu. A super goes out for RHC. He finally connects one. Too little, too late. Still advantage for Casa Brawl, and now they will have a one-round lead.
I would be using that pin if I finally hit a super as well, okay? The jinx has been broken. The curse is over. It's time to win some games. He's going to be 2 shots away, though. Almost was one onto P.E.K.K.A. I'm also honestly surprised that didn't hit P.E.K.K.A. But he needs a couple shots. There's one. Another one secures him the super. Gets him closer to a hypercharge as well. For now, SK Kalalis are on the back foot. Another curve in from P.E.K.K.A. There's the super from RHC. The impact is what we needed to see. It's a 3v2. Advantage belongs to SK Kalalis.
He's heating up. That's 2 in a row, and it's a trade out as well. SKC take full advantage, and I hate to say it, but in a 2v1, there are a lot of brawlers that might be able to make it happen. Squeak is not at the top of my list right now. We'll see if Jubileu can make magic happen, but instead, he's going to go to the giant fog on the top side, try not to feed any supers up, and just give up on this one. It's not giving up on the set, but it's just trying not to give too much utility there. And now RHC has the puckered face once again, and he's got a hypercharge cooked and ready to go.
I'm so excited for RHZ. This is his moment of redemption. After a couple of Mandy sets in a row where he's really struggled, here it comes! There's one! And that's enough to put this team in the lead. A counter hypercharge in from Jubileu. That's 2 bounces, 1 impact onto Christian. No slow, no nothing. He's still alive, and he's safe and sound here on the back right. A hypercharge available from Motep as well for additional speed and damage. 1 shot is all it's going to take down Brian. He gets 2, especially with the gadget. And now, everyone closing in on Jubileu. That's 3 contacts in a row for RHZ. Motep, the last one standing, looking for the 1v2 of a lifetime.
He's going to have some insane mechanics here. He's already down to half HP. A teleport through. The walking cane secures. And SKC prevail. Much bigger step up from RHC. Dabbing him up and knowing that he did great work with that Mandy super.
I think this means that we can finally retire the discussion of RHZ on the Mandy supers, okay? The whiffs have now been balanced out by the hits, and so there's peace been brought back to this brawler for RHZ.
Christian been brought back into the roster. He didn't play with SK Kalalis in the last February monthly finals. Round 1 was all about him, honestly. Walking cane onto Squeak, TP onto the Piper. He got an early double takedown in the first round, and with that, SK Kalalis took that one. What adjustments did Casa Brawl make in round 2 to turn the set around, Kenny? And why didn't they work in round 3 anymore?
Round 2, they got the wall break off instantly, and honestly, some pretty darn good mechanics out of P.E.K.K.A. I mean, you see him highlighted in purple there. A real star to watch. And I think especially here, you can kind of see after this game 1, they've got this top right-hand side broken up, and I like that Brock is even continuing to chip away with that. Unfortunately, I think SKC did a really good job in the early game, and to be quite honest, it's just Mandy was tapping. If those supers are connecting, it's freebies, right? RHZ is on the opposite side of the map, so if he's tackling the enemy side, he's going to do a bajillion damage from infinite range, and it was just enough for them to get through. You see it here, a nice tap finally heated up, and that was the little momentum swing, maybe the confidence booster where it all started, because they did lose the round, but after that, he was firing on all cylinders.
This semifinal number 2 promises to be another close one. It's a lot of back and forth in both Bridge so far and also Bell's Rock. It's been one team wins, the other team wins, one team wins again. It's just a back and forth, ready.
It's like tennis pretty much played between the sets here. So does that mean we're going to be going to a set 5? Well, it's no doubt decided here on Hot Zone. It's the time for Dueling Beetles.
The casters are all hoping it's going to be a set 5, Kenny, it seems.
I mean, selfishly, yeah. I mean, I don't want it for their stress levels, but, you know, for the people, could you toss us another one? It's already been an entertaining region. What's one more? What's one more?
Keep them coming. We already had a lot of 3-2s in the last February monthly finals. We want to get some more this month as well. We only had 2 so far, so keep it coming. I want to see them. Heading into the draft 2 now. You see, RZ is ready for the draft. So are we. Dueling Beetles, another map where throwers could come in. We surprisingly didn't see a Juju in Bell's Rock.
Very interesting. Now, in terms of throwers that are viable on Hot Zone, I'm thinking a mode where you need to stay in one place for a really long time. Can we get a brawler that like throws circles that heal you when you stand on them? I feel like he's going to be banned though, okay? If Barry is banned, then that whittles down the possibilities here quite a lot. Brings a bit of normalcy back to things, but no, he's actually not banned. So that's got to be a high priority for the team with the first pick, possibly, because we saw Barry played in situations where an assassin is used against him, and it was actually totally ineffective.
Barry Frank often paired together as well, so that's a combo that I could be looking out for, especially after seeing this banned stage. It's going to be B. I honestly feel like B is a very safe first option. I feel like we've said that so many times this weekend, but I just love the place that B's at in the current meta. The win rate is pretty 50-50 given last weekend, but I just again think you're not locking yourself into too many strategies. Really frustrating brawler to deal with all the cycling the gadgets plus the slowdown. Does well into tanks. It's just a good brawler that they can see what Casa Brawl do and then respond. You don't have to necessarily lock yourself in here early.
I'm a big B Griff enjoyer as well. It might be a bit risky to go for that as not a last pick. There's a Poco. I mean, that's why the B is here. Let's really be honest with ourselves. You have Rattled Hive and you can spam it, so that just makes her better. But the real reason she is here is because Poco is so good, and because, like, Poco is matter and B is antimatter. They just, like, completely nullify each other. The B is so good into the Poco, but what do you pair with the Poco? Okay, because you're not scared of Lu anymore. You can negate any effects of Lu just by using your gadget. That's what the Stew is here for. You're gonna make Lu ultra unviable pretty much. Maybe secure that for yourself as a final selection.
That's a fierce 2-3 turn. Stu, one of the most consistently picked brawlers, one of the most consistent winning options, and now you get to Poco spam. And like you said, you removed Lu from the equation. If you go Lu, I think it's a crazy call just given the gadget option coming out of Poco. You called it matter and antimatter. On the other end, Lu is simply useless, rendered just to nothing. That ice rink can be nullified, so they're going to go to Barry. This is something that we highlighted at the beginning. They're still going to get their utility brawler of choice, and I just think Barry is such a strong shout in this map. And right now, I think outside of maybe if they wanted to go Stu wall break instead of speed zone, that's really the only way they have of breaking open these walls. And guess what? You break open the walls, B's going to thrive even better.
Pretty much. It's dangerous over here. SK Kalalas also have other ways of breaking walls. They want to pick the Frank. Oh, okay. Ash is going to be next up here because Ash is pretty good into enemy tanks. And so if your strat into this was going to be, okay, well, you know, we have a healer of our own, then sure, good luck getting through that Ash because he pumps out so much damage and outranges many tanks in this game. Not to mention his hypercharge, which is huge for dealing with something like Stu. If that is isolated on Stu, then he's not going to be able to punch through all those hypercharge rats. Ems, very interesting. I wonder if they anticipated the Ems at all as a way of dealing with the Poco, since she's famously like pretty good into him. But into the Ash, I think that could be viable unless he has a hypercharge and he's running straight at your face.
I'm like computing in my brain. When was the last time we saw an Ems ready? Definitely not.
21.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while. I mean, you know, jokes aside, it's been a while, man. That's an interesting choice. I feel like at a professional level, we don't see Ems a lot because she's not as good of a tank counter as she used to be. You can get run over. If Ash is in your face, Ems is still dying. Just because you get unlimited gadgets and unlimited pushbacks doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be easy walking ground. Brian with an early victory on this right-hand lane, and now RHZ can climb his way up the map, take on Motep, and Motep falls as well. SKC exploding off the start.
The damage is coming out from Casa Brawl, but it's not really earning them much. Brian's getting some serious damage onto P.E.K.K.A. with that Rattled Hive, and here comes the Poco Hypercharge. If it's popping off that soon off the beginning of the game, then expect a lot over the course of this one, ladies and gentlemen. But so far, Jubileu was taking quite a bit of damage from that berry, managed to navigate out of the ice cream and into the zone, where they're going to try and equalize this so far. SK Kalalis have gotten nearly to 40%, but they're ready for another assault. RHZ, once he gets pretty healthy, and Christian, once he gets into position, can make use of the berry hypercharge.
Usually when Ims grabs that indestructible wall and just hovers over it with the super, you can't climb up the map, but Barry's a thrower, and he also has a dash forward, and it also heals. I think it's just going to make it so tough for P.E.K.K.A. to capitalize, so Jubileu is going to have to pop off, dashing his way up to the right-hand side, gets the frag. P.E.K.K.A. pushing his enemy back, and now Motep can cycle through all those rats. The one thing that I will say, Poco, Ims, they have that splash and spread out effect that can take down the rats, and it's so far working. Despite the question marks I had about this Casa Brawl comp, it has really come back into fruition here in the second half.
Casa Brawl is looking good at the moment. RHZ tries to push forward, but he's got to fight through the gauntlet of both P.E.K.K.A. and Motep's hypercharges, but he's still alive. Barry is putting in the work, and he's got a hypercharge of his own now, stopped in his tracks mid-motion by Motep, but the positioning is here for SKC. They cannot weather another push from Casa Brawl. If Casa Brawl gets control once again, then it's GG. And if SKC manage to bring this all the way to the end, then they've got a double match point on their hands.
Speed zone down, Jubileu now left-handed. P.E.K.K.A. trying to work his way up. Hypercharge once again for Motep. Barry dives straight into the eye of the storm, and it's just a lone Motep. Team wipe goes down, and the blue side are now one game away from a brand new grand finals that we have yet to see in almost 2 years.
A serious comeback within that last game, because 88%, that was the mark that we saw Casa Brawl at before they lost control and could not get it back again. And man, they had it locked down for a good portion there, but I think they might have overcommitted. They had a couple of hypercharges and they used them both at once. And guess what the impact was? Well, RHZ didn't even die. In fact, it wasn't even until after their hypercharges expired that Christian used his to get into mid and promptly died, but the control still belonged to SK Kalalis. Now for this new game, match point for SKC, we'll see a similar dynamic right off the beginning. Jubileu on the right side, shut down by Christian. P.E.K.K.A. also going to get cycled back to the respawn, and SKC in the lead.
Oh boy. Do they have the lead? And now they have control as well. Motep is not a top frag. Doesn't have a super available, so Jubileu is going to have to branch out the old-fashioned way. Just get some tags, take some damage, and hope it works out. Rattled Hive going down. Heals coming in from Christian, and P.E.K.K.A. being forced away. Rats flying. I mean, SKC have the world going for them.
Jubileu now in with a hypercharge, trying to make an impact. Could get on top of Brian, set him on fire, but he's a one-man army fighting against 3 brawlers on SKC. They're in a great position. They have the slow, they have 2 hypercharges. It's going to pop them both at the same time. Could be an overcommitment. They still got 20% to go to the grand finals.
And just 15% away, SKC could make magic happen. P.E.K.K.A. climbing his way up, trying to push Christian and Brian off the map, but to no avail. The reign of terror is over in South America. After 1 year wait, we will have a new Grand Finals champion in our month number 2.
Not even that. Both of the top 2 teams in this region, the teams that represented South America as number 1 and number 2 seed at last year's World Finals, will have to sit this one out. Let the new kids on the block get it done. They are not new faces here in South America, don't get me wrong. It's just been a while since we've seen them in a grand final.
We have heard their names everywhere. Last year already, they had a great run. Not quite made it into the top of the top, but they certainly belong into the grand finals today. Loud and Casa Brawl played in the grand finals in February. Now they were both in the semifinals, but they had to make way for 2 new teams. That's a story for the gods, honestly. This game, honestly, kind of looked like one of my ranked games. In the first Pro Pass season, you get 3 maxed out brawlers. Ems is one of them. So Ems was picked everywhere. It didn't really work, though, sadly, for Casa Brawl. They have to say goodbye already in a 3-1 series.
Kenny asked a rhetorical question of when was the last time we saw Ems, and my initial thought was, well, I mean, for my rank up game to Legendary 1, but aside from that, I don't know, I guess we gotta dig through the annals of Brawl Stars history. That was an interesting pick, and it actually worked like a little bit in game number 1, but it didn't bring them all the way to the finish line, got them like 12% away.
Looking at the bracket here, we see once again Loud and Brawl, the two teams that have played in the February monthly finals, did make it almost all the way, Kenny.
Almost. But now this region's blown wide open. No Brawl, no Loud. Our top two teams from the previous month not only got bounced in the monthly qualifiers to the lower bracket, but it held true here. BC Gaming with a 3-2 victory. SKC ending it early. They capitalized in set 4. Unbelievable stuff coming out of this region. This is the tight, close-knit matches that we were looking forward to this month.
The people at home, the people watching, were able to vote for the MVP once again. And I talked so much about this guy on Bell's Rock, on his gray. Christian looked so strong today already.
I can't get enough of the dude. Yeah, Gray in particular stood out to me. I mean, goodness, he popped in with a hypercharge, got a couple of kills. He was hitting hooks left, right, and center. This guy, MVP through and through. Cannot wait to see what the guy accomplishes with the squad. We missed him last month. It's a good thing he is back. We saw in the results how much of a difference he makes, and it's a good thing we got to see finally on the mainstream, on the big screen, just what he does for this team.
Everyone watching from home, head over to events.brawlstars.com right now to also predict for the grand finals. Maybe you get some better predictions in than me today. Kenny and Reddy, I think you're already doing better than me today. It hurts, honestly.
It's a
Still
rough
not
one
good.
for sure.
Still not good.
Well, I'm gonna try and calm down, not starting to cry because I'm losing my predictions to those two guys. You predict on event.brawlstars.com, and we see you after the break. Six matches out of the way. We're almost done with the South American March monthly finals, but not quite yet. We also get Uber back here. We had to sadly say goodbye to Reddy. But Uber, how did you like the match?
I loved it. I mean, I do think there's so much to be said for being able to secure those like Berry and Ash comps. They're unbelievable. I think it's justifiable that the Poco Ems comp ends up losing. It's just some weird drafts from veteran teams, honestly. For me, like I really would expect them to be better in that metric, but I'm super stoked for this final. You guys talked about it a bunch. It feels like a changing of the guard here in SA. We were talking about some potential upsets, but probably still expecting to see one of our heavyweight teams win this month. Now, of course, it's going to be a new team one way or another, BC Gaming or SK Kalala. So I'm over the moon. It's a great story. And now we've just got a great grand finale to get through.
Those heavyweight teams still have a chance, though, to go to the Brawl Cup. The Brawl LAN action kicks off early this season with the Brawl Cup in Dallas.
All regions from across the globe are sending their best champions to prove to us, once and for all,
Humble, 50%, Crazy Raccoon, and fallen short.
which region is the best in the world right now. They'll compete for LCQ and World Final slots for their home region. altering the competitive landscape for the rest of this year. So prepare your flags, your patriotism, and cheer on your home region champions. 23rd to 25th of May, live from DreamHack Dallas. Get your tickets now and join the fun in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com for amazing Pro Pass rewards.
Eight teams will battle it out at the Brawl Cup in Dallas at the DreamHack May 23rd to May 25th. They're fighting for extra regional slots at the World Finals and the Last Chance qualifiers. And two of the teams you could meet there in Texas are gonna be playing now in the grand finals of the South American March monthly finals. It's BC Gaming versus SK Kalalas.
Pretty wild stuff. Honestly, a really big changing of guard like you alluded to, Uber. This is a massive deal considering that this is the first time we haven't had the same combination of 6 players in a grand finals since March of 2024. And all of these guys have been some of these teams that have been so close in past month, nearly doing it for months, clawing their way up, getting a little bit better each time. And finally, it has succeeded and led to a difference in this grand final.
I'm loving it. There are 4 Chilean players in the server in this grand final, where in the past, SA's really been dominated by players that hail from Brazil. So that's awesome to see that region as well get a little bit of love. And I think the storyline for me is like, you know, a real coming of age for some of these younger players thrust into the spotlight last year. These SK Kalalas guys who were, you know, trying to fight for an outside chance into Worlds at LCQ underneath that Queso Cup sort of moniker, who competed, you know, pretty avidly in this SA scene and just sort of fell short of the top couple of teams in that region. Obviously, like Foot Esports and SSG were the dominant ones now, but it's a really different story. And we're not just seeing this kind of thing in this region. Look at EMEA, right? These young teams that are coming up now really starting to take the world by storm. I love that. It's going to put a lot of pressure on the more established names here. And this is the kind of game where those established names have to sit on the sideline and watch the champions of tomorrow throw down for the lion's share of these circuit points, and of course, a heck of a lot of bragging rights in a region like this.
It's so beautiful to see that those two teams were able to prove that the monthly qualifiers weren't just luck-based. They both made it through the upper bracket, unlike some big names like Loud and Casa Brawl. They beat them again now to make it into the World Finals. It's so nice to see that this region really rotates through all of the teams. Every single team we've seen today, and also last month, can make it to a grand final in this region, it seems.
Nobody's safe. It is what it is. I mean, and we love to see it too. I think SA in the past has been dominated by these two teams, these 6 members that have really been getting the job done for not just last year, but obviously back even in the sub-regional days, they were at the top of the line. And now we get something new. No idea how it's going to go down. And I'll be quite honest. You know, in Brawl Stars, sometimes you're being attacked and you make a bad, just panic click of the button with the super. That's what I did for this prediction. I just panic picked. It just, BC Gaming was the first thing that came out of my mouth, because truly, I don't know what's going to happen here. This is uncharted territory.
And I just lazily used the transitive property, honestly. And so the SK Kalalas only, you know, conceded that one set over. And I also liked what their draft priority was. But both of these teams have the right idea, I feel like, Sonny. Both of them are trying to get Berry on applicable maps. They're both trying to compete for Melody on gem grab game types as well. So I feel like we're in for a really good game. These guys ban the right brawlers and they prioritize the right ones.
SK Kalalas has played this map before as well in the quarterfinals already. They loved to play their Carl, 8-Bit and Pearl. And as you mentioned, Uber, it does seem like they know what they're doing with their drafts today. Then it's coming in first here from BC Gaming. I do believe that Carl could still be a viable option here, Kenny.
The El Primo band's standing out to me. Not really sure what to make of that, Uber. It's an interesting one. I mean, Janet makes sense. All the other bands make sense. But we got this guy on the top right, and it's just...
I mean, it would make sense to me if they wanted to play Hank and didn't ban it. Like sure. Seeing it here, though, is like a little bit odd, because I would not call him a hard counter to the Hank, but we've seen El Primo be able to close the gap and sort of get around and behind the Hank pretty aggressively. Carl is banned out here by BC Gaming, so that's not an option for SK Kalalas. It's safe mids being prioritized by both sides, but there's modality. You can get Stu aggressively up in a side lane and start to collapse here as well when you need to make a play, but I feel like neither team is really showing a huge amount here.
Maybe we'll figure out the answer to that later down the line. Off the top of my head, El Primo really good into Frank, but again, this is a pretty open map. I'd be a little surprised. Oh, there's a tank counter, so Lou going after the board. I like this Stu-Lou combo, not just because it rhymes Uber, but also because it's great control, plus Stu who can be really aggro, drop you a speed zone. A lot to love about this right-hand side.
Yeah, like Lou is not probably the most impressive brawler when it comes to, you know, like damage output and duelist potential, but being able to come forward and, you know, throwing a super down on the enemy side of the gem mine is really effective. All you need is like a 1 or 2 gem lead from that, right? So very powerful. Obviously, you know, you can put him in the mid and allow your Stu to play a bit more aggressively here with the Lola and Ollie getting picked up. So you have oppressive side laner in Lola. She will spam through those bushes constantly. Ollie is always threatening to close the gap and has decent range for a tank here. So pretty well-rounded composition here for BC Gaming. SK Kalalis have to sort of ask themselves, how do we just straight up win a side lane? What is the brawler that lets us just completely bully that part of the map? Like, do we go in the surge direction? Are we going to try and pick up a tank like the Ashe, even though we don't have any sort of like healing support for it? Probably not. Something here that gives them the... Okay, so it is going to be the Ashe anyway.
It's definitely interesting. I mean, again, just the band stage was a little peculiar. You always like to see some change-ups, but this was definitely a different direction. I do like Ashe in general as a side lane option, though. I think Ollie, Ashe, a couple notable tanks on this map that can certainly work. I love Ollie in the game right now. His win rate was really high last weekend, and even here today, I haven't done the math off the top of my head, but it feels like he's still in a pretty powerful spot. 2 good comps. That's kind of what I'm expecting here. These 2 teams have drafted well all day. It's not just going to be a battle of mechanics, but it's also going to happen in the draft as well. So curious to see who can prevail here. It's gonna be our grand finals, folks. For the first time in a long time, a new champion could arise here in South America. Both of these teams trying to show why they're the best.
So here's the plan. Both tanks want to bully their respective side lanes, Kenny. Doritos and RHZ respectively, shoving up on that side of the map here to try and put a bit of pressure down. Brian here, great shots. That's going to guarantee the elimination on Loco, which will let RHZ go more aggressively, forcing the super out of Derp that is not going to be able to secure the kill here. SKC far more stable start to this game, and Brian and Christian got exactly what they wanted, albeit interesting distribution of gems. It's 5-1.
And Christian expanding their territory. They have a loose super. Doritos diving in, and he's the one that's frozen. No hypnosis available right now. Not able to get anything out of that. It's left to Derp on the left-hand end, and they're just aborting this right-hand side. It's a full engagement on the left.
Yeah, and much like Double Swoosh, we see the map split east to west here, so BC Gaming don't have to be disadvantaged pushing in to the right side of the map. Here's Doritos trying to go in. He's able to catch on to Brian. That could be 4 gems loose, but Doritos so close to being stunned up here, and Christian and Brian look to back away now that they have that gem countdown secure.
SKC feeling all right, but 427 HP is not a lot. They're trying to pierce through. Janet in the air, trying to scout the enemies. Oh no! They almost had it, but not quite enough. Big smile on RAZ's face. I know they think they got away with one there.
For me, the Ashe pick has really defined what SKC have been able to do in that previous series, and even here, without like being supported by a healer, it's so good. They overloaded that right side of the map. They forced their opponents here in BC Gaming to just play on the left side and forget about it. The Lola's not doing enough, in my opinion. Brian is also getting some great freezes without the use of a super or hyper.
RHC once again creeping down this right-hand side. A strong start for SKC in game number 1 was a huge reason why they were to hold control. Once they get those loose super cycling, not a lot of room to work with, especially if Derp doesn't have a super to take to the skies. Loco working that right-hand side. RHC stunned, and finally BC Gaming have a little bit of a walkway.
Brian's going to back it up a little bit here. BC Gaming with only the 1 gem, but yes, that map control is something that can turn into a bit more of an advantage there. Doritos able to back away, make use of the superior range here to turn RHZ into a less relevant factor here. The big damage coming through onto Loco. Ashe obviously ignores, you know, the ego in terms of just that damage getting splashed through. SK Kalalis are even here on gems, but doesn't feel like they have map control, and RHZ kind of just inting on the right.
BC Gaming in a corner right now, trying to expand their territory just a little bit. And Derp will take to the sky. Is going to land right in front of Christian. Drop a gadget. It's immediately eradicated. And the red roster all clustered up together on this top left-hand side. Loco moving forward, getting the damage. Now Doritos slowly encroaching too. Ashe could be in trouble. It's a dive in, a jump onto Brian, and he can't use his loose super yet because Doritos hypnotized him, and he's going to be able to get out scot-free. Super going down, and it's a hypercharge, but they grab the kill on the way out. Back and forth these kills go, and honestly, nobody really losing any of their gems.
RHC, though, the one with 4 gems to his name, he's supposed to be the blunt object that SK Kalalas are using to get in the face of BC Gaming. Brian goes down, Derp's able to go in there with the airdrop and cycle that super yet again. Frustrating because that Janet just cannot be caught right now. And she's not carrying any gems. She's not a liability for BC Gaming, just a real nuisance for SK Kalalas to deal with. There's got to be a stun here on Doritos here, but there's not nearly enough of a freeze on them. RHC does get caught out by the hypnotism, but they are removed. All of this, though, makes space for Loco. It's got to be a nice stun here. Brian connects that hypercharged super, and Derp gets caught in the follow-up.
Fantastic gameplay coming out of SKC. A clutch kill, a Lou ice rink, and Doritos just wasn't able to secure one. With 10 seconds to go, Doritos flanking right-hand side, Loco, Derp in the mid. They grab one. Christian left to play bodyguard. Ash gonna pop a big purple button just to try and stay up. He's hypnotized though. Can't move a muscle, but it's not enough. SKC survive, and we'll take the opening set.
And there is the other side of the Ollie coin, Kenny. Sometimes he just doesn't have the ability on his own to output enough damage. It's always awkward when your gems are on your tank. It's kind of hard to go aggressive, but it was the most durable member of SKC with over 10,000 HP. The Ash stays alive after a beautiful cycle of a double Lou hypercharge in mid to force the Lola to drop the gems. And bear in mind, that's a round that SKC are losing for 80-90% of the time up until that point.
For me, that was pretty much a draft decider here. I only saw purple on that map. The hypercharge that Brian put out, the ice rinks left and right, just
Gems,
stunning his opponents and having so much control there. And yeah, Kenny, was it really only the draft, or did they also just play better?
I think they had some clutch kills in there too, to be honest with you. I mean, Brian only has 3 frags there, but as you could tell, he definitely made a difference in that set. Getting those ice rinks down was honestly huge. It allowed them to get the gems spilled out of the blue side. They were able to pick up even just 2 or 3 to give themselves that lead. Another thing worth noting too, I mean, it was pretty noticeable. The amount of damage Ollie was doing at times, he was getting the stuns, he was getting his gadgets off or his supers off, but he just couldn't follow through enough for the kill. I mean, Ash had too many health points for him to get through alone, and I feel like Doritos, well, not even playing poorly, I don't think, just wasn't able to do enough.
Yeah, in that sense, like Ollie, it's not, I mean, Ollie can't do it all, right? It's only like, what, 12 to 1400 damage per shot there. So, you know, you do need follow-up. You do need help. The problem is that the rest of BC Gaming just weren't there. Ollie can go so deep and be so durable, being shielded up in super, but someone's going to help you. It's like the Kit problem, except Kit is really squishy and short range and is pretty bad on bridge too far. But in general, that Ollie is very, very good at starting up those gem grab attempts.
Sometimes it is worth it to just pick up the meta brawlers. Sometimes you need to go for comfort picks or for brawlers that are just specifically good on one map. We're heading from gem grab now into Brawl Ball. We are on Pinhole Pond. It's a very bushy map, so you really want something to scout out these bushes. We've seen Janet here before. And Ollie, Tank, all those tanks that can really use those bushes to sneak up and close the gap between themselves and their opponents, can make use of those bushes so well that they would certainly be worth to pick up here.
Juju as well is viable. Obviously, plenty of parts of the map where you can be more than just an average thrower, have some really nice long range, and when Gregory's on the field as well, like it can be quite oppressive depending on sort of how you want to build that Juju, so you can be very potent there. The Ems ban, I guess, is fair. Poco Ems we just saw briefly, which was reasonable, but it felt like more of a knee-jerk reaction to try and shut Ash down, who is open on this map.
Definitely interesting. I mean, again, since it worked out really well earlier, maybe we should just ban it this time. I mean, sarcasm? I don't know. There's something we clearly don't know. There's something clearly we don't know about this brawler. I mean, obviously, a couple teams now in SA that are quite good have valued it. So, gonna keep my mind open, and that might be telling, like you said, of a brawler that they might want to run later.
Okay, here's the max picked up here for SK Kalala, so showing very little. The fact that there's already a Poco here for BC Gaming means that they have to now prioritize a tank with this pick if they want to steal it away. Probably, Ash would be one of the prime candidates, I think, to pair up with this Poco healing, but there are too many, potential options. Primo's been banned, I think, by SK Kalalas in that previous map here, so we're seeing a couple bans that might indicate that these two teams probably been scrimming against each other a fair bit, as we have seen them fall into a pretty similar tier, knocking on that door to first and second in some of these monthly finals. So Melody going to be locked away here. High damage, high mobility composition for SK Kalalas thus far.
Honestly, a really good call out of you. They probably are scrim partners given how good both of these teams have been, but they weren't on the same side of the bracket, so it kind of makes sense to go for your opponents, right? You never really know who's going to make a grand finals run, and at the end of the day, they're going to be staring each other in the eyes. Meeple and Ash. So there's that Ash pick. Again, the M's can kind of pierce through those rats, which is what we saw earlier, so does make sense to me. I was a little hard on it earlier, but there's always a reason, especially if you have the first overall pick, that you make those pointed bans. That's just one that we really haven't seen in a long time. Meeple, somebody that's risen through the ranks as a more recently a benefit of a balance change that he got, so damage going to be a little more viable, especially as you can get those shots through the wall. And I like on this mode too, using the kind of stun gadget. The lower HP you are, the longer that lasts. And a final pick of Surge.
And SK Kalalis, they see a Poco pick, so they know 100% there is going to be a tank pick follow-up there from BC Gaming. They had the choice, the chance to try and snatch away the Ash, but they are just going to go for a less durable but vastly higher damage composition here. We know Surge, while fragile, can put a pretty absurd amount of damage, and Melody great when it comes to that all-in here. Generally though, I feel like SK Kalalis have opted for the riskier composition, the one that definitely requires them to be far more adept in their roles to get the same level of effectiveness from. Christian already going down, not a great sign here for SKC.
Interesting to box them in right here. I guess they're going to try and walk it in the final seconds. I think Loco fumbled. Oh, I think he tried to shoot, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he could have just walked that in.
He was 2k HP. I think he could have just continued to move forward there and he would have had himself a goal. So SKC get a bit lucky there, but still need to find a way to really control this map. It's going to have to be RHZ doing something pretty special here, and that wasn't too bad. Just falling short of bringing the entirety of BC Gaming down. But it's buys time for Christian to get back in position as Loco wants to unseat them. SKC are back on the map.
RHC with an opportunity to dive in. He is boxed into opponents, though. Doritos once again popping off. His mechanics have shown through today. RHC flashing that button, a kick over. Hypercharge for Loco. He must be close to a super, otherwise he wouldn't have done it. There it is. Going to be dropping all those rats. RHC down to his knees, 420 HPs. All that he's got. Christian with a dive in, a desperation jump. Not enough. Make no mistake. This time, BC Gaming will be putting in the back of the net.
And again, it's pretty hard to deny this composition. Loco is so healthy. Derp obviously has that gadget cooldown. It's very, very low and can keep this Ash topped up basically at all times. That's nice from RHC. They're going in, getting a full wipe there. The hypercharge play for Melody will result in a goal and an equalizer for SKC.
Back and forth we go. SKC trying to hold on to their one-set lead, and it's supers galore. SKC dropping at 3 of them, but a hypercharge response out of Derp. Cycling in a gadget as well. Loco off to the races on the left-hand side. A super goes through, and Ollie able to penetrate through the walls now. Brian, low HP. Christian falls, and BC Gaming punches one through. 1-0 lead in our second set.
And here's the issue. The composition from SKC is just too frail. There's not enough health points there. And while the damage is good, most of that ends up getting nullified by the Poco, whether it's the hypercharged super there that leaves a lingering overshield, or just spamming that gadget to basically deny any adverse, sort of crowd control effects. There's the moment where you have that Melody hypercharge where you can do something, but outside of that, you're heavily disadvantaged, it feels.
Here comes the mansion of Meeple. Oh no! A little cheeky cutoff, and Loco walks it on in. Easy money there for BC Gaming.
And that is the crux, I think, of what you're trying to get out of Meeple on this map. You're going to do that with regularity here. Now, SKC, no, they can't really just linger around in front of the goals, and they sure as hell can't stack up in that kind of way. Christian gets caught off here. RHC, again, doesn't really want to be holding the ball, but has the damage at least delayed. Loco low, who gets topped up quickly at a cost of some of that rage. Eventually, they will go down. SKC need to get out of spawn. They need to get hypercharge ready here for RHC before any of those notes were produced. RHC goes in and only turns it into a 1-for-1. That is not enough.
Totally agree, especially considering that they were dropping a hypercharge there just to try and move their way up the map. It looked like Brian, now low HP. REC diving in once again. Derp responds with a shield, and now Loco can push up the map. Brian, face shift, can't do a thing. Oh, he's down to the wire, and it's not enough. Can't stop it quite at the mouth of the goal, so BC Gaming will take a set and even things out.
It's actually sickening what you can do with that composition on Brawl Ball. Just how effective Meeple is at cutting open the map, and might even been a disagreement there for Berlin City Club about maybe how that last round went, but they've got to be happy enough with that at least to have equalized the set and the series. These two teams look like they're ready to give us another 5-set banger, and I thought, welcome it.
I think we all would love to see some more Brawl Stars today. Casters usually want to see more. I hope the people at home watching also want to see some more. But so far, it does look pretty good for SK Kalalas just now. This round just wasn't theirs. It was an equal score now overall because PC Gaming just simply had the better comp. The Meeple mentions that cut the goal in half to block the defense off completely. That was such a cheeky play. I love to see that. And on the other side, Uber, as you mentioned, the Poco just made it impossible for SK Kalalas to go up against them. They didn't have enough damage.
I think if you're going to ban the Hank as SK Kalalas, you know you're leaving the Ashe open. You need a plan to deal with this. I think like Ashe plus a healer right now is about one of the strongest things that you can be doing, and you could just mix in any number of powerful brawlers like the Meeple or whatever else multiple times. That, you know, use of the dice tower there just allows for a free goal here. And maybe SK Kalalas might want to be more, you know, reactive and maybe try and answer some of these picks instead of trying to pick comps they think are just in a vacuum strong, because on that map they just weren't remotely good enough.
I do have to say, though, from both teams throughout today, we have seen some incredible drafts. So I don't feel like it's been the rule that SK Kalalas has showed us some comps that just don't really work. This has been an example of one, but still, I do feel like they know what they're doing in the draft. Layer Cake is one of those maps that we haven't seen at all so far today. So I'm really looking forward to the draft here. I have no idea what those teams, this region, will show us here.
I'd love to pretend like I do too, but I mean, Meeple, you gotta think back in the equation here. Mr. P's been a popular one, but it feels like this region's really addressed him.
Yeah, we've seen like P at some points made use of. This is the kind of map, I think Layer Cake is so unique in our bounty pool because it's the kind of map that makes it really hard to actually play those sharpshooters. So we're starting to look at, like, you know, a couple throwers that, you know, get brought in here. Meeple banned by SK Kalalas, I think that makes perfect sense. Obviously, like, these sort of laminar walls across the map really change the way you approach this. Juju also finally attracts a ban here for BC Gaming, but there are a couple of throwers that are really impactful here. Barley, you know, often is used on the bounty maps. Canal Grande is a good example of where we see them. Tech is also open. The Tank is prioritized by SKC.
Hank at first overall selection once again. You have to expect it if you don't ban it. I know it hasn't been 100% like it was last weekend, but nonetheless, a powerful brawler. So curious if wall break gets implemented, if they avoid wall break, how does this BC Gaming squad respond? Because answering the Hank has been part of the key equation here for any team's success here today. It's so meta relevant. It's so at the top of everybody's minds. If you know how to address it, you're giving your team a massive advantage. And Lou and Poco as a combination, Lou's certainly one of the best tank counters in the game. Great control options, not traditional for bounty, but with all the walls on this map, it makes sense. And then pairing that with a Poco, if you're going to run Poco, you might as well cancel out the Lou. So I guess that kind of works out in its favor, right? If you're going to want to draft Lou, having the Poco there for that gadget in your back pocket rather than giving it to your enemy, it makes a lot of sense to me.
And yet again, your opponents might want to try and, you know, pair a healer up with their tank already. So, you know, it does give you the option of going for like a 6th pick Ashe here, and having a brawler that is pretty good at running down, you know, this Hank in a pinch. Mr. P, really effective. So far, nothing about this BC Gaming composition says that they have the capacity to actually pressure the spawners that, you know, Mr. P will develop. And I think on a map like Layer Cake, it's probably going to be a little bit harder to consistently dodge that damage and deny super, because that's a big part of the game plan against Mr. P. But I mean, it's bounty. It's a pretty spammy game mode. We're going to see the Carl here to round things out. So again, you do have this option to go aggressive. And I love that the Carl gets brought in here because it's one of the brawlers that make the best use of the map control that you get given with the Mr. P super.
I like Carl a lot of reasons on this map, but a big reason for drafting Mr. P is to make sure that you get that Carl alongside it, because otherwise the pickaxe could just pierce through all those spawners. It's one of the better ways of addressing that, and it's already a pretty good brawler. So you think you get a little 2-for-1 there with those picks. And there's that Ashe. I mean, Ashe, a popular one. I think a very solid brawler in this meta. We've seen Ashe and Hank face down on several occasions. Now Ashe has free reign, doesn't have to worry about the Lou, whereas the Hank does, and now Poco can power him up alongside it with the heals coming out of his super. So we'll have to see how this all unfolds. It's gonna be a tight one here. I mean, it's a close call, I think, either way. I think on paper, there's win conditions for both sides. Both these teams have drafted well for the most part today. It's a big set 3.
I'm a big fan of the BC Gaming composition. I'm not gonna lie. I really like that Lou inclusion, but Doritos just gets a little bit too close to the sun there. Kristen clips his wings and bursts his bubble, so to speak. Loco's going to try and push up here and, yeah, pressure that Hank down. And this is going to be, we might get to 20 stars here, folks. This might be quite the aggressive matchup.
With a Poco and a Lou for crying out loud. I mean, what an aggressive start here considering the brawlers on the map. Doritos neutralizes all of the engulfing flames there. Just a click of a gadget can do that, and he can spam those as well. So for you folks at home, take notes, especially if you're facing down something like Fire or a Lou or an Amber. It's one of the reasons that she's disappeared from this meta.
Very good damage there from Christian, but they do get frozen up. It's going to allow Loco to come forward and pick them up. Well, Porter's already becoming a bit of a problem, but Mr. P's not the best at dealing with them, rather the little helpers, as Loco's able to overwhelm them. It is a 1-star lead, a blue star with that for SK Kaladas, but map control here firmly sits with it, BC Gaming.
Curious to see how things change up if Brian can get to that hypercharge, because we know how powerful that Mr. P porter can be. There it is. He's going to throw it right in the back lines to make it super difficult for BC to try and take it out with ease. Derp flanking, RHC, hypercharge, Christian adding one in the mix as well, and it's a kill that equates for SKC. Now expanding the lead to 5 stars. Derp trying to respond, though.
No
Keeps
damage.
himself afloat just a little bit longer, but he squeezes one in. 120 HP, 752 for Doritos, but they survive. Now it's only 2-star deficit.
So this keeps BC Gaming in the game, but SK Kalalas here are going to start to lay the pressure on thick. There's not enough damage here to follow up and pick Christian off, but they got stunned twice in a row. They can't build bubbles when they're getting stunned. Now SKC still have that lead. It's a blue star, though. The only thing that's keeping their head above water. Still immense map control coming from these porters, but Brian is doing basically already all that he can. Time is ticking down now. We are a blue star difference here. It has to be BC Gaming coming forward. They get rid of Christian. They get that lead, but it's taken back instantly as RHC deals with the Lou. A close game for much of it, but SK Kalalas outlast.
That was an alpha move out of Lou. Drops the hypercharge super and runs in the face of so much enemy fire just to make sure he brings down that Hank. Because if you're going to connect that hypercharge super, you better make it count. Doesn't give any chance for Hank to breathe, and it still wasn't enough. That's just the power of this composition. They have some of the most meta brawlers on the other side. Carl, who's risen up the ranks. Hank, who needs no explanation. We know what that guy can do. And once that hypercharge got down for Mr. P, I feel like that shifted the tides of this entire game.
Absolutely. Blue star, an easy pickup here for Christian because nobody is going to try and fight this Hank out in the open. Loco taking a ton of damage there. Gadget pop there just to deploy a porter and keep Loco a little bit busier, ideally to give map control here to SKC. Derp does go for a super here on top of this porter spawning location, so we'll keep that quiet for the time being. And here comes Loco, dangerous. RHC has to go in for a super now, but they'll be overwhelmed by the little helpers. Christian trying to get involved in the damage output there, but Loco's able to gadget and heal back up.
Really well played from Loco there. Was in peril and managed to get out alive, but Christian's going to be pressing against these walls. He's the one with the blue star, so it's something that BC have to keep in mind. Sure, they have the lead, but it's always nice to have that blue star in your back pocket.
Brian getting good poke damage down. Already another super developed, and the Hyper now is ready to go. Pretty far forward position here, making it clear that SK Kalalas want to shove straight on in towards BC Gaming's spawn area and not let them out. Loco is forced to use multiple attacks here to deal with these porters, and RHC is going to wait with a hypercharged super and be ready to go. SK Kalalas have the conditions they need to win the round. They've got to execute.
Ooh, so close to being a freeze. Does Derp get aggressive? Yes, he does. But Christian had a super available. The heals go through. They're not able to get a takedown. Trying to expand their territory, and it's failing epically. Doritos doesn't get the heals off in time. It's a team wipe for SKC.
And they just can't get rid of Christian. He was frozen, stuck in the corner there, and they just couldn't get the damage in the direction of the Hank where it was needed. Now Derp has to play aggressively on this right-hand side, try and get some space. Loco chunked down by Christian now, who does need to respect. He's holding the blue star after all, but another hypercharged porter spawner. Christian, though, will be brought down. It's a 4-star lead here. Brian forced into the back corner. Loco going low, though the healing is not going to be enough. Loco tries to walk away, but SKC get themselves a second set.
Big set pickup there for SKC. In the draft, I really couldn't tell which way it was going to go, but ultimately it goes to the side of Hank and Mr. P. I just feel like they had a lot going for themselves as that went on. The longer time that was drug out, the more shots that Mr. P were able to connect. Those porters got annoying. Hank had several occasions where even with a big time freeze coming in, cutting him off, rendering him useless in a corner, they still had to walk it forward, find ways to get those tags, and he stayed alive long enough to make sure that his team stayed up, got those stars, and held on for a lead for dear life. I mean, those last two moments there in the opening game 1 and 2 were so close.
I mean, for BC Gaming, it's not an easy task to go up against two of the most meta brawlers, Hank and Mr. P. I don't really know. What would BC Gaming be required to do to win this set over?
I mean, I think that they've drafted this composition pretty well. The problem is that they don't quite get enough of those Lu hypercharges to be oppressive. They definitely don't cycle many of those supers. I think that SKC do a good job of picking up, the Carl alongside the Hank, so there's less options to try and shut down those big, those sort of Ashe supers rather. You see Christian's able to sit in the corner here, and even though they got stunned up twice, which obviously interrupts the bubble blowing, they still get enough healing from the rest of the team, or enough healing from his super rather, to continue to push back on them here. I don't know, like, you probably need a way to deal with the Mr. P's more on this map. You might have to, spec into a thrower, but that also leaves you pretty vulnerable when the enemy wants to rush on you with that Hank comp. So it's a little bit hard actually to sort of draft a good answer, but I think the core of a healer and Ashe is a fine place to start.
A thrower would have been an option here. It's really a balance between not feeding the Mr. P too quickly and at the same time make the game go quickly. So you maybe reach the 20 stars before Mr. P gets his hypercharge. There's really only those two options. Or, of course, you ban out Mr. P right from the get-go in the banning phase already. Now, can BC Gaming survive set 4 and push us into another set 5? It would already be the 5th match today going all the way. Or is our final gonna end preemptively here? Heading into Heist now, we're on safe zone. This is a map that has been played before by BC Gaming. They like to play the Juju here once again, paired with the Bell and the Colt. Let's see if they're going to pick it up here again, or if SK Flawless actually knows exactly how to go up against it, since they have watched the match before. They're picking the Bell again anyways.
They've been phenomenal on this map in scrims. One thing to just note on that as well. Obviously, they play in the quarterfinals, and anticipating a possible run here might be a reason why they practice it so much. But this is definitely one of the more notable maps that they've been good at. They're going to select the Bell first overall here. It's one of the brawlers that they've liked a lot, and believe it or not, they have picked Meeple a ton in their wins.
I also think that the Carl ban here is clever, because I think SKC are going to try and snap that up no matter what, especially on this kind of map. We've seen it in the past, like we saw it earlier on. I think the Carl player was concealing that they had a flying hook and not the heat injector, and tried to get aggressive over towards a Juju on that game. It didn't quite work out, but it's an option. SKC clearly feel like they need some form of sharpshooter to at least be able to keep this Bell honest here. I don't know if Mandy is the most powerful opening pick, but rather one that is just kind of necessary.
Get stitched up.
Looking towards 8-bit. It's one idea I've got in my head. Eve and Colette, just a few on my mind. Just popular picks in this region, but also I think could make some sense here, especially Eve into the Mandy in particular. You get the extra spawners. It's a tough range battle, but once you get those spawners cooking, a little bit more difficult. The Juju throws things for a wrench, though. I think if you have Bell on your side, you're more likely to be the team that grabs 8-bit, does a lot of damage. I've been back and forth on this brawler just because of how hard it can be to get that safe damage. We saw it earlier today, not work out as well, but it's certainly a good brawler in general. So several directions, and this is one that I yapped a lot. Not one I had in my mind.
Okay, so obviously you've got great gap close, and Lily's ability to traverse through the Shadow Realm to cross the map is very powerful. Again, the kind of brawler that probably is more than happy to play up against like a Mandy and Juju setup here. You can really pressure both of these brawlers. Brock comes in, I think Brock and Colt also being open are pretty reasonable picks to sort of round things out. And Daryl comes through, of course. The fact that he can cross bodies of water with that super is something that's often overlooked here, but SKC have a composition. 2 out of 3 of their brawlers can walk on water.
I really like the Daryl final pick here because I think it's going to be great in a individual matchup with any of these brawlers, and it also addresses high safe damage, which is something, sure, if you're popping off with the Mandy supers, you can get cross-court map stuff. Juju has done pretty solid damage, but in general, wouldn't be my primary way of dealing with that. Daryl is going to be great all around here, I think. I don't mind this response from SKC. I think giving themselves their best bet here to close out in set 4.
All right, let's jump in here, folks. And our 4th set, a potential decider here for SKC if they can close things out. Doritos again can pressure the safe and also the position of that Juju very, very effectively. An easy pickup, but one that's going to be traded. Christian, though, is a little bit awkwardly sat out in the open through mid, requiring RHC to land down consecutive shots, but it's already some safe damage being accrued here by BC Gaming.
Doritos has a super he can line up as well, but Christian's going to do the same. Dives in, RHC deleted, and now Doritos getting 2K plus shots on that high safe. Christian putting in work on the other end, and it's neck and neck the whole way through. Mandy super connects for a double. Nicely played there as Loco will be low HP. Derp just trying to occupy some space in this mid and deter SKC from pushing forward.
There isn't a natural answer really to this Brock pick. The incendiary fields ticking down at the safe, plus the rocket rain. Beautiful super in there for Doritos, able to just bowl RHC over entirely. And again, the incendiary field's ticking. Doritos more than happy to hang around here back behind. And SKC have to go for a push now. They need map control and they can't afford to let it go.
With unlimited uses of gadgets, Doritos having this brawler is even better, but there's a massive Mandy super. It connects, and now Loco falls along with it. Derp all alone. Here comes another one. It's going to be neck and neck. They have to survive on defense here and push forward in time, breaking down every one of these walls on the left-hand side. Derp going for an extra few chip shots. It's going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, Loco, though, should be able just to put some damage on the safe here from behind. Christian knows he needs to disrupt. In he goes on the safe. Look at how low it ticks down. And, oh, you're bloody kidding me. SKC with a 1% win, a tight margin, and it's not even the first time we've seen that today. What a game.
Oh man, the second he dove, I just felt like he was going to have enough time. That was going to be such a tight one to squeeze in. I mean, Bell doesn't do nearly as much damage, so once Daryl got into that high safe, we knew it was going to be deleted. Doritos with a great game one. He's going to have to carry his team once again. He was bullying the Mandy in the Juju up close. He's going to pop his gadget, get sneaky, and they focus him immediately. Him being brought down there is a big deal for SKC.
Christian also starting to encroach, get a little bit closer now. RHC is well able to pressure Derp as he tries to move up here. Free damage on the safe. That's 5k from the Sugar Ray from RHC. Really starting to put the pressure down. Christian wants to probably chill and get some health back here for the time being and look to roll onto that safe as soon as they can. And remember, the Lily gadget, a Vanish, is a pretty high cooldown. It's over 20 seconds, so Doritos cannot just run it down over and over.
Christian with the roll forward, looking for high safe damage, gets some value, brings it down close to 80%. Brian's still lurking though. Loco looking for tags, does get the kill, but Greet putting in a little extra overtime there and chipping away alongside that Mandy super.
One rocket rain though, and look at where we are. SK Kalalis brought within 7% of BC Gaming's safe total now. Loco in trouble though, and again it's a wipe through the middle part of the map. Defense is the name of the game here for BC Gaming, but Daryl is so hard to peel off that safe. Brian's marked out here, and a big hypercharge super for RHC catches Derp out. But now Doritos gets a clear shot at the safe. They're wondering though, do we need to respect this Juju on our doorstep? Christian gonna try and go in, more damage on the safe, and SK Kalalis, folks, have done it. They come out with a very clever draft to take away this final game and set. Your monthly champions here in SA.
Unbelievable performance out of these fellas. Finally, a new team on the throne here in South America. This whole region has been thrown for a loop. These guys have been lurking, waiting, not just for this year, for years. Excellent stuff from them. Well deserved to both these teams. But for now, SKC are going to take a huge victory.
And with that, SK Kalalos have conquered South America, adding their name to the list of champions alongside Safety Division in East Asia and Eclipser Esports in EMEA. Also, I just want to give a huge shout out to Juju. She is the winner of the day and she wins the very last match of the day she's picked up in.
God damn it. They got us again. The Juju play. The rest of the world have already overlooked her, moved past her, but South America saw her potential and made great use of her. However, these numbers might indicate that there was another brawler that was the culprit here, or maybe the one that could be, credited with the success for SK Kalalis. RHC had a ridiculous heist game.
It's a redemption arc like no other. I mean, started off with this brawler earlier today and was missing every single Mandy super. And then he got it another set. He got it again in this grand finals, and he was nothing but spectacular. 11 kills for him, 414 DPS. The fact that he was able to handle somebody like a Lily up in his face alongside Brian is honestly a ton of credit in my books. I mean, even getting in there for a good close to 50,000 safe damage compared to the likes of somebody like Lily, who's only at 20k, approaching somebody like Loco, who I'd expect to be on the higher end for that left-hand side. Really good work overall. Much deserved victory out of these fellas.
Look at that safe damage here for Christian. 84k. I think the Lily is a risk. We saw it sort of not quite pay dividends here for BC Gaming, because Doritos would go in, try and basically dive with that gadget, pop up, get taken down by 2 defenders, and then SKC just rush the field with 3 brawlers. And they've got a Daryl with that recoiling rotator, an immense amount of damage on the save.
We had 2 completely new teams in the finals today. No Loud, no Casa Brawl, not like in the February monthly finals. And both teams deserve to be in the grand finals, definitely. But SK Kalalas didn't even make it that close. We talked about it all day, how close this region really is. All of the 8 teams could potentially stay in the grand finals. And I kind of have a feeling that next month we're going to see 2 others. For now, though, let's celebrate SK Kalalas, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, look, these guys really impressed me. They are no names to us, right? I mean, you might just be sort of tuning in here to SA, but these guys were on the tournament circuit last year. And I think like they did such a great job drafting around this obsession for BC Gaming into trying to get like an Ashe plus healer comp, which I felt was like kind of the way to go here. They're the ones that have the tougher job of trying to figure out how to unravel that with some more innovative compositions. And the reason why these 2 young teams are in the grand final today is because they drafted better than anybody else in that region. For me, that's a really great sign. That means that like you don't need like a celebrated coach on your roster or an analyst with millions of tabs of Excel documents. You just need to have a really good understanding of the game and keep your knowledge current. So, I mean, I'm over the moon to see this result. No longer a 2-team region. South America just got way more interesting.
We want to highlight the draft and the coaches, but also one special player. Kenny, who was the MVP for you?
I gotta go RHC, right? The redemption arc. Yeah, way to go, people. Unbelievable stuff out of the Mandy in that final set. But honestly, just a great player. He was somebody at LCQ last year who stood out to me, had quite the highlight reel, and now he's building upon that.
So sick. I mean, again, every time Super's up, it's like Colette, right? You get like 5k damage on the save, but a couple of those supers, there was a hypercharged super that really had to connect for RHC to sort of put them in a good position. And it was perfect. It was the answer to Bell that SKC were looking for, with a lot of those other sharpshooters not available. Like they didn't have that Piper option. I was skeptical that it would be enough to deal with the Bell because she's such a good control brawler, but RHC had the skill expression, I think, to make a huge difference in that matchup.
I had a blast today watching those matches, but also with the 3 of you. It's not only the 2 of you. Ready? We'll bring you back here. Guide us, please, through the bracket of the day.
Oh.
My goodness. I mean, this really did turn the region on its head. Let's start off in the quarterfinals, where we saw BC Gaming SA start off their journey with a 3-2 over Olympus Squad, just squeaking out that win and then taking down Loud, which was shocking, but they earned their spot in the grand final, where they faced SK Kalalas, who started their journey similarly in the quarterfinals, taking down Zorita Gang and then taking down the favorites to win in the semifinals, Casa Brawl, which led them to the grand final, which they won in 3-1 fashion. Now, you guys already said this. This is no longer a 2-team region. That's not just in terms of the front runners, okay? That's in terms of what we have ahead of us, because now with Loud, Casa Brawl, our top 2 from last month, falling in the semifinals, it's anyone's game next month. That's what determines who gets to rep this region at the Brawl Cup.
Oh man, that is crazy. Only 1 team from this region gets to go to Brawl Cup. It is going to be so competitive here. And that's why I love the addition of these mid-season tournaments, because they really ratchet up the stakes in that'll be our 3rd month, the monthly finals. So yeah, these teams are playing for more than just the circuit points for LCQ and Worlds. There's a lot on the line.
You guys are talking about the Brawl Cup already, so let's have a look at the where and the whens of that event.
All regions from across the globe are sending their best champions to prove to us, once and for all,
Humble, 50%, Crazy Raccoon have fallen short.
which region is the best in the world right now. They'll compete for LCQ and World Final slots for their home region, altering the competitive landscape for the rest of this year. So prepare your flags, your patriotism, and cheer on your home region champions. 23rd to 25th of May, live from DreamHack Dallas. Get your tickets now and join the fun in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com for amazing Pro Pass rewards.
I'm so ready for the Brawl Cup in Dallas. 8 teams will battle it out at the DreamHack May 23rd to May 25th. And Uber, they're not only fighting for prize money.
Yeah, I mean, they're fighting for extra qualification spots to Worlds and LCQ for their region. That means if you're a fan of, a number of these EMEA teams or NA teams, I'm looking at USTMN from last year, now there's more opportunities for favorite teams from your region to qualify to Worlds. Now we can, it's well-deserved. EMEA, if they turn up, fine, they can have their 22 teams at Worlds if they come here and win Brawl Cup. So I really love that. It really, I think, spices things up and adds some real incentive to grind and work very, very hard for this mid-season tournament.
Make sure to watch this also on the event side to earn points towards your Pro Pass. Just like those 3 days that we already have behind us now. Coming back to today's matches, guys. We had phenomenal matches. We had long matches. We had one 3-0. That was the only one. Everything else was pretty close. What was the biggest upset for you personally? Since I tried to make it all about upsets today. Reddy, we start with you.
I gotta say Loud being taken down. I think it was already maybe upsetting for some people to see them fall in the grand finals of last month, considering that they have been signed to this new partnered org. They got the stuff in game that you can buy to rep them. Seeing them fall to second place, I think many people, including myself, were hoping that they would be able to make it all the way to number 1 this month, but they were the first to fall of the top 2 in our semifinals.
That was a pretty crazy twist. Yes, Mitch?
Seeing Casa Brawl lose for me was surprising. I felt like they were a bit more stable than Loud were, and I was like, you kind of set the tone for upsets today. I was like, okay, if there's either of these teams going to get upset, it's probably going to be Loud. I didn't expect it to be both of them. I think that to me was shocking.
Kenny, what about you?
Loud for me. I mean, the story so far is they don't have a monthly finals yet. It's the big org that signed these guys. And last month, Casa Brawl were the ones that got to taunt them at the very end. And again, no shot at Casa Brawl at all. But obviously, Loud have the in-game big new organization that are renowned in esports across the world. And these guys haven't won one yet. I mean, that pressure is just going to add up. And now with only one Brawl Cup spot remaining, the number 1 seed from last year, they very well not have it this year.
We're 3 days down, only 1 more is left. SK Kerala, Seita Division and Eclipsar Esports are our champions so far. 3 regions down, and now only 1 remains. Tomorrow, North America takes on the stage for the final battle of the March monthly finals. 1 more day, 1 more champion. Make sure to not miss it.
Check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on the faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1-2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. It's about to get live. It's about to get live.
Sauvage et libre, je me lance. Sauvage et fier, je danse. Personne ne peut m'arrêter. Sauvage et libre à jamais. Plus de chaînes, plus de limites. Je cours, rien ne m'évite. Sous la lune, je suis en feu. Un éclair roule dans tes yeux. Je mords la nuit et le jour, sans peur et sans détour. Avec ou sans toi, je vole. Tu es sauvage, tu m'affoles. Sauvage. 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 Tous ces rythmes qui battent dans ma tête, dans ta tête, se déchaînent. Ces jours de fête, toujours la fête. Je suis là, ici et maintenant. Rien n'arrête mon élan. Le choix est mien, je le prends, je le prends. Je suis libre à chaque moment, chaque moment. Je mords la nuit et le jour, sans peur et sans détour. Avec ou sans toi, je vole. Tu es sauvage, tu m'affoles. Sauvage. 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 Sauvage.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, make this look easy. On the highway and I'm feeling breezy. Going beast mode, yeah, another species. I'm the top one cause they cannot beat me. Foot on the gas in another gear. Can't slow me down, this is our year. I'ma say it loud, I'ma say it clear. We run the world, get a whole sphere. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Yeah, baby. We making noise, balling's our hobby, don't disappoint, making the party jump, time to make your body bump, let's light the dance floor up, and do it like we want. Now wait, let's turn this up, okay, let's work it out, okay, let's shake and move, okay, do what it do, I'm feeling great, now let's turn on the cool, get busy.